Good morning and welcome. Today is the second and last day of our conference, Evolving India, Reimagining Rural Development for Shared Prosperity. Yesterday, we witnessed some wonderful sessions, insightful and engaging discussions and deliberations, and also some actionable takeaways. To give us a quick recap of day one of the conference, I would like to invite Arshia Gupta from the World Bank.
Thank you, Richa, and good morning, everybody. So I'll quickly take 5 minutes to give a brief recap of what happened yesterday. So we started the day by welcoming the Honorable Minister for Rural Development, Shri Giriraj Singh, and Honorable Minister of State for Rural Development, Shri Fagan Singh Kulaste. The Secretary and the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development, highlighted the progress of DAY NRLM over the past decade and stressed that the focus should now move to knowledge building and prosperity from poverty alleviation. They recognized rural development as central to the India 2047 vision, which speaks about making India emerge as a developed nation. The two ministers seconded the vision and highlighted the role of Ministry of Rural Development in improving the social and economic condition and digital footprint in villages of India, and called for broader coalitions among the government, private agencies, and the community institutions. The country directors of the World Bank and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Auguste Kwame and Mr. Hari Menon, in their respective remarks, appreciated their partnership with NRLM and laid the vision for the future, particularly as India gets more urbanized and witnesses higher aspirations from the rural youth. We then moved to a very engaging session which set the context for the two-day deliberations. Mr. Amarjit Sinha, former Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development, presented a reflection of what has been attempted in the rural areas so far. He highlighted a comprehensive way forward, led by the community organizations and panchayats, in areas related to health, human development, investing in infrastructure, and building a rural-urban continuum in collaboration with the private sector. He also talked about leveraging emerging income-generating opportunities and in building a robust governance accountability framework. The discussions in the very insightful opening session further stated the need to reimagine the Indian economy as a whole, as opposed to just reimagining the rural economy, and highlighted that the rural and urban are constructs, albeit with deep connections and interdependencies. Post the context-setting section, we had three engaging panel discussions yesterday. The panel saw participations from diverse representatives from government, from private sector, academia, and multilateral organizations. Under the first thematic area, leveraging digital opportunities for rural India, Dr. Parmesh Shah, in his opening remarks, stated that digitalization of the entire rural sector is important and should not remain confined to just the community institutions. The deliberations highlighted the importance of democratizing data for use by governments and key stakeholders, making technology solutions simpler and accessible for improved adoption, making the data platforms interoperable, and ensuring last-mile digital literacy for better adoption and adaptation to technology. The panel on the second thematic area, strengthening the nexus of agri-food, climate change, nutrition, and gender, discussed ways of building an inclusive and synergistic agri-food system to enable healthy diets, while also addressing climate change and biodiversity loss. The panel focused a lot on behavior change communication and to involve men in the discussions and interventions around gender parity. Mr. Martin van Nieuwkoop, in his opening remarks, lauded the contribution of Ministry of Rural Development and ensured commitment of World Bank towards this agenda. Last but certainly not the least, the third panel on entrepreneurship and jobs for rural youth focused on pathways for supporting rural micro-enterprises. Mr. Ravi Venkateshan, in his opening remarks, mentioned the need for developing role models, exploring franchisee models in rural areas, and creating district-wise entrepreneurship hubs to promote local entrepreneurship. The panel further highlighted that micro-enterprises suffer from information asymmetry and siloed approach of the ecosystem and need business performance-based financial products, mentoring, and an overall collaborative effort from the ecosystem players. This was, in short, a recap of what was discussed yesterday. We look forward to an engaging panel discussion today and a power-packed closing session. I would also take this opportunity to request all of you to look at the QR codes on your table and do help us with your feedback. We look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Arshia. Moving forward, the theme of the first session for today is investing in rural-urban transition. Supporting positive economic, social, and environmental links between urban, peri-urban, and rural areas is a key sustainable development goal. As observed by our panelists yesterday, the rural-urban interdependencies and fading boundaries between rural and urban have accompanied the broader economic transformation and new migration patterns. Large villages with urban attributes have increased non-farm employment and have become more dominant in such villages, and settlements with both urban characteristics but administered as rural entities, that is, census towns, have increased significantly. This session will learn from the experience of the current initiatives and evidence to cull out the policy measures needed to support census towns and large villages in terms of economic infrastructure and support to the migrant population living in these settlements. And for this session, I would like to invite moderator Dr. Parmesh Shah, Global Lead, Data-Driven Digital Agriculture, the World Bank. Mr. A.R. Rahul Nath, District Collector, Chengalpat, Government of Tamil Nadu. Mr. S.M. Vijayanand, former Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala and former Secretary, Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Government of India. And the panelist, Mr. Madan Padki, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, One Bridge, and Professor Partha Mukhopadhyay, Senior Fellow, Center for Policy Research. Do we have all our guests and panelists here for the session? It's okay. Dr. Parmesh Shah, Mr. A.R. Rahul Nath, Mr. S.M. Vijayanand, Mr. Madan Padki, and Professor Partha Mukhopadhyay. Can we have a big round of applause, please? So over to you, Dr. Parmesh Shah.
Good morning, everyone. And I hope you're as rejuvenated and recharged as yesterday. And we have exciting set of presentations today and as well as discussions today. And we have a very esteemed panel here, mixture of experience, the young ideas, and all together in one panel. So yesterday you heard Amarjit Sinha talk about the rural-urban issue, and he talked about what's happening to the economy, what's happening to demographics, and we said the urban population is going to exceed the rural population in near future. We talked about also that the rural GDP is exceeding the urban GDP. We talked about a lot of manufacturing has started happening in rural areas and it's exceeded the urban manufacturing, which is very kind of counterintuitive, but it's true. And so there are a lot of things about the economic model. And what we saw in COVID also, the fault lines of a lot of people who had migrated to urban areas went back to their own places. Some of them stayed back and worked on the entrepreneurial kind of opportunities in rural areas itself. And in our investments also, the government also has tried a rural mission, and Amarjit told yesterday about why it worked and why it didn't work. So we will today hear from Mr. Vijayanand, who's just so much of experience on policy making at all levels, both state and center, as the helm of these things. So he will reflect on what issues are there. So I think we will begin today, as yesterday, with kind of ignite kind of presentations. So we have A.R. Rahul Nath, who is the collector in Chengalpet. So if you know, Chengalpet is near Kanchivaram. If you have to buy saris on there, that's very close to that place. And Chengalpet is a very interesting case. And so we will have Rahul talking about his own experiences on the kind of approach he's leading right now in Chengalpet. And then we'll follow it by Mr. Vijayanand, who is ex-Secretary of Panchayati Raj, Rural Development, and Kerala's Chief Secretary. Lots of incarnations he has had, and he will reflect on his experience of policy making there. And then we have Professor Partho, who is an old, I've met him so many times, but I've met him after 20 years now. This is one of the good things about this event. I'm meeting people after 10, 15, 20, 5 years, so it's already served the purpose of reunions of a different kind. And so Partha is at Center for Policy Research, and he's going to talk about his own research in this area. He has been is thought leader in this area himself. And then we have Madan Patki, who is a sort of entrepreneur. I met Madan also last in Maharashtra. He has developed very interesting new concepts of how this entrepreneurship should thrive in rural areas in the new decade or 2 decades in future. So it's a very interesting, eclectic group of people. And so we will start with Rahul, with you. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Good morning to all. So I'll just, as Dr. Parnesh has mentioned, I'll just take you through the salient features of Chengalpet district for all your kind information. Chengalpet is the district which is very near to Chennai. It's a new district. It was formed bifurcating Kanchipuram, a pretty big district in 2019. We have the Chengalpet is always known as the gateway to Chennai. It has the Chennai International Airport, proximity to the seaport, major national highways. You tell any national highway, major national highway in Tamil Nadu, it passes through Chengalpet. Excellent rail connectivity. You will have 5 major railway stations, and almost every block has close to 5 to 10 railway stations. And we have an excellent suburban rail connectivity, which has got local trains every 2 to 3 minutes. And Kanchipuram traditionally is known as the Detroit of the South. It has got every automobile industry. After bifurcation, Chengalpet has the distinction of having most of the automobile industries. You can see Renault, Nissan, BMW, Ford, Hyundai, Royal Enfield, Daimler, Chrysler. Also the multinational companies like Samsung, Dell, TCS, Pegatron, Komatsu, Infosys, Wipro, Mastech. By the way, we are the pioneer district in the production of iPhones, because Pegatron started its first plant in Chengalpet. Part of that reason is because we have the larger number of SEZ when it comes to Tamil Nadu. We have an excellent partnership between the Tamil Nadu Industrial Development Corporation and the Mahindra Corporation, making the Mahindra City, which itself is a case study. I think Professor Partho will be quite interested in learning about that. Another is the IT parks founded by SIPCOT. SIPCOT is kind of a promoter from the Tamil Nadu State Industries Department, wherein they kind of make invest in industrial parks, and they try to promote the investments. We also have the manufacturing hub. It's a big manufacturing hub in a place called Tambaram. It's called the MEPS manufacturing hub. And we have the different parks. We have the TITCO, we have the SITCO, the ELCOT, everybody concentrating on large manufacturing to MSMEs to IT. And it's a major tourist hub. We have the Mamalapuram right now, which is the top foreign destination when it comes to the international tourist. Mamalapuram, for the past couple of financial years, we have been receiving the maximum number of tourists, much above Taj Mahal. We also have the largest zoological park in India. We have an adventure and beach tourism which is getting promoted. And coming to education hub, I have 1 government medical college and 8 private medical colleges. We have total 10 ITIs. We have 22 engineering colleges. We have close to 5 deemed universities and many more educational institutions. So this is just to take you to the district called Chengalpet and its transition from a a much rural area towards an urban center. This data is pertaining to Kanchipuram district because my district was formed only in 2019, so I could only take the erstwhile Kanchipuram district data, in which you can clearly see that in 2001, if you see that yellow color is the rural population has grown by 15.28%, whereas the urban population has grown by 58%, average outs to 41%. So you can see that the real population explosion has happened among the urban population, but not necessarily in the urban areas. I'll come to that. That's an interesting story. And when it comes to the literacy, you can always see that we have got a fairly good literacy, adult literacy, and we are much above the Tamil Nadu average literacy rate. And the rural urban transition, if you look at the different local body perspective, we have an interesting connotation called town panchayats in Tamil Nadu, which is one of the classic local body which is kind of in the transition from rural to urban. So first, any panchayat which has got more than 25,000 of population, they have to first come to town panchayat, and slowly they'll become a municipality, and then towards the end they become a corporation. And we have around 57.23% of population increase from 2001 to 2011. Now this is one thing which I wanted to showcase with you. On the left, what you see is the TCS Elcott IT Park, and on the right is just 50 meters from the IT Park. That's a tribal settlement in the same place. It's called Siriseri. Some of you have been, if you have been to Chennai, you know there's a big highway called OMR. It's called the Old Mahabalipuram Road, and this is the kind of pictures which we'll get. Not more than 50 meters, you have this kind of a difference between the kind where people live. And second thing is, again, another problem is like whether to promote the industry or the agriculture. So the same agriculture land was converted into IT park, and now we have multinational companies like Pegatrons coming. So first of all, whether we should do this, or second, if we have to do it, then how to do about it, and how to invest in those farmers, or how to make them come out of their usual farming to the non-farming livelihoods. And this slide actually speaks about the kind of urban planning we have. Let me just ask you a question. One of these two areas is a municipality and one is a village panchayat. So can you tell me which is a village panchayat and which is a town panchayat? Which is a municipality? The left is the classic. If we go by the classic definition, this is a municipality, and this should be a village panchayat, but it's a reverse. This is a place called Muttugad. This is right on the East Coast Road. This has, this is a shopping mall. This is Hiranandani Apartments, and we have many more international builders who have built their apartments here. Whereas this is my Madurandagam municipality. So this is the question we need to answer. Like, when should we upgrade a village panchayat to a municipality, and what were the criteria of declaring this entire municipality as a municipality itself, because it looks like a village panchayat. Now coming to the challenges which we face, the foremost challenge we face is regarding the peri-urban areas. Peri-urban areas, as you all know, that peri-urban areas come in the transition between any rural area and an urban area. For example, I have already shown you the classic case of this village panchayat. This is actually what is called a peri-urban area. This is not an urban area. By any classic definition, this is a rural area. I have my NRGS workers working here. I have my entire rural development department, Ministry of Rural Development department works happening here. I have my NRLM, the National Rural Livelihood Mission things happening here, whereas I don't have any of those things happening here. I'm only getting some funds from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, which is meager, and some grant from the 15 CFC. So that is one major issue. Because of that, we have all lot of problem. We have unplanned development, we have unchecked migration, you have solid and liquid waste management problems. Then this is the classic example between the insiders and outsiders. This is the problem with insiders and outsiders is these are the outsiders. And there will be local people who will be living, those people will be the outsiders. Now the problem is for all the local body representatives, everybody will be from this insider bracket, because at the end of the day, local body elections and everything is about votes. So the outsiders won't vote. Only the insiders will be voting, and what you will require is, and what you finally find is the locals who form the village panchayat, the rural local body, and finally there will be a kind of a tension between both this the insiders and the outsiders. And the last one is the lack of proper infrastructure. Even though I have all the rural development schemes happening here, but I may require more funds for the proper infrastructure development. The second thing is inclusive and equitable development. For example, I've already shown you this slide. How to include them, how not to let them down, how to improve their livelihood, how to improve their basic infrastructures like housing, water, drinking water, sanitation and everything. That itself is a challenge. The vulnerable population, the tribals, the nomadic communities. Another major issue is this labor issues and minimum wages. We did a study in which we have found out that most of the companies, we have close to 400 larger manufacturing countries which are manufacturing companies which are giving more than 1 lakh jobs to the people of Tamil Nadu, inside Tamil Nadu and elsewhere in the country in Chengalpet district. However, the percentage of rural natives of Chengalpet, I mean the first generation or the second generation people who have lived in Chengalpet is very, very minimal. One of the major reasons they are saying is those people are forming labor associations. They are asking for minimum wages. So a lot of industries, actually they are overlooking these labor issues and minimum wages. That is creating a friction. The people of a particular district where the investment is coming are not getting adequately represented by any of the industries, which is creating a major tension in many pockets. This may not be the story of Chengalpet alone. This may be a story of most of these districts and most of the states which are up in the ladder of industrialization. Another thing is regarding safety, especially the crime against women. Then you have a lot of road safety issues. Another problem is this senior citizen issues, wherein due to this rural-urban transition, the senior citizen, their welfare, the grievances needs to be addressed. Those issues needs to be taken care of. Of course, the natural resource management, the protecting water bodies, conservation of wildlife, how to really include this in our urban planning. And finally, the affordable housing. Before coming to this workshop, I had a chat with one of my municipal commissioners. She has got almost 1 million population in a single municipal corporation itself, and I asked her, what is the major challenge which is hindering your transition from becoming a peri-urban place to an urban area? She says it is affordable housing. What happens is, once a city grows, you will have a lot of migrants who are coming into the city. Not necessarily everybody is, everybody belong to a particular economic class. Most of them will be daily wage laborers who will be coming from, not only from southern parts of Tamil Nadu, but they will also be coming from different parts of the country. And how will you give them an affordable housing options? Unless and otherwise you give an affordable housing well within the central business district or within 5-kilometer radius, it will be very difficult because they have to commute on a daily basis. And not only for them, it is even more important for their family. For example, even in Delhi itself, you might have seen a lot of infrastructural works happening. Most of the people, most of the migrant laborers from the eastern part of the country, they may be taking their families along. Have you ever thought where these families will be living? What will happen to their children? What will be happening to the women? So, unless and until we provide them an affordable housing, it is very difficult that we may not be able to provide them livelihood. We may not be able to provide a proper education to the children. Health is also getting deteriorated because you can see that most of these children of the laborers, they'll be playing in and around the work site, which itself is kind of a not sure. And these are some of the basic interventions which the state government of Tamil Nadu has been taking. One major infrastructure scheme which we have been promoting in our rural areas is something called an AGMT. It's called Anethu Grama Anna Marumalarchi Thittam, in which we are providing, whatever possible way we are helping the transformation from a transition from a rural area to an urban area where you have rejuvenation of water bodies, streets, lanes, school infrastructure, upgradation of amenities. Burial grounds is something which is very important when we consider a rural-urban transition. Livelihood marketing and of course clean and green villages. Along with it, we have a scheme for the agricultural development wherein a lot of fallow lands which cannot be cultivated due to the paucity of water will be brought back to cultivation, and also from agriculture production to the productivity and agri-business. Another thing is education and skill development. This is one of the major areas in which Tamil Nadu government is working on. We have a scheme called Pudumaipan scheme, in which every girl child who has enrolled in state government school from 6th to 12th, she will be provided a financial assistance of 1,000 per month to their bank account if she wanted to pursue any of this undergraduate degree, diploma, ITA, or any other recognized course. This is the data within a year. We have implemented it in 21-22 academic year, and we have got our enrollment rate up by 29%. Another thing is the non-Mudalvan scheme, in which we have been investing on the skills, the skill updation of the students, especially from the 10th plus 2 onwards, in which all the emerging technologies like IT, even personality development, competitive examinations, civil engineering, manufacturing, banking and finance, you mention anything, everything will be covered under this scheme. Another one major thing which we have been doing is this massive investment of 2,880 crore. This is for upgrading our 71 industrial training institute. This is the state government industrial training institute. This will cater to maximum jobs to the rural youth. That is why we have been taking this in partnership with the Tata Foundation. Another is regarding the education. Already most of you will be aware that we have a Chief Minister Breakfast Scheme introduced last year, wherein the enrollment rate of, in order to increase the enrollment rate of children to the in the rural areas, and we have the massive school infrastructure development. Another is this Illam Thedi Kelvi, wherein for better learning outcomes and to prevent dropout also there are a lot of schemes. Housing, we have something called a Tamil Nadu Habitat Development Board, which cater to multi-race buildings in most of the urban areas, per se the peri-urban areas, wherein it will provide a level playing field to all the people in the lower income, and we have tribal houses. Another thing is this health, wherein we have a healthcare at doorstep. It's called Makkale Thedi Marutham, and we are also strengthening our urban health infrastructure through urban wellness centers. Livelihood, of course, World Bank have been helping us through the Vazhndhu Kaatuvom Thittam, in which it is looking beyond building enterprises group and access to finance and employment opportunities. This is another one big scheme which we have launched recently. It's called Anna Ambedkar Business Champion Scheme, only for the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe people, in which more than 35% is given as capital subsidy. I think this is the highest capital subsidy anywhere in the country, and even we are giving interest subvention. Now I will briefly touch upon the policy challenges. The first policy challenge, as I've just mentioned, the definition of urban and rural areas. There's a big debate going on whether we should really have an urban and rural areas. Why don't we just mention everything as urban, and I think most of my eminent panelists will be touching upon those issues. Second thing is the top-down approach in investments. Investments, as you all know, that right now among the larger states in the country, there's a major competition about going and getting in all the investments without realizing what are the ground realities. I've already mentioned that there's a problem with minimum wages, there's a labor problem, there is always a problem with insiders and outsiders. So those things are not getting adequately reflected, at least at a district level. Every investment is happening at the top level. Most of the manufacturing companies, big manufacturing companies, big multinational companies, they're just looking at the kind of tax holidays or the kind of benefits they can take from the government, and not looking at the other way. The third thing is the lack of urban planning and minimal role of local government. Local governments, when it comes to an urban planning, I've never seen a local government anywhere coming close to it. It's completely driven by bureaucrats. It is completely...
Rahul, we will bring you. You are in the panel.
Sure.
So please don't think you don't have any other chance to talk.
Sure.
So please finish your thing, because we need everyone to talk.
And there's of course a disconnect between public and administrators. And another major thing is this regulatory bodies, the Real Estate Regulatory Authority or the National Green Tribunal or the DTCPs. Some of them, are really not well defined within their acts. And the way forward is always
way forward. I will ask you a question on that.
So thank you very much.
So thanks a lot. So sorry to interrupt you like that, Rahul, because we need everyone to come in and make their comment. Because I will ask you these questions again, both in terms of challenges and way forward, as part of the panel discussion there. So you will get a chance to get one more strike at the points there. Now, I have great pleasure in introducing Mr. Vijay Anand. I don't think he needs any introduction, but sir, floor is with you for 15 minutes. I would request everyone to follow the time. Otherwise, my reputation of being a good moderator is going for a 6 right now. Okay.
Thank you, Parmesh. Fellow panelists and friends, some random reflections on managing rural-urban transition. Since 1950s, I've been a student of rural development and a practitioner for an unusually long time, since 81. I find that our rural development has essentially been to improve rural areas, living conditions and livelihoods, started with basic minimum needs, continuing still, agriculture, continuing, but now I think the focus is less on agriculture and more on food. There lies the problem. Wage employment since the beginning, now a guarantee. Health and education, we were late. So sometimes I reflect, shouldn't talk too much about ifs in history, but if we had started health and education in the 50s, probably we would not be discussing this theme today. But anyway, better late than never. And now skills. I worked with the incipient skills program in the ministry for 2 years, and how a major scheme came up, contributed to the guidelines. At the time, my minister asked the Tata chief, who was the head of the skills thing in the PMO, teaching a poor tribal from Jharkhand to hold a tray, is it a job in the hospitality industry? I'm not commending, it's for you to decide. Is it the skilling? Is it the job creation we want? Now, an important point, I should thank Rahul for this presentation, so he has given a reality check on what I'm going to say. How do you define rural and urban? Just don't make it all urban one day, because India is deep structured with differences, so it'll all collapse unless you work from below. It's not easy. Britain couldn't work as Brexit. So I don't think we can suddenly declare one day they are all urban or they are all rural. The whole thing will collapse. Everything is structured that way, so we should be very careful. But we redefine developmentally. For want of time, I cannot explain that. And ecologically, that's something which is forgotten. I think probably in 21st century, that's more important than anything else. So this urban-rural, beyond the usual political, demographic, and narrow economic definitions. So what I really would like, is that not shifts of population and movement of population, but a natural, organic, in situ, get this thing, carefully facilitated. You saw Tamil Nadu? It all didn't come with the private sector. They did the facilitation, then the private sector rushed in. It's not easy to do. And so that's a big lesson from Tamil Nadu. You can facilitate that. And which Tamil Nadu has not yet done, which you're trying to do, the accelerated bridging of the divides, which is a governmental activity, which Rural Development Ministry can do. And of course, there are a lot of learnings from Kerala and Tamil Nadu in this transformation. Kerala is more organic, natural, where human development was provided right in the beginning. And a conscious policy of intrastate inequality reduction was followed from the 50s, which other states started doing only from the 80s and 90s. And there you find a continuum, and ultimately it'll all become, except the Western Ghats, probably it'll become this thing. Tamil Nadu, of course, has a huge manufacturing base, which shifted gradually into rural areas and an expanding hinterland. But of course, facilities are much more to be developed. So, a lot of lessons from these two experiences, I won't call them models, in urbanization. Then a framework for policy, ultimately I think it's all for policy. What are the rural needs? Jobs, incomes, human development, and as was mentioned, we all call a 20 square meter thing a house, but what is a decent house? We have not explained. They are all limited by financial considerations, not by social or human discussions. Having worked in government, that has to be so, I recognize that. Then recognize the strengths of the rural, rather than we recognize the weaknesses of the rural. There are a lot of strengths. Food production. Yesterday I was very pleased to learn from an article in The Economist that agriculture is one area which artificial intelligence will not touch for a long time. So our farmers and workers will be there for a long time. We will lose, many of us will lose our jobs. Environment, the ecology of rural areas, and something which is not much discussed, the social capital of rural areas. Whenever we urbanize, we kill the rural. He was mentioning the conflicts emerging. And also we realize the limitations of the urban. The bottom half, the 50% of, I'm not saying 99%, but 50% of the urban, especially the migrants, voluntary and involuntary. I heard that mention was made of Pura yesterday, not Rarban yesterday. Rarban was a tragedy. Pura was also a tragedy earlier. Rarban, we got sidetracked. I was there in rural development at the time. Sidetracked by many considerations which I don't want to publicly tell you. But many bureaucrats thought that imitating Gujarat is the best way of pushing a program, rather than really planning for it. But Pura, I learned from Professor Indireshan about 26 years back. And also later had the opportunity of getting it validated by no less a person than our former president. But I don't think anybody has caught the core concept of Pura. Pura is not providing urban amenities in rural areas. It is planning. Some of you could be planners. There's something called threshold, which is now not discussed. Nodes of development. A threshold of population. If it's a 2,000 population, you cannot provide many services. But if it's 10,000 or 20,000, you can provide a hospital, a primary health center, a school, high school, and probably something with. That was the idea of Professor Kalam and Professor Indireshan. You create a threshold population for economic activities and services. And we now have a linear connectivity. This village, that village, it goes straight. But here, converting those very villages into a kind of a viable cluster. But physical connectivity is what does it. So a 2,000 population village becomes 20,000 with some 20, 30 kilometers or 40 kilometers of roads. Then other things will follow. His famous connectivity, knowledge connectivity. School has to be established first. Technology connectivity, that's IT. Finance connectivity, a bank. And economic connectivity will develop when all these connectivities come. So this connectivity part is very important. This planning is very important. You are creating a spatial entity, which is 20,000 population, then the development process. Here, RD has a huge potential. You ensure that all these villages are connected by PMJSY. Now it doesn't do that. PMJSY connects villages. But if you say, if in Pura, PMJSY will be there, NHM will open a hospital, SSA will open a higher secondary school, and if you converge all the schemes, we can create real clusters which have the potential of becoming a transformed rural area. Something which we have not developed in India, though ministry has tried after urban, not very successfully, it's very difficult, the concept of country planning. We just transport urban planning concepts. I was in charge of town and country planning in Kerala for 11 years. We just transport it into urban. Same things, same FAR, same kind of things. But rural country planning is very, very different, where you are protecting the water bodies, things which you mentioned. We are protecting the poorest of the poor. Locations. We have not developed that. It will take a long time to develop, but that is something which, an urgent thing, if World Bank can, I don't know whether you believe in spatial planning. I heard a senior vice president of World Bank tell me is a stupid Anglo-Saxon concept. So it's not an American concept, but it is a real concept as far as India is concerned. So we need that. Then the importance of landscape, natural resource come there. Clustering is very important. That's what Tamil Nadu did. Chengalpattu is a kind of clustering. But do we have enough migration studies? Father should enlighten me. Not many of how exactly the migration happens. Kerala has a lot of studies of late within the country. That will help you plan for the rural areas and also multi-level planning. But the most important point I wanted to tell you is local governance, democratic local governance is forgotten. We think the BDO and collector can deliver. They can't deliver. Take my word. They can support. They can support the panchayats better than anybody else. But that good governance, service delivery is most important, which can be given only by local governments. In 2012, I went to Jharkhand and asked a very puerile question. What is the cause of the Naxalite problem in Jharkhand? All the is a group of activists. They told me if our village office, panchayat office, and the local forest office treat the people as human beings, there'll be no Naxalite problem in Jharkhand. Largely true. The importance of service delivery, last mile service delivery, which anywhere is better through a panchayat than through a bureaucratic system. That's a big lesson we need to learn. And 2 institutions for inclusion, the Gram Panchayat and the self-help group. Itself is a 3-hour lecture on how to bring them together as equals, not one below the other. So that to bring Ambedkar in, rather inappropriate topic, social democracy and political democracy. The SHG and this, and local planning. That's my last important point. You do local planning, participatory planning, where village panchayats are involved. Even GPDP, which is pushed by the ministry, is being pushed very vigorously by the ministry, and localizing SDGs, is not based on data. It's not based on some impressions of the panchayat. So local data is possible. Needs, of course, you marry them, and there's something called VPRP prepared by the SHGs. They're quite artificial. So if a genuine VPRP and a genuine GPDP and they merge, some incipient potential for rural transformation is there. And of course, local economic development is very, very important, which means more from agriculture. And an institution, a constitutional institution we have forgotten, the DPC. You read the district planning committee is supposed to bring in this urban-rural synergy, bridge the divides. They have completely forgotten everywhere. It's non-existent or just existing on paper. Without DPC, you can't have a urban-rural linkage. So let me conclude. Creating jobs locally is a major challenge. For example, in 2012 or even 11, to address the J&K problem at the time, they created a skills program called UDAN and said all the educated Kashmir youth will be employed. All those who were employed went back within 3 to 6 months, which means you can't create jobs elsewhere. And you read the skills experience. People go back after 6 months, 3 months, 1 year. Very few jobs survive, which means the importance, what he said, of local economic development. And a very dreamy suggestion. Amul is really owned by poor cooperatives, people having 2 cows, 3 cows, but managed by the best professionals in the world. So I personally had a discussion when I was very young with Dr. Kurian, along with Dr. Thomas Isaac from Kerala. Can SHGs own the productive thing, and can there be an Amul-like structure which is professionally managed? Theoretically, it's a possibility, but very difficult in the current times. I mean, that was during the post-freedom euphoria was not there. Now we are very, very practical, and we try to capture. And of course, IT and manufacturing corridors. Sons of the soil is a discredited theory as a demand. But as a supply, can't you give jobs to the locals? Easily. You train them up, give them 3 years time, government has enough money. So if you do this, all these tensions will evaporate, productivity will be more, but we are not yet willing to try that. The skilling for local jobs. But now, importantly, with IT developing, I'm a technologically challenged person, so I don't know much about it. But reading, I understand IT can reduce migration. You can sit in your home and do the jobs. That's the IT connectivity which Professor Kalam wanted. But still, urban will have better facilities, and rural development is very planned reduction of that gap. Ultimately, there's no incentive in going, out of which housing is very important. I would suggest end with a suggestion for a Ministry of Local Governments. Ministry for local governments, not Ministry of Local Governments, rather than urban, rural. In fact, I will not go into the history. The persons who were part of it, I was a deputy secretary at the time. It is a mistake to have 73rd and 74th amendments. We could have had one amendment for local governments in Kerala. Anyway, let's not reflect on that. Now on your banner themes, you said celebrate. My request is reflect first. Based on that, inspire, act, and celebrate based on hard evidence and even more hard-nosed analysis. Because now we tend to celebrate a little too much in rural areas. Kerala has 0.7% population of poor. Can you beat it? I work for 30 years in rural development. I'm very happy. It's not true. Sharada, we must be having about 7%. Yeah, about 5% of the people. But we say 0.7 and we celebrate. So let's not celebrate. And the last thing is, a mentor, bureaucrat, Mr. V. Ramchandran, some of you would have heard of him. He told me, we are attempting to take people to where jobs are. Take jobs to where people are. That is rural transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vijayanand. So I think it's very difficult to take decades of experience and convert it into a 15 minutes reflection. So it's like I wish we could have more time with him and spend more time on reflecting. I think he's learning from successes, failures, policy issues. It's a cascading kind of things. Pleasure to listen to you, and I'll ask you some more questions during the panel as well to get your insights. I would now request Professor Partho Mukhopadhyay, Senior Fellow, Center for Policy Research. Partho, over to you. Please reflect on what you have learned and what issues you see in this topic. Yeah. Everyone is following the podium. I didn't ask them. These guys are born professors.
It helps me look at the back of the room. So thank you, Parmesh. Let me begin by, it's a difficult act to follow after Vijayanand and after Rahul's very visually evocative presentation. The first issue I'd like to focus on is the idea of urbanization and how that sort of influences our mental map, right? The story that we essentially see is the first thing we think of are cities, but that's not really what our challenge is. Our challenge is this word that you've been hearing continuously from the panel, which is transformation, right? And the moment we think about transformation being from rural to urban, which is what urbanization the process is, it automatically, by the nature of language, tends to think that the rural is something that should be left behind and urban is something that you should aspire to, right? And just by using that word urbanization, what you have done is attach a quote-unquote value to places. And a lot of the tension that I think happens in this process is because we internalize these kinds of changes, right? So I work on urbanization, but it's important to understand that that does not mean it's just a neutral descriptor and it's not really a particular set of values, right? So that's the first issue. So when we are looking at how we are thinking of this problem, it'd be useful for us to step back from this quote-unquote process of urbanization and think of it in much more discrete terms, in terms of how jobs are changing, how agglomerations of people, where people are coming through, how ways of delivering services are changing going forward. Right? And that sort of, I think, will help us think through the dynamics of the process, and which I think when Madan comes up, he'll provide you a much richer and granular description of what is actually happening on the grounds as it's going forward. Right? So that's the first issue that I would like to focus on. What does that mean going forward? Right? So historically, what we have had is the conflation of the rural and the farm, and you also think of urban and non-farm. Right? But as Parmesh said in his opening remarks, in India, for the last time we have this data, which is roughly around 2011, what you find is that the GDP, in terms of manufacturing share of GDP, a slightly higher share comes from rural areas than from urban areas. And that is fairly, once you think of it as somewhat odd, but when you looked at Rahul's presentation, you realize why that is the case. Because all those long list of firms that he put out are all in rural areas. Right? So that's one way of thinking about that particular problem. And he very evocatively also told you about how that structure is coming through, because all our thinking about rural and the schemes are all driven by the fact that rural is farm. So there's a second kind of structure that we need to put, because what you're seeing now is both in terms of the kind of incomes that people living in quote-unquote places designated as rural are earning is much more from non-farm sources than from farm sources. Right? So the second kind of thrust that I would comes in place. But that's what's happening now. What do you expect to happen in the future? Right? And in that, what I would like you to consider are three tendencies. The first thing that you have is one of the things that Rahul mentioned is literacy. And even more than literacy, what I think is happening in places like Tamil Nadu and in many other places in India is that this generation, the one which is going through school now, has two very interesting characteristics. One, almost all of them will finish about 8 years of schooling. Many of them will complete school. Two, that gender gap that used to be there earlier has almost disappeared as far as schooling is concerned. So you have finally a group of people who are coming to their economic lives which looks like what China was about 20 years ago, or 30 years ago actually. Right? Previously, if you look at the kind of manufacturing that is now taking place in the rural areas of Chengalpet wouldn't be possible with the kind of workforce that we had 30 years ago. And that makes a difference, the first issue. The second is connectivity that Sri Vijayanand spoke about. And that connectivity is dense and it's across multiple ways, both physical and virtual. Right? And this third thing is scale. What's happening to technology going forward is what used to be economies of scale in manufacturing if you're going to, as you move from manufacturing cars, of things that are happening in the factories around in Hyundai here, to electric cars, the nature of scale changes, right? So you're going to have, it's possible to do things smaller, and it's possible to do things with connect. What does it mean? It means that for some of the things, the agglomeration that drives, that characterizes cities is less relevant for economics than in the future than it is today. So you can do similar kinds of economic activities at different scales of settlement than you're able to do today. And that sort of makes for a different spatial structure. There'll be still very good reasons for people to agglomerate in big cities. There's still very good reasons for the Bangalores of the world to exist. But it's important for us to understand that some of those reasons are moving, right? So the second, there's this, that's the, and part of, and I'll just take 1 minute to sort of reflect on my other line of work, which is urbanization, which is migration, sorry. And there, what you see in, and Tamil Nadu is a place where you have migrants from lots of places coming in. Those workers are peopled by locals, a lot of local women, but also a lot of men from different parts of the country. And in Kerala, you see this phenomena of people moving out of Kerala to other countries, and you have workforces coming from different parts of the world into Kerala. So the unfortunate disaster which happened last week was carrying people essentially from the areas which service these manufacturing places. So workers, and of course a lot of patients for Vellore and structures in that sense, but that's the kind of structure that sort of is coming through, right? So the fact that people are leaving, migrating out, doesn't mean that place doesn't have opportunity, because people are also coming into it. It just simply means that people will have diverse expectations and aspirations. And that's the whole point of being a large, richly diverse country like India, where people can explore their aspirations not necessarily in their locality, but anywhere across the nation. And that would be true as much for somebody from Kerala, from Karnataka, from Tamil Nadu, as it is from somebody from UP, from Manipur, from Bengal or Rajasthan, right? So we should see migration as a natural consequence of labor flows rather than something to stop by looking at local development. Right? So that's just a coda that I'll sort of put through. So finally, out of this then, what does it mean for government policy? This first thing that we're looking at is, if you look at the notes for this conference, you'll see the word rural development, right? This is being organized with the Ministry of Rural Development. The Shama Prasad Mukherjee mission, which was about census towns, was located in the Ministry of Rural Development. And then there is the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. The issue that is there is our federal government is currently binary. It forces this distinction upon people. As it continues to do so, it will not be facilitative. But is it a complete barrier? No. Because our Constitution, the 73rd and 74th Amendments, and the 11th and the 12th schedules, when it was put together in a manner that gave states flexibility. It does not mandate, which is sometimes people see it as a bad thing. In the current context, I see this as a plus. Because today, a state can take urban functions, solid waste management being one of them, and ask and give it to the rural areas, to a rural panchayat and say, it's your job. You can take rural functions of agriculture because 20% of your workforce is in agriculture still, and give it to that municipality who has actually got a huge amount of its workforce in agriculture. That flexibility is something that is possible to do, right? The government of Kerala, I'd love to hear Sri Vijayanand's sort of more elaborate on this, has a Department of Local Self-Government rather than a Department of Rural and a Department of Urban, and it's interesting to understand how that changes. Tamil Nadu was a state which was, I think, the only state which filed a dissent note when the 73rd and 74th separation was proposed, right? And it's important to, and today there is the district, and it will be interesting to hear your views on the DTCP in Tamil Nadu, which looks at, I'm sure as collector he has a lot of engagement and tension with them, because they are the ones who approve exactly the kinds of structures that you saw in that rural metropolis that Rahul told you. So the first thing is to understand this is entirely a matter for the states to think through how they want to organize the functional allocation of responsibilities between their rural local governments and urban local governments. And it will necessarily have to be much more nuanced and fractured. That's one. We should not be bound. There will be schemes coming down as rural and urban from the center, and that's perfectly fine. It will take a much longer time to shift than the states. I do not foresee a Department of Development or a Department of Spatial Development or a Department of Local Government support at the center for a very long time, and there'll be a difference in that particular structure. So that's one part of the story that we need to think about. The second and the last part of the story is the issue about regulatory institutions that were coming into place. And when we do that, there are a number of regulatory institutions. The way your structure is defined, the way your terms of reference is defined, might then affect the way the classification impinges on it. So if RERA is restricted to apply, it's a state act. For let's say, somebody says, why do you want to do this kind of stuff? Let's have it only for municipalities. Let's have it only for places which have more than of a particular structure, or a corporation or structures in place. It then becomes a different structure to come through, right? So the way that we sort of think about how the government is trying to move forward, that becomes this. And the third and the final thing is, when we're thinking about schemes, and this is where, and this is not easy for the central government to do, and I do not think it's particularly, it's something that even the central government should think about. But there is one example, and therefore I would think that through in a bit more fashion. Urge all of you to think with me. One of the issues with these SP Mukherjee Urban Mission is that it is, like all central government schemes, investment focused. Right? You want to see something on the ground. And they tried to do some consultation structures, but fundamentally, it wasn't thought through about what is the institutional structure that will hold this group of settlements together, right? And it is that institutional structure that will decide how that infrastructure that has been put in place will continue and be serviced and be owned by the people for whom it's actually been provided. Otherwise, it's just a tick box in somebody's assessment sheet. Usually, central schemes do not go into institutional structures. One of the schemes which has done so is the Smart Cities Mission of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, which put forward a special purpose vehicle as an institutional mechanism for implementation. Was it a good thing? Was it a bad thing? That's a debatable issue. All I'm saying is that mission thought it was necessary to specify something on the institutional front in addition to thinking about projects. And I think we need to think a bit more deeply about what kind of institutional frames we need and how we can support them going forward if we are to think about this transformation process and try and push rural and urban right to the back of our minds so that we don't think of one as being sort of the past and the other being the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Partha. Again, tons of thinking, tons of thought leadership condensed into. I feel very bad in terms of interrupting you because you're going with the flow, and normally lectures last for 45 minutes, and he has to condense his lecture from 45 to 15. So it's always difficult for a professor to do that. So, but very important points. I think the institutional architecture as opposed to investment architecture, very important point. No boundaries between rural and urban, states having a lot of freedom to do what they want to do, a lot of issues which are very structural in terms of what we do in future. I have great pleasure in now asking Madan Patki, founder and chief executive officer of OneBridge. I think he is one of the most kind of exciting entrepreneurial thought processes which brings technology, economics, and lots of things together. Over to you, Madan.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Parmesh. Good morning, everybody. Delighted to be here. Thanks to the team for inviting me from Bangalore to be here. In the next 5 to 6 minutes, I just want to place a few points. One is the last 10 years of work as an entrepreneur, largely in the hinterlands of India. We operate in about 20,000 odd villages today in a taking commerce to these villages. Kind of conceptualized a framework which I apply to every initiative that I'm a part of and see how it's kind of played out in each of the initiatives. I just want to share that framework with you. First of all, is how do we truly understand aspirations of people out there? Many times I think that we step in with our own frameworks, our own mental models and say, this is what they need, and without even understanding a bit about what you really want. Aspirations are changing, have changed very rapidly. Today, a youth who's 20 years old or 18 years old in a village has the same access to information as you and I have. It's the same WhatsApp forwards, it's the same Facebook groups, it is the same YouTube videos. Aspirations, to my mind, and this is born out of my last 25 years of work as in the assessment space, when people say why there is a huge mismatch between supply and demand, you talk to any industry, they say, I don't have talent. You talk to any youth, mostly they say, I'm not finding the work. The missing link here is aspirations, right? So how do we truly bring aspirations to the fore? And how do we build from there, bottom up, rather than top down? The second thing which I've witnessed this magic over and over again is the work we've done through the foundation, the Hedeldi Foundation, where we've seen immense potential in youth. We've seen literally zero-educated, illiterate village youth being transformed into English-speaking, computer-literate knowledge workers in a span of 6 months. We've done this in about 100 districts, 22 states, 30,000 youth, and we've seen that magic happen over and over again. So the second aspect is, how do you not look at youth as beneficiaries? How do you look at them as having immense potential? And how do we bring those capabilities to the forefront, right? So talent transformation, and it's not just skills training. I sometimes have now begun to, dislike the term skills. It has to be more around talent transformation and opportunities rather than just skills. Skills is an integral part, of course, but it's not the end all of it. The third, which has been again spoken about, is entrepreneurial spirit. I've seen far more entrepreneurial resilience in the rural hinterlands than in urban. I think the startup and the unicorn thing is too overhyped and overrated. We need it, of course, but we don't need only that, which has kind of led us to start off the whole Global Alliance for Mass Entrepreneurship. We believe that if you can stoke the entrepreneurial spirits, create a conducive environment for them to thrive, can we create 10 to 15 million entrepreneurs in the next 10 years who can go on to create 15, 20 jobs each? And that becomes the local fulcrum and the local angle for growth rather than a lopsided growth. And it is again not looking at them as just self-employed individuals, but can we really look at them as entrepreneurs? And that lens is very different than saying, oh, they are self-employed, they need to be supported. How do we create an entrepreneurial energy in each of the districts and each of the villages that we are in? And lastly, the advent of technology. Many times I think that we are thinking incrementally about technology. We have to leapfrog. Just to share a couple of examples, 6 months ago at OneBridge, in a village of around 10,000 population in Mandya, we launched the world's first ever metaverse for rural consumers. It's fascinating. We built an EV showroom inside a functional metaverse. I have 10 entrepreneurs, about 5 of them women, who have an Oculus Quest 2 headset in their shops and homes. In the last 5 months, 8,000 consumers have entered the metaverse through them. You can almost think of it like the internet cafes of the 2000s. They interact with an avatar of a sales guy who's logging in from a Bangalore or a Chennai or wherever. The EVs, the two-wheeler EVs are presented in a very interactive fashion. About 800 test drives have been done in a physical way. They go in and they say, I'm interested. We've actually taken the vehicles to the villages, done a test drive. And last count, about 40, 45 vehicles have been sold. Each of our entrepreneurs there have earned about 25,000 rupees from this new way of distribution, right? Even in the US, there's been no commercial linkage to the physical and the digital worlds of the metaverse, and it's happening as we speak. So how do we imagine the future where technology will rule the roost? So if I add aspirations, talent transformation, entrepreneurial spirit, and technology, I've coined this term called Rubenomics as a new model of the rural-urban continuum and economics, because technology has no borders. Talent has no borders, right? Entrepreneurial spirit is borderless. Aspirations are borderless. So how do we then create that continuum, and how do we build business models, and how do we create economic models which can then enable all of these things to come to the fore, and can we then start reimagining rural, right? Again, just to bring to another perspective here, I just want you to close your eyes for a second and say, hey, let's imagine 1997, 25 years ago. A lot of the things that we have taken for granted today didn't exist. Almost all of the things that we use in our daily lives didn't exist that day. Every aspect of our life has got transformed. I think incremental approaches of saying we're in 2023, oh, this is what will happen, will not work. If you were to visualize 2047, I expect that there will be a GDP contribution from not just physical and digital, but there'll be a massive GDP from virtual, right? Of the 700 odd districts do we have, can we imagine a virtual twin? Can we imagine a huge economic activity happening in that virtual world, right? And can we then figure out how do we operate in a borderless world there? And therefore, what becomes the role of all of us as ecosystem actors in kind of embracing that future and start planning from today, saying if life were to be led in a significant way in the virtual world, we already know that digital economy is growing leaps and bounds with almost nothing in 97, 98, it's almost about 8-10% of the economy and growing faster, expected to be 25%. So what does that world look like? And if we are planning to power ourselves with a 40, 50, whatever trillion-dollar economy in the next 25 years, each of the districts themselves must contribute to a 50, 60 billion dollar economy, up from 2 to 3 billion today. What does that world look like, right? How do we create $60 billion of opportunities in a district in the physical, digital, and the virtual worlds? I think if we work backwards from 2047 to say, if that is our scenarios and evolution, what should we be doing today, and what should our thought process be today? I would think that this is a great forum to seed that thought, and happy to share more reflections as we go along. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Madan. So I now realize why I am moderating this session, because he should have been in the digital session yesterday. So it would have fitted there extremely well. So I think very important points, futuristic economy, how do you plan for things which we can't even foresee? What will be the drivers there? So rather than asking questions to them, in keeping with my reputation yesterday to bring audience in, I'm going to open it to the audience to take 3 or 4 questions, and then I will add my questions to the panel for a final contribution. So it's open for all of you to ask any question you have. Can I see the hands together? No, I want to see more. If there are not many, then I'll go back to them. I have seen one, I've seen second, there's a third one. I've seen all three, so we start with you, please. With you. Can we get the mics, please? Facilitators, please be active. Don't sit. Watch. Go to the back. Go there. Okay. Go. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Nivedita Prasad. I'm Deputy Secretary in the Ministry of Rural Development. I had been handling the urban mission for more than 2 years. Sir, as you mentioned, there was in Pura there was spatial planning, and also in Rurban there was a concept of spatial planning. However, when we launched the mission, in the initial phase, it was put at the corner because we actually didn't know how to go about the spatial planning. And by the time the institutions were set up and the mechanisms were set up for that, it had to abruptly end. And the challenge had been a lot while we were ending the mission. The second problem we found was resource mobilization for the development of cluster. More so, there were two other problems, which was a problem of perception, whether it was an infrastructure development program or it was a socio-economic development program, because different states and different administrators had perceived it differently. And the fourth was the reception of the program. While some states, like southern states, had taken it very positively and they had done a lot of good work, the eastern and the northern states did not really perform well. I would not generalize it, but there are northern states that did well also. So if we have to reimagine Rajman 2.0, what would be the suggestions from you?
Thank you. I'll take other questions. You don't have to answer now. The back, yeah. And then the third one will be in the middle. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm Mahua. I work for Jivika in Bihar. My question is that if we are talking of local economy development, and if I have to give an example of Bihar, like Purnia, Khagadia area is known for its maize production. But if you talk of the institution support that is to be present out there, the cold storage, the warehousing, or even if we talk about the private partners to work there to come up with poultry feed or any other animal feed, that does not exist at that particular locales. They procure things, they take back to different cities, process things there, again bring back to Bihar. So if we are talking of local economy development, will rural development department alone be able to provide those all support, or the rural development department needs to be proactive to bring in agriculture, the housing, or many other departments together to plan that particular area, and only then the local economy development of that particular area can happen. Because when we are talking about local economy development, we cannot only work with one particular scheme of PMAY or Rurban or Manrega or things like that. If Manrega does not talk with the forestry department and the environment department, that doesn't work. So my question to the panel is that how can these synergies be developed, or what do we really require another Ministry of Local Economy Development, or we need more convergence approach in addressing this issue? Thanks,
Mahua. So third, I see Ashish also at the back, so I'll take you also. Fourth question also, and then I'll bring the panel in. Yes, please, in the middle.
Yeah. I'm Manju Rajpal. I'm Secretary Rural Development in state of Rajasthan, and I'm also holding charge of SMD for Rural Livelihood Mission. So there are some observation while working in ministry. There's a scheme of Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin, which providing affordable housing to the rural people. But of late, from 2021-22, it has been stopped. We are just working to complete those houses which were allocated in the year 2021-22. Last year, 22-23, there was no allocation to the states, and this year also there is no allocation. So this is one aspect where we need to work if we really want to see this migration thing and urban housing issue and keeping rural people in the in their areas where they can serve in more meaningful way. This was a very wonderful scheme which was in fact addressing the migration problem in the rural areas. Their male members used to migrate, but at least the family could stay back if they have housing there. The second thing is related to SRLM. When we are working with the SAG groups, we are talking about micro enterprise financing, and we are going in big way to assist these SAG members to start some enterprise at their end. As of now, if we see the way we have seen working of SAG groups, when we are providing assistance to SAG through linking them bank credit, this money is kind of untied money, and mostly the way they are using, they are wise in their use. They are using for their productive needs, constructive needs, and maybe consumption needs. But it's turn by turn, everyone is getting chance. But when we are talking about micro enterprise financing, we are asking them to step ahead for some economic activity. But when we are providing assistance to the same SHG member, we are being more conservative in this approach. When we are talking about this scheme, we have given 60,000 target for this year, and we have entered an MoU with the ICICI and SBI. These bankers would be charging 11.5% and 14% when they are assisting these micro enterprise. So my point is that we need to work out something more beneficial to the enterprise who is taking some step ahead. If we are providing through SHG, it's 7% with the
Manju, I think you have to restrict to today's topic. We are not discussing how the existing schemes will improve. We are discussing the rural urban here. So I think your issue is very important. I consider that.
Let me finish by my third point. This is entirely relevant to the context which we were talking about. The third point is related to this livelihood mission and convergence between NREGA. The platform which is providing employment guarantee, it's creating employment opportunities in a way which is spending more money, but if we talk about skilling, it's not converting, and there is no convergence between two. If we really want SAG movement to move ahead, the way Vijayanand sir mentioned about this dreamy thing in the rural livelihood area, I believe that if we can talk about NREGA giving 50% PIA opportunity to Panchayati Raj, this is high time when we should think that can we create this window for SAG movement also, so that there is some competitive environment and some ownership in the community which can create more livelihood in the rural areas. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So I think the question would be that please be very short in your intervention, because I want to give chance to all the panelists to respond. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to finish in time. So 2 more responses. One, the gentleman in the middle. No, Ashish, there is one more person before you. Okay, near the camera. Please give him quickly. We are losing time. Yeah. And then Ashish at the back, and then we'll finish, and I'll come back to the panel again.
Good morning, everyone. I am Anil, part of the NRLM team. So my very basic question. So 20-25 years down the line, we have been discussing yesterday that 50% of population will be urbanized. So what should be the urbanization approach? Vijayanand sir mentioned, professors have also mentioned, should we facilitate the smooth transition, smooth migration from the rural to urban area, or bringing these basic amenities, as the sir mentioned, like the health, job amenities in the urban area? That's the basic question.
Thank you very much. Ashish, the last
It's just not a question, it's just a small observation what we see on everyday life. I think the rural-urban transition, the growth center would be the real estate and the service sector, and that too in the 4,000 or 5,000 census towns and blocks that we have. Green shoots are already seen. I think what we need is a regulatory framework and some enabling environment, policy environment for this thing to just accelerate the growth. That's what is my observation.
Thanks, Ashish. Very good observation. So I'm not going to ask a specific question to each individual. I would like to end this session by each of the participants reflecting on the questions they have been asked, and then can I just indulge, because I'm asking you to do something. So please reflect on the questions which have been asked, and also your final reflections on advice you would give to Ministry of Rural Development if they were designing and reimagining the next intervention on the rural urban, what would do? I would start with you, Rahul, first. You have only 2 to 3 minutes now.
Sure.
Yeah?
I'll start with the last question, sir. It's all about real estate and regulatory, because what we have, something is called the peri-urban areas, which are really the growth centers right now. And we need to have a proper planning. And the basic question is when to intervene, when to declare them as urban areas, and when to, and what are the parameters to identify that these are the areas which are going to become urban centers in the future. I think that is missing. That as an implementer in the field, as a person who's actually working on the field, that is the major challenge we are facing. And the second thing is about the land use. How to convert this agricultural land to an industrial land, and what kind of regulatory approach, whether it is the Metropolitan Development Authority or whether it is the town and country planning who should be doing the planning, that itself is a challenge. I think the second question was regarding whether we should develop an already or develop one, we should expand an urban area, or whether we should be developing a rural area. My point would be we should create more satellite cities. We should bring in more jobs to the satellite cities. We should identify areas which has the potential to become future urban areas. That will be the way ahead. And regarding the other issues which were thought upon regarding the rural livelihood, I think a colleague from Jharkhand has asked about the convergence. I think there's a lot of convergence, but the convergence has to happen in the panchayat level. It has to happen at the local body level. Right now it is only happening in the district level. I think that is something which we need to look at, and which we need to strengthen our, and also we need to train our local bodies. And one more major intervention which we require is really all these livelihood missions, whether it is NRLM or whether it is the SHGs, the classic definition of any rural livelihood is pertaining to certain farm and non-farm activities. And that is where we require more livelihood schemes to come up, and we should improve or we should rather facilitate our the rural enterprising. I think Mr. Madan was actually speaking. We don't have very good schemes in which we can enable our rural enterprises, because right now the government of Tamil Nadu has realized that way ahead will be promoting the MSMEs rather than having the huge industries coming in. The problem with the huge industries is they get a big incentive from the government and they just run away. They get land for cheap price. They get every tax holiday for cheap price, and at the end of the day, 10-15 years down the line, when the industry itself is not sustainable, or they have any problems, they will just run away along with whatever we have given, including the land. So I think MSMEs and unicorns and startups are something we should plan, and in the process we should also involve the rural people, the peri-urban people. I have already told the example of the Varndagatom project, the Tamil Nadu Rural Transformation Project we are doing through World Bank, wherein any project can be taken up, and first a business enterprise will be created. A lot of incentives are being given. So such projects needs to be involved for empowering the rural and the urban transition. Another thing is regarding the version 2.0, as was rightly pointed out, what should be the difference between Rurban and Pura. I've been involved in setting up a cluster in Rurban. What I found is that it has a top-down approach. Generally, the local bodies were not involved. It was a bureaucratically driven program, the Rurban. Most of the infrastructural gaps, what you call the critical gaps in that Rurban programs were selected in such a fashion that it was not consulted. So I think a version 2.0 should have 100% consultation with the people, with the local bodies, with the different SHGs. And the second thing is the livelihood part of the Rural has literally not taken off, especially the livelihood, the marketing, the different kind of challenges which all the esteemed panelists were mentioning that were not taken care of in the present rural. The present rural was much more concentrated on creating more infrastructures, like creating more health infrastructure, creating more educational infrastructure, rather than looking at skill development and livelihood. I think a version 2.0 should focus more on these aspects. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Rahul. It's a very good practitioner's perspective, which gives us a real insight into what is lacking and what could work. Now, I'll come to Mr. Vijayanand again. There's some specific questions to you, but you could add to, because we are now looking towards the future. We are looking towards the future, so look at answering questions, but more importantly, on what are the recommendations as we go forward.
Quickly, reconceptualizing urban, go back to the drawing board, read Dr. Abdul Kalam, and try it out. I was there when NRLM was being rolled out. We had what's called proof of concept. So there's no proof of concept of Pura. So go it and do it very slowly, maybe in 10 clusters, handheld, following the processes. Then probably we could see some sense. You can't do it in 300 clusters. It's impossible. And big investment and mandatory convergence of related centrally sponsored schemes. Mandatory convergence. So if a Pura cluster comes, PMJC will go there, NHM will go there, Samagra Sisha will go there, MSME will go there. If you do this, probably it's worth doing it. The second part is RD alone cannot do this. The big problem about convergence, which is mentioned by Manju, it doesn't exist. We speak, I have been lecturing a lot, I've even written on convergence, but you find that joint secretary himself or herself cannot converge two schemes under that person. So it's a kind of, I don't know what's the structural reason for that, but convergence, RD alone cannot do this. You have to converge with health, with education, as I mentioned, and more importantly, with MSME, food processing, especially want to develop this thing. And the answer to transforming is not shifting people, in situ. Any future thing should be in situ upgradation of facilities in rural areas, so that which includes this thing. Then, where SRLM, the ideal thing is the AMUL kind of thing, where enterprises are owned by the SHGs and quality is determined by a professional management, which looks little difficult, but your clustering and your SVEP opens some promise, and having experts to run around, could be from the community, maybe from outside, to guide these enterprises. So people tell me if the enterprises last for the first year, there will be a crisis. If they last for the second year, there will be another crisis. If they survive both the crises, they will last. I mean, it's a very rule of thumb. You can look at it. Then Narega NRLM. We have talked about for 10 years now. It's really not working. How should it work? The SHG should run the program. The VPRP should say how many days we need, what assets we need, which is automatically part of the labor budget. No other thing is required. If you do that, this convergence will do. I call it mother of convergence. Two institutions, Village Panchayat and SHG, two processes, VPRP and GPDP, and two big schemes, MGNRGS and NRLM. You can bring this convergence, the impact on poverty can be very, very dramatic. Then, taking forward this kind of thing, I would suggest that we are only talking of one session. Over the 2 days, a lot of practical suggestions would have come. Call the aspirational districts, not just the collector, some 2-3 people from the district, maybe CSOs working there, and discuss this threadbare. Can we do it? At least a model Pura in some part or some other kind of thing is worth it, because a lot of ideas have come. We have learned more about failures than successes, so that's a possibility. Then to the World Bank, even a theoretical study on how local governments, particularly Gram Panchayats, can contribute to this. It's only theoretical now because there's very little practice in the country, but they have money with them. If you can do that, it'll be really useful. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. As usual, Mr. Vijayanand is very to the point and really summarizes his learning into very succinct points. Partho, over to you, your reflections on what you have heard and your responses, and then I'll come to Madan in the end.
Thank you. So let me first begin with Ashish and what kind of urban do we see, right? The first thing that we realize is what kind of urban have we seen so far, whatever we are calling urban. In between 2001 and 2011, roughly about 90 million, the population went up by about 90 million. Out of that, about 40 was people who were natural growth of existing urban areas. 30 people moved out of urban areas. About 10 moved out of urban areas and about 30 moved back in. So that's migration contributed only about 20 to that story. Right? And the remaining 30 came in from the census town story, which is basically incorporation of new urban areas. So fundamentally what you had was a situation where in situ urbanization was what is already happening. Migration is not what is driving the Indian urban process so far. The second thing is we should not fear migration. It will happen, and it's a good thing, because people don't, I wasn't born in a place where I could do the kinds of things I'm doing today. So I moved. And that is, and some people will not move. The only thing that we need to ensure is movement is not by compulsion, but by choice. That's the only thing we need to do. Right? But movement per se is not a bad thing. Right? The second issue that I want to pick out is there is a lot, we need to focus a lot more on our smaller cities. I was just talking before we started about Tiruchengodu, a town near Tirupur, in Coimbatore actually, which essentially makes drilling rigs. It's like if you want a drilling rig, you go to Tiruchengodu. It's a small little town. How did it come to be there? And that's where Madan's story about entrepreneurship and where it is there is in place, and how this thing will evolve in the future, given the way technology is moving, we don't know. So the lesson for scheme development is rule 1, be flexible. Do not prescribe. Because we don't know what the economy of a particular geography is going to be. That is a decision that's best left to people in terms of designing. There are people like Rahul, there will be the district magistrate of MoU from, you said you're working in Jivika, the DM there would essentially, it's their job to make sure that convergence takes place, their job to propose that this is possible to design. It's only when they have to force fit their needs into something that the central scheme is telling you, that force fitting is where the loss takes place. So the less you help them to force fit, the more you trust them and not put them into rigid boxes, the better the outcome will be. So the second thing that, the point I would like to, and finally, 2 points on PMAY and SHGs. In the migration story, one of the good things that we are seeing about PMAY in the urban is a huge number, especially in the smaller places, has been with what we call beneficiary-led contribution housing. Not multi-story buildings that you see in the standard thinking of what redevelopment is. Most of PMAY housing, even in urban areas, has been self-built. People get their structures. One of the biggest innovations in PMAY is the transferring of the Indira Awas Yojana and the rural housing model to the urban areas. What that has done is create housing stock that is available for rent. And we are hoping that the rental market, especially the more affordable, smaller rental market that can accommodate the kind of migrants you're thinking of, will grow in places where this PMAY story is happening. So that's one issue that we need to think through, because it's expandable. Somebody can build a floor, a room, and structure and so on. The SHG story, one of the more interesting examples coming to this thing is in Orissa, where there's been this huge increase in liquid waste management as part of essentially the growth of the SBMs, the septic tanks, and then you essentially have septage management, and you have fecal sludge treatment plants. It's a decentralized process. Who is to provide that service? Interestingly, the government of Orissa has moved into SHGs providing septage management services across the state. One of the key issues there, financing is one. One of the reasons that financing looks high and interesting is the equity component, which is usually in place, is not available to people who are part of the SHG stories. And that's why also the financing interest bank rates are high.
Partha, you have 1 minute.
The last thing. So the question, therefore, is, can you think of schemes, can you think of structures where you help provide that equity component to these enterprises? It gives the banker a certain basis, and it gives them a certain ability to absorb that structure, and then the financing models might be much more effective. And with these kinds of services that are coming through, the demand side will be taken care of much more. And this is true, earlier true with the bank's work in AP urban missions, where you provided a whole bunch of local services through SHGs and structures. And there'll be lots of structures in that space. I'm sure Madan will have many more examples. So it's a possibility to do in that particular structure, rather than forcing them to do craft, staff, etc., whatever the mind of the particular government official is at that point in time. So flexibility and local service provision, I think, would be a way to go forward. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Partha. And Madan, over to you for your last word.
Sure.
Not the last words, but the final thoughts you want to leave with others.
Yeah. 3 points, I think. One, responding to that question on, I love the idea of the Ministry of Local Economy Development. I think convergence is the key. At GAME, we've kind of created a concept called as a National Entrepreneurship Mission. We've started off in Maharashtra, trying to implement a district entrepreneurship mission. And the whole idea is, how do we bring variety of schemes, departments, various industries working there, all on a common understanding of a local entrepreneurship-driven economy, and how do we support entrepreneurs? And I think that's super critical. One of the things that I would also probably reimagine is, how do we reimagine the roles, and is there a separate group of people that must be created across ministries itself to start looking, which will eventually move into a new structure. The second, as we grapple with all the business as usual stuff, I think it is time and very critical for us to start reimagining. So is there a think tank? Is there a set of ideas, again, from a World Bank angle? Can we look at a district transformation roadmap for the next 25 years for every district in the country, which is bubbled up from bottom up and reimagined in a very different way? And can we use that as a lodestar? Of course, it's not a cast in stone, but can it be reviewed every year, every 3 years, every 5 years, to say, where are we, how is the winds blowing, and what is the new trajectories that we need to catch? It gives us a real-time alignment rather than catching this in hindsight, right? Third, and there, how do you then bring experimentation? One of the wonderful initiatives I've been very privileged to be a part of MRD is the whole Sankalp initiative. We're trying to work with startups, right? So especially as we reconceptualize some of it, can we create a fund where we can tell startups, listen, this is available, here is the challenge, almost like an X-Prize challenge. Can we create a series of challenges and invite industry, startups to solve for those challenges and prove models, so that then we can showcase them as exemplars and fit it back into the district transformation models to say it is possible. So I would think that, especially the next 3 to 5 years, if we can give a lot of our energies towards creating a framework for reimagining, then it's about the planning and execution, which will make sure that it's just not India, but the same model is applicable anywhere in the world. And I think that's the opportunity we have from here, that how do you help rural be reimagined world over, and what can we start from here? Thank you.
Thanks a lot. There's a lot of rich ideas from all areas. So I can't even summarize this because I think there's a food for thought for MORD and the World Bank team to take these ideas and but just to bring a global perspective, because my current role, we run about 56 innovation challenges globally right now. And this is the model we are following, is that we give different challenges, different people emerge, they work on those problems, and then we pick 20 and we scale them up in our programs rather than having a central idea. The same way Mr. Vijayan is saying, let's get the aspirational districts together, combine the reimagining thing in those places, work on that, and then draw what comes out of that rather than have a central guideline. So we have a huge scheme fixation. Every time we think scheme is a solution to everything. So I think this is the one which will not happen through a scheme. As we know from the Urban Mission, the way the scheme did not lead to the desired changes there. So I think if we can reimagine this process, there is a knowledge and learning agenda. I think we need to bring a community of practice on local economic development. We have just initiated in the World Bank what we call is a knowledge silo breaker. And that knowledge silo breaker is on local economic development, because we realize that a lot of our global practices cannot solve this problem alone. As you, sir, said that it's not just RD. So I think we have about 11 global practices working together and trying to do a silo breaker there. I think something similar is needed there. Maybe RD can take the lead in becoming the coordinator of that silo breaker, but I think this needs the silos to be broken. But wonderful ideas came today, a lot of rich insights from the thought leadership and the research experience which Parthu, and I completely agree with him about the migration. When we did the Jivika, we did not realize migration as a problem. So first time in a rural livelihood project, we funded a migration resource center in Gurgaon for Bihari migrants to get an end-to-end support even after they migrate. We funded a center in Bangalore as a part of a rural project. We had never done this before. So I think we have to reimagine what we can fund, what we can invest, and study what you said, sir, is also equally important, because we haven't captured these lessons together. And I think we will rely a lot on Rahul to give us some insights into what this next generation should look like, because you have already tried some things in Changalpet and you know what works and what not works. Thank you very much to the esteemed panelists and the audience for actively listening. We have kicked off the day 2 quite well, and more exciting things are to follow. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Professor Partha, for such a wonderful and insightful session. And yes, this panel has focused on a point that we need to keep reimagining and reflecting, and probably now is not the time to celebrate as yet, because Delhi abhi dur hai. And also we need to rethink about our perception regarding urban and rural India. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll take a quick 5-minute break before we begin the next session. Please be back on time. 11:30 sharp, we'll begin the next session. Amazing. All of you to take your seats so that we can quickly begin the next session. So welcome back to the second session of the day and fifth session of the conference. And the theme of this session is Reimagining the Design of Collectives. Strong women collectives are a key enabler to women's economic empowerment. The DAY NRLM has extensively promoted women's collectives, self-help groups and federated institutions, built financial, human and social capital and impacted gender equality, poverty eradication and inclusive growth. Over time, women's economic collectives such as producer organizations were promoted to mobilize women members around a common economic activity. In some states, social groups were formed to address specific issues related to gender equality or as a platform for social action. The time is apt to look at the future of women's platforms, SHGs and their federations and producer collectives, particularly from the perspective of Ministry of Rural Development as a promoter of these institutions. So to deliberate on this very important theme, we have a very diverse panel comprising of experts from civil society organizations, grassroots organizations, government organizations and academia. Let me welcome our very esteemed panel for this session. First of all, I would like to invite on stage moderator, Mr. Anjani Kumar Singh, Senior Program Officer, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please. And our panelists are Mr. Shaji KV, Chairperson, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD. Mr. C.S. Reddy, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Andhra Pradesh Mahila Abhivruddhi Society. Ms. Reema Nanavati, Director, Self-Employed Women's Association, SEVA. Professor M.S. Sriram, Chairperson, Center for Public Policy, IIM Bengaluru, I'm sorry. IIM Bangalore. Mr. John Schrijver, Project Manager, Rabobank from Netherlands. So over to you, Mr. Anjani Kumar Singh. IIM Bangalore and Bengaluru.
Thank you. And thank you for coming to the room, immediately after the tea break. All well in time. We have to reimagine, collectives. India has been a very fertile place when it comes to the collectives. Starting from, the Kishan Club or water user associations, self-help groups, farmer producers company, cooperatives. There's so many, collectives which exist in India and in such a large number. I don't think, there is any place on the globe where so many collectives in different form which exist and not only exist, but also have a connect with the, the larger mainstream organizations. As you heard yesterday, in the NRLM presentation, SSG dealing with the with the commercial banks, private sector banks and all. So in the beginning, let me invite Madam Sarda Muralidharan, CJ Officer of Indian Administrative Service of Kerala cadre, having more than 30 years of experience in the government, and she is a authority when it comes to local governance, rural development, women's economic empowerment, and all. And currently she holds as a position of the Additional Chief Secretary, Local Self-Government Department of Kerala. Madam, may I invite you to come to the stage and share your initial thoughts and reflections.
Said by Mr. Vijayanand earlier in the day. It helps to be reflective. So what was the purpose for organizing women together, bringing them together as self-help groups? It could be that we wanted to bring money into the hands of women. It could be that we wanted them to come together and improve their agency. Agency is a very loaded word in what it means as far as concerned. But if I were to say that what is really the purpose of collectivizing poor women, I would not start with financial inclusion, I would start with voice. I would say that it is important for the poor to have voice and for that voice to be heard. And through that voice and through collectivization, what also happens is self-confidence. And for self-confidence to happen, the very fact that you are at the bottom of the table, as it were, of the power table, you need support. You need hand-holding. And the poor functioning as the peers hand-holding each other is extremely important. For the system, it is about the messaging as well. It is a messaging of hope. It is a messaging of aspiration. It is a messaging of entitlements that you want to reach out. Basically, it's also about targeting, right? We've had scheme after scheme in the area of poverty reduction, and almost invariably they have been hit by poor targeting and by the fact that we have not been able to get to the right person in the right time. So it's also about that. And it's about contribution. Close to 50% of the population regarding itself as productive and contributing to the economy and the polity of the country. That is a very big and important ask. And being able to give them that confidence of that is, I think, one of the reasons why we actually collectivize poor women. And we've done that. We've done that in NRLM. We've been doing it in projects, the World Bank projects of before. We've done it in Kerala independently of these projects as well, through the Kudumbashree model. And it's not been an easy road. It's difficult because when you are trying to empower the weak, you are then interfering with power structures, with systems, and it means that you are also creating and you are also in danger of perhaps perpetrating the very thing that you want to avoid. So you find, and this is something that we have seen in Kerala as well, is that the women collective itself becomes an end in itself. It becomes prone to elite capture, that their vested interests develop within the system, and these vested interests could be internal, these vested interests could be external, and none of these are good for the collective. If we want to, when I started working in government, my very romantic notions of how we improve society was like, it's all about social development. And then he said that social development is not really getting you anywhere. It's economic. You've got to, financial growth and development is the key. And then you realize that the financial growth for people who are disempowered, it does not happen. It cannot happen in a vacuum. You've got to take on power structures. You've got to negotiate systems. You've got to develop the capability of doing that. So it is political. There is absolutely no question about it that the financial is political. So handling the politics of it is something that we actually need to equip our organizations with. With NRLM is beginning to get there. Kudumbashree already has 25 years we celebrated last month. 25 years is a very long time for an organization to be in play. It also means that this organization can get into becoming redundant, complacent, and full of itself and routine. So routinization is something that we need to be in guard against. And of course, for an organization like Kudumbashree, and I'm talking about this, it's going to be a problem you'll face later on, is the fact that the organization itself ages. And its inclination to do things changes with its age profile. So then comes this question, how about the young, the ones who are, the next generation? How do you bring them in? And when we are reimagining our collective, we need to think about how we bring in the new also into the system. So what are the needs that we have? Why do we want to change? Are we looking at doing more of the same but in perhaps better? Is that what we really want to do? We are aiming at transformation, but is the transformation that we are aiming at, is it incremental? Or is it something that's going to be quick and ready? Because the country today is in a hurry. So if the country is in a hurry, then we have to be in a hurry as well. So how do you make haste slowly, or do you find that brilliant thing that will enable us to transform very rapidly? And I would like to, and I find it happens to me all the time. I speak after Mr. Vijayanand does. And I find myself saying the things that he already has spoken about. Well, I mean, that's part of the price of having very similar trajectories and me having been his disciple for quite a long period of time. So this is what I had noted here, that perhaps it's been something that's been bothering me for a while, that we think of, when we went into direct targeting of poverty and income generation schemes through the IRDP, starting from there, maybe we made a mistake. And what I was going to say was that we should have perhaps focused on health, education, nutrition. Lo and behold, he says that in the morning. That yes, that collectives, maybe it's not the direct targeting and the direct intervention that's important, it is about the enabling. And so can we think in terms of enabling our collectives to be powerful? Which would mean that how do we invest in their education? How do we invest in their health? How do we empower them to take care of each of these? And do we have a roadmap to developing that? Another question which comes in is about gender equality and equity. How is it that you can, because one of the raison d'etre of the collective of this nature is about claiming equity, claiming equality, being able to, because you know that it is not going to be granted down to you on a silver plate. You have to claim it. So how do you get to claim it? And unless you claim it, you are not going to be productive. You are not going to be a full citizen. So it is about claiming full citizenship, ultimately. So can the collective be reimagined in such a way that these women are able to overcome all the negatives, all the power disparities which are keeping them down, and help them blossom? This is the question, which would also mean the self-interest. The interest, what is the collective self-interest and how do you promote it? And when we do all of that, there is this question, because ultimately, NRLM, Kudumbashree, all of us are about empowering the poor, about making them relevant in the ecosystem of the productive ecosystem, giving them the skills, the capability, and to move out of poverty and to stay out of it. But that also means that we have to deal with the outsider, because, time to go? Okay. So, and the outsider is, and this is an interesting problem that we are facing in Kerala as well, because you have migrants coming in, we call them guest workers, and their families coming in, and the system doesn't, the system of poverty management doesn't look at them. And it's important to do so, because disregarding them is that you're doing the very same, committing the very same crime unto the migrant that was committed to the poor, whom we are now bringing out of poverty. So since I've been told to wrap up in 2 minutes, I will just quickly talk of the areas of engagement that I think would be very interesting for us to look at. Kudumbashree has, in the area of production and enterprise, our experience is perhaps the longest and most durable in the country. But today we are looking at important new things. One is the scope of women collectives coming in as local aggregators. COVID taught us a lot of lessons. It gave us a lot of problems, but it also showed us that there were opportunities that we did not know, did not recognize that actually exist. So local aggregators, the digital spaces and the opportunity, that digital knowledge itself is power, and that could be something which could be leveraged well. Another thing that would be important is about green energy, climate resilience, the way of the future, the problems of the future. And by virtue of building capability to handle that, you would also be looking at new opportunities for growth and for development. Control over the resources. So one last example of an interesting way of collective, and I would like to tie it up with the session that we had before, where we were talking about transitioning from the urban and the rural spaces and that continuum. I distinctly remember a conversation about waste management and about how the urban waste handled in the rural areas, and rural can become resource for the urban, but the very fact that the rural is urbanizing means that the problems of the urban are reaching the rural as well. And we have right now in Kerala created what is known as the Haritha Karma Sena. 33,000 women in all the local governments of the state, both rural and urban, are collecting waste on a daily basis. And this has been very difficult because there is a value connotation on waste collection, but at the same time there is money in it if you do it right. And by the right kind of hand-holding, we find women who are getting 30,000, 40,000 rupees a month that they've been out of this, and in rural areas too, mind you. So, and also, today morning I just had this beautiful little message which came because we had these Haritha Sabhas yesterday in which we honored the Haritha Karma Senas. And they were talking about how, the power of, because they have learned to go digital because they, QR coded housing and collection is being done under this. So they've learned how to work the smartphones. They've learned to do this. They become green technicians. They become advisors. And the community of people has learned to respect them. And so the whole idea of waste and what it connotates, they have been able to transform. And I think that's where we need to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think you brought the whole rights, equity, and the control perspective to the collectives. You mentioned about, the financial is political. Some people say personal is political. I think you mentioned so rightly that, the starting point for any collectives is, the voice and confidence. And when I go and interact with the self-help groups, it comes out so, vividly that when you talk to the SAG members, the first thing that they say, that they have got is the name, identity, and the confidence being part of these collectives and all. Now it's time to get back to the the panel. We have such a steamed panel. I don't think we can have we could have a better panel than this. What we have sitting on the dais. We have representations from academia, the practitioners, bankers, regulators, and also, we'll also get to hear from, John from the global perspective. We have around 60 minutes, 65 minutes. And I know that in this full house, there are also people who have been, sitting here who have a huge experience, knowledge, and resource in this space. So I would like to reserve the last 20 minutes at least. And some of those, people from the audience, I will also request them to share their thoughts. So we'll reserve around 20 minutes for the audience. Out of that, 10 minutes to select people, and the rest 10 minutes for the open question answers and all. And I get the right to choose who would be those people and all. Let me, I will request my panel colleagues to, hopefully we'll get 2 rounds, but if not, be, very brief. I think 3 to 4 minutes of your initial reflection would be really, really helpful. Let me start with, Rima Men. Rima Men, I think you don't need any introduction. I think you represent SEWA. And SEWA also does not require any introduction. I think your work is both known in India as well as globally. And your association has been with SEWA has been quite long, as well as SEWA associations with collectives has been equally quite of a long duration. 2 things if you could just reflect on. One is when it comes to the collectives, how do you bring the the member centrality into the collectives, so that we don't lose sight on the member and not just focus on the collectives. That's the one point. And the second is, I think in the context, the whole ecosystem has changed quite a lot with the technological advancement, the outreach of both what we call it, the Bazaar and Sarkar to Samaj. I think that has also changed over a period of time. So in this changing ecosystem, how do you see the role of the collectives and the promoters changing and the SEWA experience around that? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, and I think it was good you didn't give my introduction. That gives me real clear 4 minutes to say, to respond to what you said. And I think I speak here on behalf of our 2.5 million members, all poor women workers in the informal economy, and 2/3 of our membership is rural. And what I would like to say here, when we speak about member-centric, development, is we reimagine the development of rural India as the Gramin Azadi or the Tisri Azadi. We had the political freedom, and then we also heard about Amul and Kutumshri and other areas which brought about economic freedom. But I still feel that the rural India doesn't, and especially women in the rural areas, don't experience that freedom, and therefore if we reimagine in the context of Gramin Azadi or Tisri Azadi, and that's the responsibility collectively of all of us as well. And I think also when I was working on the Global Commission on the Future of Work at the ILO, the most far-reaching takeaway for me was that why do we need to be member-centric is that future of work is both women and rural. It is going to be more and more work, real work, and will come from the rural areas. And from the rural areas, again, women will play a big role. And it will be done by women and for women. So I think that is also one of the reasons why we need to be more member-centric. And when we talk about collectives, which may be cooperatives, federations, SHGs, associations, I think we also need to be very mindful that, the rural women or the members of these associations still don't remain producers or suppliers, but they also eventually become the owners and managers of their own enterprises. It may be cooperatives, it may be associations, federations, for-profit, not-for-profit companies. And I think that is why to have member-centric approach or members as the core becomes very, very important. And it's not just that I'm saying it from the sake of saying it, but I can give you n number of examples. We have Kamla, our food centered chain, and we now have Kamla, it started with 1 Kamla, but we have now 15 Kamlas in the city of Ahmedabad alone. And that's how do you bring the rural produce, pulses, spices, fruits, so farmers, orchard owners, grain, everybody to the city. And I think, therefore, what we need to do is that how can we have Kamlas in every university in the country, and I have Professor Sriram here as well, and I have NABARD on my side, and you here, you know, who control the purse. And I think, therefore, we do need to work on these kind of things. And that's how you bring the rural to the urban, and that's what reimagining India is, and not, you know, so the producers remain where they are, but you know, the market comes to them. And I think the message that I would really like to bring about is twofold. One is what our founder Ilaben taught us is Anubandh, which is interconnectedness or correlation. Whatever we do, how does it impact you know, the surrounding? How does it impact? And so I think that is one thing. And the second is the whole messages of building an economy of nurturance. So we cannot only focus on rural and women, but we must see that, you know, how does the agenda impact in totality? How is it affecting other national and global initiatives on rural food infrastructure, health, women's empowerment, and also how is it impacting the rural environment and the lives all around us on this planet? So that is co-create, co-impact, and co-benefits. And so reimagining rural development will co-create, build mutuality, and be locally led under women's leadership. And that's where, again, you know, women-centric collectivization plays a role. And building an economy of nurturance. So the purpose of rural management is not just management, but management for change. Management in change in rural poverty, change in rural vulnerability, and women have to take charge of it. And that is why you again need women-centric. So how do you, what is this economy of nurturance? That economy where women and workers collaborate. That economy where economic growth is not at the cost of the ecosystem. That economy where water harvesting is more profitable than water pumping, and where planting trees brings more profit than cutting trees. And I think that is where you need, I am trying to answer your question of, you know, Bazaar, Sarkar, and Samaj. Unless and until we work on building an economy which is a nurturing economy. And I think it is now time that we let women lead that process in the rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I mean, let the women lead the whole economy of you know, nature and nurture. If I may, you know, Mr. Saji Krishnan, if I you know, ask you, I think the NABARD again, you know, Mr. Krishnan is the chairperson NABARD, and NABARD, you know, engagement in terms of promoting, building cooperatives, you know, it can't be overemphasized. You have been, you know, involved in these collectives and cooperatives from day one, and not only providing the financial support, but also a lot of brain power that you have, you know, brought to this space. You personally have been very passionately leading this, you know, the work around modernization of the primary agriculture cooperative societies. So, you know, your thoughts and reflections around, you know, modernization of these packs, as well as, you know, what has been the past experience and what are we learning from our past work, and, you know, what we are doing differently currently. So I think if you would throw some lights on that. And the second part, I would also, you know, request you, because your engagement is both with the SAG's work as well as with the FPO's work. And some people in some conversations, I keep hearing that SAG is a collective of past, whereas the FPO is a collective of future. Any thoughts and reflections around both these ideas? Over to you.
Okay, thank you. So 3 parts of that: cooperatives, SHGs, and FPOs. I'll take the SHGs first, because to have an organic link, NABARD started this SHG program, SHG Bank Linkage program rather, and then as an action research it came, and then it was taken over, rather it was handed over to government One thing we should be keeping in mind is that the social mobilization which we need to do of the scale which India has to achieve, I think government has to be there. In any private, of course, in bits and pieces we can have the social mobilization. So understandably, government came into the right time and started this NRLM movement. And whatever Madam Sharada Muralidharan was telling about the successes in Kerala. Kerala, of course, is a different is of a different social setting. So any any of such movements will be lapped up in Kerala, and then we have to now see SHG bank linkage program after 30 years. When NABARD reflects, still there is a credit concentration towards areas which have been socially developed. Like in South, if you see the credit to GDP ratio of an average of around 60, which India has, South is almost at around 85 or to 90, or even in some states it is more than 100 also. If you see the states like Tamil Nadu and Kerala, the credit to GDP ratio is upwards of 200. Had the social movement not been there also, credit would have been concentrated on these areas. But whereas the credit gap, if you see in central India or eastern India, is to the scale of 75%, even in NRLM. So there, what I see is that Orissa and Bihar may be an outlier because of local interventions or focused attention by the governments over there. So we wanted to replicate whatever has been done in Orissa or Bihar to other states as well, because we see that the CD ratio of central area and also maybe some parts of northern India is somewhat around 40%, whereas ideal should be 60. So credit is a primary mover of development. That is what NABARD also believe, development through credit. So on that context, when we thought about the next stage, of course, the farmer producer organizations came into being. In India, as we develop, so the international evidence is that once a country develops, there will be a lot of consolidations happening rather than fragmentation. But India's case is little different because of the population pressure which we have. So a lot of fragmentation happened as country developed. So collectivization again of the fragmented land holdings is what NABARD thought of. So we thought about an action research projects similar to what we did in 80s for SHG, and that way the farmer producer organizations came into being. Now, as we move ahead, and understandably, government also stepped in with the central sector scheme of around forming 10,000 more farmer producer organizations, and we are at midway of implementation of that central scheme. Then we realized that no, we don't have proper wherewithal at the grassroots level to manage these organizations, because farmer producer organizations were envisioned as companies where the Companies Act and then CEO need to be there. A lot of management bandwidth need to be there, which is unfortunately not there in many of the states. Here again, the South is leading now in terms of formation and also in terms of accessing credit. South is leading. So we want to concentrate more on other areas where, like in central and eastern, where we need to actually intervene for social mobilization as well as for ensuring that there is equity in development. You see, India is developing fast. But one part is going at double digit, the other part is dragging at around 5 or less than 5. So that is not a situation which we need to be in. So in that count, FPOs now we need to reimagine FPOs. That is what the thought within NABARD also came, and Government of India also was having almost similar thought. And that count, you all know that new Department of Cooperation, though cooperation is a state subject, central government want to have some sort of standardization of cooperatives across the country. The word cooperation itself will come with a lot of politicization. We have a negative feeling about cooperatives. So NABARD being the supervisor of the cooperative banks, we initially started with digitizing the cooperative banks, which is, of course, they want to be on par with any other bank. But the grassroots level, the primary agriculture credit societies, so that they were all neglected and left to fend for themselves. So there, what we are now thinking is to kick C out of that PACS, that is Primary Agriculture Credit Society. That credit should not be the focus. The primary societies should become value chain players, so that whatever welfare they create out of their activity should remain within their members. And for that, a lot of governance aspects need to be there. There are a lot of transparency need to be there because these are all legacy institutions with a lot of balance sheet issues and such other things. We saw that when we computerized cooperative banks, a lot of imbalances and unrecognized incomes, rather the NPAs were there, which were all put under the carpet. So that should not again happen in the cooperative societies. So we thought of bringing in transparency with all the inconsistencies which they have now. We don't want to precipitate the issues at the first stage itself. So first what we are thinking of is to enable them technologically. For that we are in the process of computerizing close to around 70,000 primary agriculture credit societies. With state government ownership also be there. So we hopefully will complete the whole of computerization project by January of this year, of 2024. That is within the financial year itself. We hope to do that. The 1,000 of that packs will be computerized maybe by first week of July, and then we'll have a large project approach for computerizing another close to 70,000. With that, what we are simultaneously trying to do is that to improve the governance, and the same mistake which we faced in the FPOs should not repeat here. The governance and the management bandwidth need to be there. So we are actually now in the process of simultaneously handholding people and also bringing in more people with knowledge about cooperatives and certification in cooperatives. So that process is also on. You might have heard about putting up a cooperative university. So there also we are a part of that movement. So we are going to put up a central university by Department of Cooperation, and then we will have regional centers and then certifications for, because 70,000 packs plus another 2 lakh packs, which is what we are envisioning. It is not packs, it is activity groups. So, so with that, roughly, if you calculate at the rate of 3 per packs, around 6 lakh manpower additionally is needed, apart from the 70,000 which we had. Roughly around 8 lakh to maybe 10 lakh new persons will be there, trained professionals need to be there. So we are working parallelly with that, and we have a training institute which is overseeing all these activities. So going forward, what we feel is that the FPO movement should be actually subsumed into the cooperative movement, because we are targeting the same set of people. In SHG, we were targeting women. Now we are targeting male members mostly, because land is owned by the male members of the family. So the male members need to be targeted, aggregated, and they should be active players in the value chain rather than being primary producer and then selling off their produce without any processing or anything like that. So these societies, the primary societies, the new 2 lakh which we told is not packs, it is the activity-based societies which will be coming in. So they will be the producers, and they will be accessing credit through either the cooperative network or with the banking network which we had. Right now, availability of credit is not the issue, but then to make that demand, the supply is there, but the demand need to be created. But then for that, the bankers should be convinced about the business proposition or the borrowers which they are confronting with. So we need to activate these packs. So technology is one part which we'll do. Then parallelly we'll have the HR to be taken care. But then we are mindful that these are all highly politicized things. So we, in a democracy, we have to live with politics. But then we will try to minimize the political control over that. But then the corporate or cooperative governance is what we are looking at. The governance improvement in cooperatives side by side. And we hope that with these collectives coming in, the welfare in the rural areas will be improving, and the development aspect also will be taken care, the equity in development. That is what we are aiming at. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think, you started with development through credit, and then, we heard that, how you were trying to also get credit plus approach into the whole modernization of the cooperatives. Now I'll move to CS. CS, you heard, Mr. Saji Krishnan talking about, that they are targeting male members as part of the FPO. And I know that you have been the leading voice in suggesting that, the FPO should be promoted out of the SHG ecosystems. And I know you have been working, quite a lot, you and your organization have been working in terms of, already you have started a process of reimagining all these women collectives and all, and the several work, that you have done. I would request two things, if you could focus on. One is this whole, the pathway of building FPO ecosystems out of the SAG ecosystems, and especially if there are any design level modeling, changes which requires to be done when we promote women-led FPOs and all. And also in terms of the whole formulation and registration, what is that requires to be done at the ecosystem level and the regulatory level. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anjani. I think, this is a very, what should I say, exciting times in India, post-COVID, so we seem to have these gatherings. And I think the whole context of reimagining the design of collectives is a very important one after the 30 years of the SHG movement in India. I thought Dr. Vijayanand in the morning was provocative and said, before we celebrate, we should reflect. So I thought maybe I'll just mention a couple of points in the form of reflection. One reflection which I want to mention, I'm sure some in the audience may not find it too palatable, but traveling across India, I get a sense that the SHG movement, the foundation is weakening a bit at the ground level. While we are looking at the village organizations, cluster level federations, the SHGs themselves, maybe there is monotony, there is boredom, but so how do we look at strengthening the foundation, I think is something when we talk about institutional design. The second, which is an important one, is, what is the kind of whole autonomy and independence of these collectives? Whether they are the self-help groups, their federations, even the farmer producer organizations. How do we make sure that they are business organizations, they are, membership-based organizations? Reema talked about the member centrality. So somehow one gets the feeling that they are increasingly becoming top-down organizations instead of being bottom-up, and the needs and aspirations of the members being the critical piece. So that's the second thought I have. The third is, when we have all the state rural livelihood missions, the whole idea of a sensitive support system, is that kind of on the wane? I think we need to really look at how do they rediscover themselves, they reinvent themselves as truly, organizations that create an enabling and empowering institutions. So that's, I think, those are the three reflections that I have. In fact, when we were discussing in the preparation, when you talk about Germany or Netherlands or other countries, in those countries, the collectives thrive because the ecosystem is more enabling, more empowering, and the government is not the promoter. So I think that's something one needs to think about. So for the Rural Development Ministry, or for all of us in this room, to see how do we really create that kind of an enabling ecosystem in the country. Just in terms of the two questions that Anjani asked, how do we go forward from where we are? Both in terms of SHGs and federations and the farmers' collectives. I think building institutions is time consuming. I think we need to understand whether it is a cluster level federation or a farmer producer organization or even a federation of farmer producer organization. And so it doesn't happen just because you have a central sector scheme, or it doesn't happen simply because you thought about it. So the few ideas that I have in terms of the reimagining or the vision for the future, and by the way, AP Mas organized over the past 2 years with the support of NABARD 2 national conferences of the representatives of SHG federations, and we had 20 states participate. And they came up with a vision for the 2030 for the SHG federations. And one of the things all women demanded, and I want to put before you, is that we want autonomy and independence. We don't want to be controlled by the staff. We don't want to be controlled by the government. We don't want to be going to the political meetings. So that's the kind of request that they have. And they want to evolve in the way it is most appropriate in their context. So I think number one suggestion that I have is, how do we look at these collectives as business entities of the members, members being owners, managers, users, and controllers of their organizations? Of course, they'll have a professional support. So that's, I think, is the first and most important. And they cannot be business organizations if they are perpetually dependent on state support, whether it is in the form of revolving fund or community investment fund, or the so-called equity grant that is available. So I think in the reimagining, looking at them as business organizations is one important aspect. The second, in terms of the ecosystem development, is how do we make sure that our regulations, our laws are enabling for them to be autonomous and independent. And I think in 2020, we had the Supreme Court judgment which said right to form cooperatives is ensured under 19(1)(c). So I think we seem to be all the time violating that. In fact, even if we have to do one thing, all state laws and even the central laws of cooperation have to be amended if they have to be in compliance with 19(1)(c). So most states and central government do control collectives. So how do we kind of get out of that situation? The third suggestion that I have is, if you want to build capacity, if you want to build capability, if you want them to be autonomous and independent, there needs to be a sensitive support system, not of the government alone, but maybe of NGOs, maybe of private sector, maybe of organizations and institutions that are capable of doing that. So I think we need to broad base this incubation, mentoring, and support to these kind of collective enterprises that I want to mention. And I think, I have a problem with saying that, farmers is about men, but I think 70% or over 70% of agriculture is done by women. So I think building on this 30 years of SHG system, the social capital we have built, the kind of financial capital we have built, I think having all women FPOs or majority of women led FPOs, both in the shareholding as well as in the leadership, I think is, in my opinion, capitalizing on the wonderful work that has been done by many of us in this room. So, I am a votary for all women FPOs or women-led FPOs. Or even I want to go one step further and be provocative and say, maybe we don't have to promote so many FPOs, but look at the cluster-level federations as organizations that engage in agriculture value chain development. Because building maybe 100,000 FPOs costs a lot of money and takes a lot of effort. I think a lot of organizations involved in FPO promotion are simply spending their time just mobilizing share capital. So if we really want to reimagine, how do we build on the huge institutions that we have? 500,000 SHG federations in the country. And of that, at least 50,000 are the cluster level federations are of a higher order. So why do we need to reinvent the wheel? Why do we need to do it simply because it's a government scheme or a government program? And that's kind of, in my opinion, waste of time. And also, I think for these community-based organizations as business enterprises, collective enterprises, they need to have a role of self-regulation, self-supervision, self-control. And I think the federations, I think, Sriram, we were debating about SHG bank linkage is working wonderfully well. They today manage around 3 lakh crores. their own money and bank money. So maybe the federations can perform the role of rating, maybe the role of auditing, maybe the role of, again, looking at the European model. Can there be a self-regulatory system? Even in Kudumbashree, we have the Kudumbashree Audit and Account Services. So can we have that kind of a system so that it's not perpetually dependent on the staff of the SRLMs or the state government, because the degeneration will happen. And finally, I want to mention that for these institutions to be autonomous and independent business organizations led by the women, I want to mention that the legal form is very important. I'm not a votary for a SHG federation law, because again, that's very limiting. But we need a law in the context of the Supreme Court judgment, in the context of the 97th constitutional amendment, that truly promotes enterprises of the members, both women and men. In fact, I think we should really maybe move forward. Like in the morning, there was a discussion about this division, or the binary nature of rural and urban may not be the most appropriate. So this division of men and women. So look at family as a unit, and look at a legal and regulatory system that truly allows members to come forward. Any public good in terms of capacity building, ecosystem development, infrastructure development for food processing and other value addition can be done by government. But maybe we should stop giving equity grant, stop giving community investment fund, because the members lose ownership. I think, we cannot have community-based organizations perpetually dependent on the doles, whether they come from the World Bank or whether they come from wherever they come. They must be driven by their capital, whether it is savings, whether it is equity, whether it is deposits. Then only the ownership is strong, the responsibility is strong, the entire cooperative values and principles will be practiced by the members. Otherwise, we'll have a debris of organizations that may not survive in the long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CS. I think that's the best part of you being a panel member, that you don't, mind even bringing, I don't know whether that's a bitter truth or bitter facts, but telling, what you feel about certain things and all. So thank you for, raising some of those important elements, which is a very critical, part of the reimaginations of the collective. So, thank you for bringing those issues and all. Let me now go to one person which adds a very unique, brings a very unique, skill sets. And Professor Siram, you are the one person who have written most in this space, have been researching on this space. So if I request you to share, and I know you'll have so many things to talk about it, but if you share two thoughts. One is, which CS also raised that in India still largely the whole, the interface between collectives and with the mainstream financial institution has been at the primary level. For example, the SHG gets linked with the the commercial bank and public sector and private sector banks and all, are not the federation. So do you see, as part of the reimagination, one should look at the possibilities and whether that there is a need for looking at that element, that the federation gets connected with the large scale the financial institutions. And the second, as you heard from CS also, that as of now, in terms of the building collectives, largely there has been a public sector investments. What is the role that we see the private sector in terms of building these collectives and also, doing business with them? So, if you could share your thoughts and insights around that, I think that will be super helpful. Over to you.
Since I'm next to the podium, I'll take the advantage of standing. As a prof, it's easier for me to stand and speak. Well, I'll make a couple of points. The disadvantage of coming fourth is that several of the points I've already made. The disadvantage of having a prior discussion is some of the points are stolen by CS, but that's okay. doesn't matter. Nevertheless, I'll start by asking this provocative question, why do we need collectives at all? We don't need collectives. You know, then let's try and justify why do we need collectives. The only reason why we need collectives is the contractual relationship between the provider of services and the user of services is always disproportionate. There's a power imbalance. And in order to negotiate that power imbalance, you need a collective voice. And that's the only reason why we need collectives, nothing more. Now, therefore, going beyond, you know, if the self-help groups have been able to negotiate with the banks, with the help of you know, external support of you know, civil society organizations, government, NRLM, NGOs and so on. If they were able to negotiate with the bank for financial services that this is the terms of engagement, then why do we need a federation, right? So that is the question that we need to ask. We somehow end up creating these organizations, and then the organizations exist because they want to exist, rather than there is a purpose for that. So when we are talking of federations, is there a need for a federation? With the collective architecture, there might be need for federations for articulating some collective concerns, not for financial intermediation. If the private sector is, or the public sector banks are already providing financial intermediation and you're able to negotiate with the bank, you don't need a federation to come in between the SHG and the bank in order to do the intermediation. So there are other forms of things. So in one sense, what we possibly need is very strong collectives at the base level, which can negotiate a whole lot of things. Weak federations. Weak federations, when I say, I'm not saying morally weak federations, but financially, it should not. The problem with very financially, federations with financial concentration is that then they start dictating the terms for the primaries. They become so more powerful than the primaries and attract all sorts of interests. That's one question that I'd like to leave you with. Second is that sometimes we do need large organizations because there are some activities which cannot happen without scale. Let's take banking, for instance. Your usual savings and credit can happen at the credit union level, but if you are looking at something like an insurance product or a mutual fund or access to a credit card or a modern this thing which is interconnected, you certainly need a strong upper tier organization. The question is, should that upper tier organization be controlled and governed by the members of the primary? That's a question that we need to ask. Or should that be somewhat de-linked, and if it's a marketplace, can we just negotiate membership in that organization rather than having governance and control? Because please remember, when we are looking at cooperatives, the structure of cooperatives, and that's why all this challenges of raising share capital and other things come. Because the relationship of the member with the cooperative is transactional. And then you're trying to have an emotional relationship and a financial relationship and other things. You're basically creating a collective in order to get a better deal for the transactions that they're having. And if we don't recognize this, then we will create a set of entities which have a Swayambhu purpose and which will forget about what their original purpose was. Just look at I'm coming from coming from Karnataka with a big Amul Nandini controversy behind me. There's a lot of politics behind it, but leaving the politics aside, what is Amul doing with non-member milk collection in multiple states? If it's a member-based organization and it wants to get best value for its members, fair enough, go and sell wherever you want. Why are you collecting milk from UP if you're a Gujarat milk producers cooperative society? I mean, that's a question. So the problem is that is happening essentially because Amul has now become like any other multinational, market share, growth, and these are the targets. And somewhere down the line, the members have forgotten. Now, the last question is, where is the Kheda farmer in the superstructure of Amul? Does he or she have a say in how they're opening up cheese plants in Varanasi or milk production plants in Bulandshahr or wherever it is? Right? That then becomes a technocratic capture. So therefore, long answer to a short question, Anjani, is that we need to understand what is the purpose of this collectivization and what is the purpose of what is the meaning of scale, and do we really need scale in all purposes? And scale is a beautiful thing. It is exhibitionism. I'm big is a big exhibitionism. But beyond that, what is the value that is adding back to the member? And of course, you can always say, if you're just negotiating, you might be getting 60 paise of the consumer rupee for the milk producer of Amul. If they have the control over the production link, as well as the marketing link, as well as the export link, etc., they will get 65 rupees. Is this incremental 5 rupees worth that effort and worth the amount of investments that you're doing in terms of maintaining this thing? And the problem with collectives is that they're very, very difficult to build and very easy to destroy. I'll stop here on this pessimistic note.
Thank you. Thank you. I think, scale is a beautiful thing to do, but at what cost? I think that's an important element that one should look at it as part of the reimaginations of the collectives and all. Mr. John, if I come to you now, and you have been the part of the, one of the largest cooperative financial institutions, Rabobank, and you have worked both India and globally. So when India is going in this so-called Amrit Kal, India is going through this whole reimaginations of collective. What do you think that India can learn from the global experiences, and what is the global experience has to offer to India? If you could share your thoughts and some of those best practices, which has worked in other contexts of the world, I think that will be great.
Yeah, thank you so much, and it's really a pleasure and an honor being on this panel, so thanks for having me. It's also a bit confusing sometimes, because there's a lot of things, of course, like CS brought in a couple of very good points also on the basic principles that we need to cater to. I'm coming from a world where cooperatives are private sector, and that means that discussions that we're having here on how do we promote them, should we set it up, etc., they don't exist. It's basically members coming together because there is a market failure and they cannot access some of the products that they need, whether it's access to finance, whether it's access to insurance, whether it's access to adequate agricultural inputs, or whether it's access to markets. And so if it's not there, then people come together to organize it and create economies of scale. And economies of scale are not static. I can understand the whole situation that we want to have strong, local-rooted cooperatives, but at some point the locality is no longer the market, you have to scale up. Because the members come together to create value with each other. So it's an economic entity. And yes, there is empowerment in that. And yes, it's their company or their entity, so they are involved in managing that, and they need to be in the corporate governance. But the management can actually be professional, or should actually be professional, right? And we're talking sometimes in markets like India a lot on poverty elevation. And cooperatives are an excellent way of contributing to that. At the same time, it's not a poor man's or poor women's institution alone. We also need the more successful people in the rural environment or in the urban environment, if it's an urban cooperative, to join these cooperatives and actually help managing and getting direction. And I think these notions are very important for taking also these discussions forward. Because in India, I think there's been a bit too much nurturing from time to time of cooperatives, and as a result of too much nurturing, both by the government or by donor agencies, etc., cooperatives tend to sometimes look more towards the government or towards donors than towards their membership involvement. But the same thing is that members sometimes look more on the immediate benefits that they get from the cooperative than that they see it as an extension of their own business, whether it's farming or any other business. It's an extension of their activity, and you scale it up. Just the other day, I was talking, because I want to come back a little bit also on where should we then focus on, and what do I see that is different? Well, one thing is private sector, economics as the basis of trying to enable cooperatives, but also really trying to get the economies of scale in. only when we get economies of scale, we can elevate our members into a better position of the value chain. It's not a transactional organization. You own it. It's yours. It promotes your business. It's a relationship. It's a marriage, I would almost say. And so we have to make sure that that is captured in quite well. Yesterday I was speaking to a friend of mine, and I remembered a visit that I did to the largest Dutch dairy cooperative, together with a banker friend of mine. And he looked into the dairy cooperative and he said, I don't understand this company. They basically procure their milk from their members above the market price. Why? It doesn't make sense. And so I explained to him that actually this is of course the nature of the cooperative. They are margin organizers on behalf of their members. And because they have scaled up and vertically integrated, so really have specialized in dairy, the cooperative itself is now specialized in adding value, producing cheese, yogurts, all those kinds of things. And the margin that they make on it sustains for the cost of the cooperative itself. They can actually pay more for the milk from their producer members and create a dividend afterwards. And that is what cooperatives need to do. As a result, the value chain in dairy is very tight, and farmers have a very strong position in that value chain. And that is what we want to achieve with cooperatives, and that is what I think we also need to try to see how we can filter that concept into India more. Because I think India has a lot of cooperatives, be it PACs, FPOs, SAGs, in many shapes or forms, and many more to come. So let's enable them, give flexibility to people to form the cooperative in a way that they want, but have supervision that is managed properly, internally and externally, and make sure that we promote vertical integration, because currently we are focused on distribution. So we have leg PACs, we have FPOs, we have SAGs. It's all about getting to the grassroots of the economy and to the rural population or urban population, and that's a good thing. We need that. I can even imagine that the whole multi-purpose PACs initiative from NABARD really enables that you have a sort of a one-stop shop for farmers or the rural community that is very attractive and appealing. But beyond that, we need to make sure that we have specialized apex institutions that deliver the services to these outlets, and make sure that in our corporate governance, you can have a tiered system where farmers or any other group, women, urban workers, can be reflected in the governance. And then you can manage your organization almost in one tier, but still have a multi-tier corporate governance in place in order to make sure that there's membership, feeling of ownership, but also involvement in making sure that the organization is governed well.
Thank you, John. I think, and that's a conversation that we need to continue to have. In terms of how, in the India can continue to learn from the global experiences around, building collectives and all. Now we have hardly left with around 15 minutes, and as I mentioned in the beginning, instead of going to the second round, to the panel, there are a large number of experts sitting in the audience as well. So if I request some of the members to also share their thoughts. And to start with, Parmesh, if I may, put you on a spot and request you to talk about, what you think as part of this whole reimagination of collectives, the few things that we should be taking into consideration, especially because, you have been leading this work from the bank side and played a very significant role, especially in the scaling of the whole SAG work from south to north and everywhere else. And not only SAG, but in other collectives as well. So if you could share very briefly, some of those high thoughts coming to your mind as part of the reimagination.
Thanks. So difficult to add again to a lot of good points which I already brought in, and I agree with some of them. In a large country like India, to imagine that there will be one single way of doing things is very utopian and should not be attempted at all. I think we have very good diversity of approaches here, which we need to build on, number one. Second is, when we, if you read the project appraisal document of NRLM, we envisaged that 20% of this program will be farmer producer organizations and collectives of women of a higher order. But unfortunately, that part did not go at the same pace as the other part, and we could have by that time done more proof of concept and experimentation on that. Having said that, if you look at what's happened in Bihar, because as was being told about the southern India part of it, you have to learn little more from what's happening in Jharkhand and Bihar, basically, and see what has happened there. So you see a maize producer company in Khagaria and Purnia. You see Kaushiki as a dairy producer company of 174 crores with 40,000 members, facilitated by NDDB Dairy Services, who were leading in the FPO formation when Amul got started. So we thought that a lot of work done on dairy cooperatives and other by NDDB and Amul at the earlier stages was more relevant for Bihar now, rather than looking at what Amul was doing right now. So what has not happened adequately is the kind of institution building you require to form FPOs. We declared 10,000 FPOs without doing the proof of concept at all, basically. So I think that has been, and I think we might commit the same mistake by going for cooperatives again at a large scale and think that by just announcing a program doesn't mean that the program would automatically happen. So I think we require a very significant institution development effort of various kinds of models, and including what Rana was talking about, the women-owned FPOs. In fact, all the FPOs in Bihar and Jharkhand are women-owned. And I go with CS completely on that we will miss a very big opportunity of not transforming the SHG movement to become the basis for a next generation of FPOs, which will be very different. And we will first time bring gender into the cooperative movement in such a big way that it has not been attempted before. So I would still say that if we have to work on anything which we have to work on is a proof of concept on a very large scale of women-owned organizations. And I think that's something we have to learn from what's happening globally. What you have to learn that in US, a lot of mutualistic organizations got converted into large agribusinesses. So Sriram, I'm not, if Amul is going there, that's what the whole world agribusiness has come through. It has started from cooperatives and it became agribusiness later on. And Rabo's experience and all shows Dutch organizations, German organizations are all like that. It's a natural corollary that the organizations which start from being mutualistic organizations become large agribusinesses. And we should not grudge that. India needs at least 1,000 such organizations like Amul in order to really transform the landscape of what we want to do. So we should really help that part to grow. But a lot of FPOs which are being formed are just being formed for providing inputs to members. And that's not viable. You cannot make money out of just making inputs. And I've been following what CS is doing with tomatoes and all in that, and that's where you have to go. Agro-processing, still 9% is being processed at the local level. Energy is not being used. So a lot of work on processing and retail and logistics is required, which will generate next round of economic activity beyond just provision of inputs. So I think not only should we look at the numbers, we should look at the composition. In my mind, we should have less number with good proof of concept, institution building, and scale up those ones to become large ones, rather than have hundreds and thousands of initiatives there. And I think that's why we see now, out of NRLM fold, only 195 women-led FPOs being formed till now. So if you consider the cluster federation number and you look at the FPOs, it is small and it will remain small, and I have no problem with that because this is not the same business which will go on scale like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Parmesh, for sharing your thoughts. And it's certainly an opportunity for feminization of cooperatives first time that in India. And we should certainly look into that. Also the point that you said that no single approach would work in India. I think in the country like, as big as India, we do need a diversified approach, a diverse approach. Ashish says, I know you have raised, but let me, before I come to you, Naren, I think, again, I know that you have lived all your life, working with these collectives and all. So can I just briefly, in a minute and a half, if you could share your thoughts before I open it up, for the larger audience.
Thank you, Anjani. In fact, I had the opportunity not only promoting these institutions, but also I think working last 10, 15 years working with World Bank and the mission, I have also got some insights. So some of it, in fact, I agree, many of the panelists have raised some interesting things. I don't want to go into that. But I just feel I just want to give a few kind of reflections or observations for way forward that might be useful. The first thing I feel is that to make these, a lot of discussion on ownership, autonomy, making them three things which are most critical, I feel, given the current context of, CLFs and FPOs being promoted. Definitely, I think in Indian context, we need promotion. We can't say that like, Europe or other places that, it's Swayambhu, it cannot happen because a lot of people have lot of vulnerabilities and lot of, challenges. Even morning Shantiji was also sharing. In that context, there is need for promotion. But at the same time, how do we graduate and sustain is also the question which we need to look at, for which we need, I think, the ownership of the community in terms of having their own staff and they have to pay for this staff. That's the first thing. Second thing, their own systems and norms. It's not really SRLM. Maybe initially they can give some guidelines, but the guidelines should not become the norms for running the business or sustaining the organizations. That's a challenge today we are facing. Third important thing is finance, because no institution, what kind of earnings they're having, their own contributions for meeting their own costs. I think that's something which again, initially fine, but over a period of time, what is the kind of direction after 5 years, 10 years? Do we really look at that as something which we need to think? And looking forward, I feel these CLFs, I think, is a beautiful space in terms of, whatever the investments we have made to sustain, I think CLFs can play a significant role. Because SHGs, VOs on their own, I don't think they will sustain. And there's a lot of evidence on the ground in terms of successful organizations. CLFs do need investments. And these CLFs, each of them should become like at least a financial community microfinance institutions with a social development agenda. That's how I kind of see way forward. And for which I feel 2-3 core areas they need to invest. One is the microfinance operations, because there's a lot of opportunity if you look at. And currently, I think some of these existing basic practices we need to revisit. Because 10 years back, what we started, whether are they relevant, whether it is weekly meeting, whether it is same savings, or whether it is many other things, I just don't want to go in. So some of these things I think we should look at. And finally, CLF should emerge as platforms to enable other collectives. I think that's where they can play a very significant role, because most of this nurturing role can be played by the CLFs, for which CLFs have to be financially sustainable and independent. I'll just stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I'll open it up for the larger audience. Yes, I know Saurav has raised hand, but before Saurav you raised, Ashish has raised hand. So can Ashish can have mic, and so that he can ask his question, and then Saurav will come to you. Okay. So Ashish, can I hope you are asking question and not or is it a comment?
Am I supposed to ask only question? Can I have share my observation?
Whatever. But I think as long as you are brief, I think that should be fine.
I thought of sharing the practical experience.
Sure. But please, if you could be brief, I think that will be helpful.
So without in fact, confronting any of the panelists, I thought just sharing few of the lessons that we have learned while dealing with these collectives. A is that every shareholders, every member that you meet, the first thing that they would ask you, whether the FPO or whatever the collectives can give them a better price and a fair deal. So I'm talking about the design principles. When you are designing collectives of farmers, I think these are some of the things that you confront on a daily basis: better price, fair deal, timely payment, blah, blah, blah. And then, as a designer, you are also constantly thinking that how do I bring the better part of the consumer's rupee to those farmers, right? If you have to answer these two things, then for a while, you probably have to set aside some of those things like, very romantic ideas. Every farmer is the governor, the members control, and all of this kind of stuff. You just have to be really, really practical. And that's why I think if AMOL is today going ahead and procuring from the non-members just to create more wealth and getting back that wealth to the members, there is nothing wrong in it. I also think that, well, Mr. Alag and they were thinking about this, corporatizing the cooperatives. They did all these things right, but they did not think about that from where the capital will come to these poor farmers. What we are confronting in the FPO space is basically the capital. The other side is a huge capital, which you don't have. We must have a different type of model in terms of corporate governance, that who will have what share. Now, let me bring the last point, I'll stop here. If the capitalist has capital, or they have capital, lots of capital, the producers have the capacity and the ability to maneuvering the production system. Now, try to set this context in the global context of carbon neutrality, sustainable production system, regenerative agriculture. Now you will see what power these producers have. They can actually produce what the globe is looking for. And that's where I see the synergy between the capital and the producers. And we have to think of a design of our producers' collectives in that context, where there's a hybrid model is probably the future onwards. That's what I think. Thank you.
So hybrid model is the solution.
Yeah, that's right.
Saurav, yes.
Yeah, two short questions. So if you look at the
specific panel or to open to
so any of the panel members, I will not pinpoint any of the speakers, but the question is, if you see the current context, there are multiplicity of institutions, many a times with overlapping members. When we are reimagining the institutional framework or the framework of the collectives, how this should be or how it should look like in future, because at times it seems that it is increasing drudgery for members itself. So this is one. The second question, I think it has not been touched upon, but if we are imagining the collectives, I think leadership will play an important role. So what should be done in encouraging the leadership for their future roles in the collectives which we are imagining?
So, CS, I mean, if you could take this question of multiplicity of membership as well as the whole issue of leadership and your experience, and then I would request you also if you could.
In terms of, I agree with what Saurav is saying. Not only multiplicity, also the time and effort required. And that's why I feel SHG federations, we have invested, I don't know, yesterday Parmesh mentioned $3 billion of money in this entire SHG system. So why do we need to again reinvent? So I think if the SHGs themselves can promote their own FPOs, the capital issue is also solved. Like in the state of Andhra Pradesh or Telangana, a self-help group can get 20 lakh rupees loan. An FPO cannot even get 5 lakh rupees loan, 10 lakh rupees. It will take 5 years, maybe 10 years for the FPO to get 1 crore or 5 crore or 10 crores of loan. So I think if there is an organic link between the SHGs and FPOs, I also agree with what Sriram said, that federations should not get into too much of financial intermediaries. So they can play more of a regulatory, self-regulatory organizations. But I think they can also be involved in promoting FPOs from those who are farmers who are members of self-help groups. The second point I want to mention as part of the reimagining, why not our SHG banks? I think, we somehow think that bank linkage, by the way, is still not perfect. Even today, we have huge issues. The cash credit limit is no place is effectively used. It's always seen as a term loan by self-help group. So though it is, at least banks treat them as a cash credit facility. So I think we should look at Srinidhi kind of institutions, maybe every state where the SHGs or their own federations can promote their own financial institutions, so that while you can leverage banks, but you also have enterprise finance by your own organizations. I think that could be something that we can look at. But we definitely in the reimagining or the institutional architecture need to, create this organic link between SHGs and FPOs. And just related to we did a study recently of the Jilla Samakyas, the district level federations of SHGs. And again, we are creating too many tiers. Maybe they're unnecessary, there is a bureaucratization, and it becomes top down. So we need to really rethink about these so that there is no burden on the women with all these institutions. Thank you.
No, one small thing, when we look back in the SHG bank linkage program, why it's scaled up so fast? It scaled up because of the government intervention and then the public sector banks. If you see that the credit which is provided to SHGs, 98% of the credit is coming from the private sector banks, and that too because of the push, because of the lead bank system which is coming. So essentially it is a government driven, but then with a social objective. Public sector banks. I'm telling you about the public sector bank. 98% is coming from the public sector banks. So because it is not because they have a motive to help, but then there is a push from the government, and also RBI has facilitated that. So going by the learnings, in the FPO movement also, if you see, the credit, of course, we are providing a credit guarantee. We are aware that banks will not be coming forward to give credit to a newly set up entity. So some sort of a credit risk mitigation need to be there. That is why the credit risk guarantee is there. But then offtake is lesser. But if you see that the whole of 1,000 odd FPOs have been assisted so far, of which around 800 odd is assisted by NABARD subsidiary alone, and remaining by the public sector banks. So there again, it is the government intervention which has helped. So going forward, if at all we are to reimagine how we should go as a federated structure or whatever it is, the government support and from the public sector, something should be there. Then, of course, assisted by the whatever socially minded organizations we have.
So government support is critical. Yes. Can you just focus on the leadership question which Saurabh had raised?
Sure. And I think needless to say that whether it's an SHG cooperative or a federation or an association, I think they are all connected to each other like a banyan tree. So where one ends, the other starts. And therefore, I think what is really very important is investing in education. Members' education in all different institutions, whether it's a self-help group, cooperative, federation, collection, and also investing in building the leadership. And when I say it's not political leadership, but it's, leadership in managing. So I think there is a need to set up a whole grassroots managers school or the leadership. And finally, I think we also need to invest in values. I think we become so focused on either finance or on business. But I think one thing which is very, very important is that when we all need to remain united. Unless and until, we are all one, we are all united, we share this spirit of our unity, that we are all one, we will not be able to keep these federations or, cooperatives or anything vibrant and active. So I would really like to say that, can we all together say, Hum sab ek hai. I would urge that we all say, Hum sab ek hai. Hum sab. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a good note to end. Sorry, Deepak, I know you had raised hand, but I'm getting a signal from the organizer saying that lunch is ready. So let's break for the lunch, and I think you can catch hold of the panel members and and ask whatever that you wanted to ask. Thank you so much. I thoroughly enjoyed the whole conversation. I hope you also must have enjoyed it.
The panel raised a few pertinent questions, right from questioning whether the current way of setting up collectives are the way to go forward, to discussing how we can strengthen the current set of collectives to gain an international perspective on the topic. The panel provided quite a lot of insights. Thank you so much. And we'll take a quick lunch break, and I'm saying quick because we have to be back and begin our next session at 1:45 sharp. So this is a little shorter break than
These are the first comers with whom we would be trusting to bring them as the micro enterprise SHG women, and these bankers would be providing credit assistance to them. And as SRLM, we would be there to facilitate both the sides, and we would like to see them coming up as the successful enterprise leaders in the state.
We'll now get the MOUs which can be exchanged between the two parties. We'll start with State Bank of India.
मुझे लगता है तालियों की आवाज़ थोड़ी सी और तेज़ हो सकती है खाना खाने के बाद तो. Now ICICI Bank. Thank you, Ms. Manju Rajpal, Mr. H.P. Somani, and Mr. Shantanu Samaddar. Okay, so now moving forward with the next part of the session, the theme, as we already know, financing for inclusive rural growth. From the private sector-led microfinance model in the 2000s to the emergence of bank-led agent banking model to Government of India's thrust on near universalization of banking access through Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, and now to RBI's regulation paving way for setting up of small finance and payment banks, and government's focus on nano enterprises through Mudra, the rural banking ecosystem has seen significant development. Today, SRLMs support a network of over 100,000 village-level female banking correspondents in collaboration with various commercial banks. Very recently, under the World Bank-supported National Rural Economic Transformation Project, the DAY NRLM, in partnership with commercial banks, has furthered its scope to enable micro-enterprise financing for individual enterprises. To further deliberate on this theme, I would like to invite on stage the moderator and the panelists. Moderator, Mr. Amit Arora, Senior Rural Finance Specialist, the World Bank. And our panelists are Mr. Siva Subramanian Raman, Chairperson and Managing Director, Small Industries Development Bank of India. He hasn't come, okay. Mr. Praveen Raghavendra, Deputy Managing Director, State Bank of India. Ms. S. Divya Darshini, Managing Director, Tamil Nadu Corporation for Development of Women and Chief Executive Officer, Tamil Nadu Rural Transformation Project, Tamil Nadu State Rural Livelihoods Mission. Mr. Gigi Mamin, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer, Sadhan. And Ms. Hemlata Mahalingam, South Asia Manager, International Finance Corporation. Over to you, Mr. Amit.
Thank you. Post-lunch, never easy. So we thought we'll start with the presentation, which is crisp and also shows you what is the DNA of a typical SRLM when it comes to financial inclusion. So to show that, I'll request Rahulji, CEO Jivika SRLM, to come and take us through this perhaps 5 to 7 minutes presentation. This will give us a flavor of all aspects that NRLM, SRLMs are working on in financial inclusion. Can we upload the presentation, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Ministry, the Bank Foundation for organizing this conference on a very important subject. I would also like to thank organizers for giving me this opportunity to share Jivika's work for financing for inclusive growth. Next. If we will look at the scale of operation in Bihar, we have formed more than 1 million self-help group, and we have brought more than 1.3 crore households under its fold, which is half of the state population. And we can say that it is the democratic model of inclusion in true sense. The credit linkage has crossed 30,000 crore rupees mark, but it has not been very long when just to have a saving account of all the individuals was a part of national aspiration. We all know that before Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana came into existence, more than 43% of adults were not having their saving account. And it was a harsh reality coupled with very adverse CD ratio in Bihar at that point of time. In 2006, when Jivika started its operation for poor women in the state, our CD ratio was just 28%. And in this background, we started operating. Next. So we need to understand what were our challenges at that point of time and what we did right to ensure financial inclusion and inclusive growth of the community. So first we rolled out a uniform books of records for community institutions, which was based on accounting principles. We worked on capacity building of very less educated women, mostly they were non-matriculate, and we adopted indigenous methodologies and simulated case studies. Today we have more than 1 lakh women who are working as community professionals, and they are preparing all financial documents like profit and loss statement, receipt and payment, balance sheet. So this thing we did it to the core. For policy advocacy, first we became member of SLBC, DLCC and BLBC. We also signed MoUs with separate banks for SHG credit linkage, and we deployed bank mitras in bank branches to act as relationship managers. We also had some innovative practices. For example, initially when our BPMs, our field functionaries used to go to bank for account opening, they were refused for this simple reason that banks were not having adequate number of account opening forms. So what we did at that time, we gathered knowledge about the printing press where banks used to get their application form printed, and we started printing those documents, loan forms, account opening forms, and we started distributing to our Jivika groups. So from this basic innovation, we also hired some ex-bankers to work as financial inclusion consultants in Bihar. And there was some lack of confidence in bankers. They were afraid that this kind of loans can turn into NPA. And when we gave them example of Andhra, Parmesh sir is here. So Parmesh sir was only telling me when we met last that we started sending bank managers in a small batches to Andhra just to gain confidence. So this kind of innovative practices we adopted at that time. Then we are also exploring the convergence options with other government departments. Department of Industry, Department of Agriculture, Animal Husbandry, Health Department, just to expand our enterprise canvas. We identified insurance as risk mitigation tool, and for poor people it's very difficult to convince them about the importance of insurance, but we started celebrating Bima Utsav just to spread awareness among community. Today we have 5,000 bank sakhis who are working as CSPs, and they have done transaction worth rupees 9,700 crore so far, and they have also earned commission of 23 crore rupees. Next. Next. So if you see the slide, today our women SHGs are managing a portfolio of 35,000 crore rupees. How do we calculate this 35,000 crore rupees? The bank outstanding is more than 14,500 crore rupees. We have done 11,000 crore rupees of project financing. Their own saving is 2,000 crore rupees. That all comes to 27,000 crore rupees. And we add 1.25 rotational value. This comes to 35,000 crore rupees. And we have this potential to grow up to 75,000 crore rupees by the end of this decade. Next. So, if we talk about the financial health, so we cannot deny the importance of insurance. So, here I would like to highlight that under Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, Jivika has share of 70% of what the whole state of Bihar is having today under this scheme. So, we highlighted the importance, and we prepared our community mobilizer to convince the community, the women, and last year we did almost 60 lakh insurance for women under PMJJBY and 53 to 55 lakh under PMSBY. Next. So, Bank Sakhi I have already mentioned, but here I would like to share an experience. They have become face of rural banking today. Last year, I accompanied NN Sinha sir, the then Secretary MORD, to a village in Vaishali district. There we interacted with a Bank Sakhi and her father-in-law. So her father-in-law proudly told us that his daughter-in-law is recognized as Banker Didi by the villagers. So apart from financial upliftment, this intervention is also adding to their socio-cultural status in community. So this point I would like to highlight here. Next. So I have been given very short span of time, so I would like to highlight what is the way forward from here. So though Amit ji told me not to focus on Gramin Civil, but I would like to highlight on this forum, giving an example. We have one SHG in Khijarsarai block of Gaya district. That SHG has taken 22 lakh rupees as loan. One of our Didi has taken 4 lakh rupees loan with 100% repayment. But when the same lady goes to bank, she has no CIBIL score. She has 0 CIBIL score. So this is the high time when we explore a kind of system where bank honors our bookkeeping, our financial record, because this can open a huge potential for individual financing. We also need to work on new financial products other than the livelihood expenses, the consumption expenses. We also need to introduce individual financing, enterprise financing, housing products, education loan for our community members. Here I would like to mention that we have already started working with MicroSafe through BMGF on individual enterprise financing. We are also working on having our own Srinidhi type of financial institution or a fintech company in recent future. The last point I would like to highlight that we successfully piloted loco system in few of our blocks in Bihar, and now we are scaling it up to all 534 blocks, and NRLM has recognized as NRO for this project. So once it is done, we may have a proof of concept, because then we'll have SHG to member loaning in digitized form. Then we can maybe that point of time we can convince banks for the first point, that is Gramin Civil. Next. So that's all from my side. This is the scenario of financial inclusion and financing for inclusive growth in Bihar. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahulji. This was very interesting. And what struck me, SAG credit linkage, you've helped to grow portfolio of the banks in 10 times in about 10 years. That for a state like Bihar, phenomenal. Kudos to you. Moving on to the panel discussion, I'm just told that SIDBI chairman is on his way. He's reaching. So we'll start without wasting time. He's here. Long life, just took your name. Please come. Okay, so we have full panel and we'll start. So what I had done, I'd prepared some Q&As and I thought I'll bring this up over lunch with the panelists. We ended up discussing everything from food to weather to politics, but the Q&A. So whatever we discussed, the question paper is not out. This is all going to be spontaneous. And that's why the moderator is a little anxious. Starting with the lady on this side. Divyaji, I recall you started your career with State Bank of India. So you have good understanding of how the banks work. With that background, since you represent now the demand side, the cohort of SHGs that you are working very actively, and this ecosystem in Tamil Nadu seems to be very vibrant. So my question to you is, do you see that we have the right supply side products and services which cater to the demand side needs? While a lot has happened, be it PMJDY and so on and so forth, we are proud of ourselves and we boast our numbers. We are almost world's #1 in everything, that we would like to talk about. But if it comes to, let's say, financial well-being at the household, where do we stand? Your perspective looking at how the households behave with the financial institution, or if there are gaps, you could share that.
Thanks, Amit, for that brief but succinct introduction. Though my stint in State Bank was very, very small, but my results came when I was working in State Bank. So that memories of State Bank relationship will be throughout my life. But then self-help groups, I'll start with self-help groups and then go into households, because self-help groups becomes the base of where we operate from. And having worked in this area, at least for the last 1 year in detail, because I'm dealing with NRLM in the state of Tamil Nadu, the scope for how SHG lending is happening in the country, all around the country, and how it's growing, it's tremendous. Last 1 decade, if you take the graph of every state of how the SHG lending from banks and formal financial institutions to SHGs have grown, and every state's progress will show you a graph upward. That is one reflection of how the entire system of SHGs has brought in that reassurance to the banking system of how important a credit portfolio is SHG bank linkage going on. But on the other side, the flip side of this is that this continues to be that banks view SHGs or women or rural women in particular as SHGs only. They need to be viewed a little different. They need to be seen as for what they are. And I realized that there is a gap in how formal financial institutions visualize SHG rural women. They are not seen as entrepreneurs, though they run businesses. So that's where the previous MoU signing between state of Rajasthan and 2 important banks here, one from the public sector and the private sector, will pave a way for in other states also and across the country. So the demand from rural, the demand from women, the demand from the entrepreneurial side is much higher, especially in the nano-small sector, nano and the micro sector. But then the lending portfolio from the financial institution side is on the other side of the entire scale. So the priority is on small and higher, but not on the nano and the small. And I would request the banks here to realize the potential of smaller additions of what a mountain can be built on, rather than also seeing the small enterprises and others. The nano and micro enterprises need to be given more thrust by the banking financial institutions and also by other institutions where the scope for leverage is much higher. So that is one thing. Second thing is that how do we view enterprise financing now? Enterprise financing is seen as mostly urban. Enterprise financing is seen as something that is not related to rural, very little to rural, and if so, not related to women. I mean, the panel does not replicate any of that. We are sitting on both sides. I think balancing the entire panel
We
here.
also had a panel where all the members were women.
So, but it's very welcoming to see that we are discussing about this issue. A lot of times we do not discuss about it in open, and that's a reason why we will not take it up as an issue for furtherance. But now that we are discussing what is the scope for financing, is being met only from SHG financing. For example, the issue that Amit had just spoken about, the gap between demand and supply in the households, it continues to exist. It's only being leveraged by SHG financing at present, and thanks to NRLM for furthering the cause of SHG bank linkage. But then there's more to household financing than SHG bank linkage, and that's the cause that NRLM and we through the World Bank and other projects are trying to further. And in the project that we are talking about in Tamil Nadu Rural Transformation Program that we are co-funding with World Bank, is one such initiative where we are trying to take upfront the enterprise financing model and convincing bankers of seeing SHG, seeing the rural households, seeing households as something more than SHG bank linkage. And I'm very happy to see that this way is also leveraging further into NRLM, and it's being taken into NRLM across the states also.
Thank you. We'll come back on some of your points in the subsequent sessions, but I just want to move on to Mr. Gigi Memon. Gigi, you represent the industry association, both for-profit, not-for-profit, SHPIs, smaller MFIs, and in your past role, you've been the first MD of Mudra, also an NBFC MFI, NAPFINS, apart from your role at NABARD. About a year or so back, RBI came up with these guidelines which required assessing household level income expenditure, in a way cash flows. That in my personal view, I felt when I first read the circular that this was really out of the box coming from the regulator. But some time has passed by. What has been the experience? Are we ticking the check boxes? Is it practically possible? How is the industry adapting to that?
Thank you, Amit, and thank you for inviting me for this discussion. Yeah, microfinance sector has evolved over a period of time. We know that initially when it started somewhere in the early 90s and till around 2000 when we had our Andhra crisis, we did not have any kind of a regulation as such. It was free for all, things were happening the way it was. Subsequently, when the Andhra crisis happened, RBI realized that there is a need for a regulatory structure, and Malegaon committee was constituted, and based on the recommendation, a regulatory structure was as prescribed. It was more prescriptive in nature. It was more prescriptive what should be done, what should not be done, like kind of a thing. Then again, after 10 years, in 2022, we have seen a new set of regulatory norms which are coming from the RBI. RBI has realized this, that the microfinance sector has evolved over a period of time and matured over a period of time. So probably they were in a position to give some more leverage, some more freedom to the microfinance industries to decide their own policies. So now there is no much prescription as such. But there are 2-3 things which has been said, which Amit has very rightly said. They talked about 2-3 things. They said what is a microfinance, what should be what is the definition of a microfinance. Microfinance is nothing but a non-collateralized loan given to a poor family with less than 3 lakh annual income. So how do you assess that annual income? That is where the question is, that how the household income is, it is about the household, it is not the individual, it is the household is now the unit. So how to assess the household income? It's really a challenge. In fact, especially when you are talking about a sector which is unorganized, there is no regular flow of income, So, but then they have some income, there is some labor, maybe some wages happening, there could be some kind of business income coming in, or some remittance coming here and there. So these are all things available for the household. To assessing the requirement, assessing the actual household income becomes a little bit challenging, but then RBI guidelines have been, let me tell you, has been very well adopted by all the microfinance institutions. All have gone into the assessment of the household income. Some of them are even digitized the process by collecting certain information from the family, by quizzing them, by talking to them. The data is collected and data is filled into that digitized format, and you get some kind of an idea about what is the level of household income is that. But I agree with that, there is a bit of challenge because, as I said, this sector does not have a regular flow of income. Income would have to be, you have to take a overall view about the thing. There are some MFIs also had done somewhat a proxy way of assessing the household income by looking at the facilities available in a house, the kind of house they have, what the facilities they have. So that is also one way of looking at. But overall, let me tell you, there is some kind of a, some kind of an idea how to go about, and the MFIs are doing that job, and they are in a position to go by the regulatory norms prescribed by the RBI. They are in a position to assess the household income, even if it may not be in a 100% perfect way, but almost in a better way, almost the best way they can do, they are doing it. And you know that the RBI regulatory norms also says that your overall indebtedness of a household should not exceed more than 50% of the household income. So that is where the household income becomes important. So you should know how much is the household income. Then only you can fix a exposure limit, a credit limit to the household. But there also there is a challenge. You don't have data about all the credits, all the debts they have. Some of the debts, including the SHG bank linkage program, I'm happy to see that the Bihar is coming up with a Gramin civil thing, because one of the major challenges is that SHG data is not getting captured by the civil or the credit bureaus. So you don't know, although we know around 2 lakh crores of outstanding is there from the banking sector to the SHG system, but you don't know how much each individual is having a indebtedness. So these are some of the challenges, but things are happening. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have two institutions which are similar in some form, coming from very different DNA, SIDBI and IFC. You have a developmental role apart from providing the financing. And in some form, IFC also does this, be it technical advisory or market making. So I'll have similar questions to both of you, hoping for different answers. Starting with the lady first. Hema, you've been investors in large number of MFIs, and almost all of those investee MFIs have graduated to become small finance bank. If I remember correctly, all but one SFB is an investee organization. So success of microfinance institution in that sense has been phenomenal. But somehow, in spite of the digital tools at our disposal, the India stack, we've not been able to replicate this success and take it to the next level, which is either we could call it graduation financing or the missing middle segment. You know, this challenge of missing middle is well known all across. So what is the missing link that we are not able to bring that kind of a scale in this segment? I'm sure it will be a combination of various factors, but your take.
Sure. Thank you very much, Amit. Thank you very much for organizing this and inviting me to speak here. So IFC has worked with a lot of private sector organizations and, not just MFIs, if I can kind of take it to one level, even non-banking finance companies, small and large, they all reached the, underserved regions, underserved population, and they are moving to frontiers, right? But I think the issue with most of them, whether it's an NBFC or an MFI, is that they are all catering to niche products or more like monoline products. You have MFIs which are only doing group lending. You have affordable housing finance company, NBFCs, which are doing only affordable housing. You have commercial vehicle finance. And these NBFCs have all developed very, superlative, very adaptive systems to do a customer outreach, to reach to the base of the pyramid and offer their product and service that product effectively, right? But none of them are really capable of offering a bouquet of financial services. And that's what has happened, is that it's all limited to one aspect. And even in this, if you kind of dig a little deeper, we find that on the lending side, there is a huge gap. The first thing is that most of the lending that is not in the MFI or the group guarantee model is all collateral backed, whether it's housing or commercial vehicles or SME loans, whatever it is, it has to be collateral backed. There is very little success, there's very little experimentation, and even where the experimentation has happened, the success rate of doing micro enterprise loans where there is no solid collateral has not been great, right? I think in this, I must add the other dimension, that the access to finance for women micro enterprises is even more difficult, right? I mean, there are the social biases, but the biggest thing is the lack of collateral. Women generally across the country do not own property, and they do not have anything to give as collateral, and banks are very wary of extending credit to them. I think this is a complication here, and how are we to kind of address this, right? I think there are many new models that are emerging, right? So I think the one of them is, of course, IFC has over a period of time invested close to $300 million in various MFI over the last decade. And like Amit mentioned, most of them are small finance banks or even universal banks now. And I hope that this would kind of, I think today, if you look at purely microcredit, around 75% and upwards of microcredit is distributed through our investee organizations, right? Now that they've become banks, they are in a position to offer a much more wider range of services, at least on the deposit side, definitely, but even on the loan side, since they have the customer connect, they are probably better positioned to graduate the borrower from just an MFI lending into a micro enterprise lending, right? But apart from this, there are newer models emerging even to make a better success of the credit side. Like the banking correspondent model is there. We have banks, larger banks tying up with smaller NBFCs. You have the, tie up with the fintech where the origination is digital. And then, of course, the latest that the RBI has come out with, the co-lending model is also quite, it's picking up very strongly. So I think all these different models will hopefully kind of move towards improving the range of services and the the bouquet of services that are offered to these to the smaller enterprises, right? I think I would just like to add one more point here, is on why this particular lending is not a success. I think Divyadashini also mentioned that for women, nobody considers, Gigi sir also said that the credit, there is no credit track record for this women because there is no credit bureau. But I think if you look at it from a bank's perspective, they have seen very high NPAs in unsecured lending, and they do not see a individual credit risk score. So I think what's really important is for us to partner with different organizations, maybe use a little bit of a blended finance to be able to give comfort to the lending organizations to start lending to this piece. From the big missing middle or the gap between the very micro to the large, right? And I think those kind of structures is what will probably we need to kind of work together to help to create that credit track record, to help to create the confidence. And, I think I'd like to say that we are working closely with the World Bank, IFC is working closely with NRLM to do this. It's to give, first and foremost, is to build capacity at the level of the micro enterprise. It's to build capacity at the end of the lender too, because the lenders do not really know how to assess this segment. And so we're working with NRLM to do a lot of capacity building. In some of the things we are focusing on is to build a toolkit for this graduation of these women from the microfinance loans to micro enterprise loans. The whole process is kind of defined. We are also working on trying to see how we can do a sector-wise kind of a scoring model or template-based lending scores, so that lending organizations know that what sector behaves in what manner, what kind of margins are there, and how they can do the lending, right? We're also trying to tie up with the financial institutions along with some kind of a blended finance and support, so that we can actually lend to those institutions where the bankers will find the credit risks as acceptable, as well as we will be able to create that credit track record. And of course, goes without saying, is all of this is training support is also something which is very essential and that we are providing on this one. So I think that those are the kind of things we need to do to create the credit track record and change the scenario on the ground.
Thank you, Hema. Ramanji, I'm sure it'll be very difficult not to give a similar answer, but how do we expand this segment of the market?
So hi, good afternoon all of you. My understanding of the SHG model is extremely limited. I have
That's
not
okay.
had
So
the...
we are focusing on the missing middle part,
Correct.
the graduation.
So, we are really looking at how an SHG borrower, or for that matter a JLG borrower, is now moving away from a group lending to an individual loan. And without a credit score, certainly that's going to be tough, but I can only look at the experiment that we did where, of course, it was run by MoU, but this is the PM Swanidhi scheme, which was run on the SIDBI sort of rails, and it was a digital platform. Now, the sense I get is that the NPAs are not very high. So totally, I think 65 lakh applications came, of which 48 lakh have been given loans. And the first round was about 35 lakh, and we've actually moved to the second round, which is taking the loan up from 10,000 rupees to 25,000 rupees. But these numbers in terms of ticket size are probably still at what is known as the SHG or the JLG ticket size. But nevertheless, what it taught all of us is that it is possible to lend to this segment without collateral, without credit score. And I get a sort of rough statistic that NPAs may be about 10%. Now, when we look at that as a absolute number, it is extremely small. So, we're talking about 10% of about 4,000 crores, roughly. So, if one were to look at it from an overall banking point of view of NPA, I think we're really not talking any significant number. So, why can we not transpose that kind of, directed lending towards a much larger set of people? And this is really where I think we need to recognize that what's happened in SHG, and I still don't have an answer of what is the landed cost of an SHG loan. I get very varying figures. But I am that much more familiar with the MFI sector, having worked more closely, we've worked more closely with that. And we're talking about rates of interest between 25 to 30%. And we're talking about an NBFC sector, which is actually the strongest driving force, if you ask me, in the missing middle segment. the NBFCs across the country are servicing that 50,000 to 5 lakh segment at rates of interest which probably around 20 or 22%. Now, I think such rates of interest are not sustainable, but the paradox really is that if SHG loans are at, say, 10%, then why is it that SHG loans are not the only loans that are given in the country? So why is it that we have a growing MFI and an NBFC segment? So this is really where I, don't have any answers, will be happy to get educated. But what we did as an experiment at SIDBI was we went into a segment of 1 to 3 lakhs roughly, and we did over 80,000 loans in the last 12 months, and it added up to a little more than 1,000 crores, and of which of course 75% were women borrowers, because those are the borrowers that automatically come into this segment. And we used partners who could be MFIs or could be BCs, and it was a digital journey in the sense that it's obviously assisted at the ground level where the borrower sits, and the rest of the journey is fully digital because the partner institution person is sitting there with a handheld device and all the data comes into that device. So this gave us a clear sort of confidence that we can use this model extremely well, call it a phygital model, and we are capable of scaling this up 10 times within the current financial year. It's just a matter of selecting the right partner institution. So I think we've all seen the growth of all these institutions, be it the BC network or be it the MFIs. So can we look at the institutions that have got created in the whole NRLM process? Can we look at those institutions, whether it's a cluster level federation or whether it is any other kind of institution that has the right level of governance, that has the right level of ethics? And that's really where I feel we have to expand the reach of credit in this country, because as correctly said just now, it is the co-lending model which has got the banks excited, because the banks cannot deliver credit at those costs which today an NBFC is doing operationally at the operational costs. So the bank can certainly lend its book at 10 to 12%, but it cannot deliver that credit down to the bottom of the pyramid with the kind of costs that the bank today incurs. So the co-lending model is certainly one way of going about it, but I honestly feel that the volume of delivery is going to be much smaller than what this country requires. So, the assessment of credit of individual loans of those people graduating from JLG stroke SHG is anywhere around, 20 lakh crores to 30 lakh crores, depending on, the estimates you look at. And this is over a 3-year period. So it's a huge challenge that we need to address. And therefore, I think all methods have to be adopted. So from co-lending to, SIDBI working with cluster level formations in the NRLM scheme, where credit needs to get delivered at reasonable rates. And I think that's really where I want to focus, that, I think giving credit at 25% upwards is great because you wean them off from the money lender, but I think we need to look at the next level. We need to look at why is credit not delivered uniformly across the country at 15%, and for which the maths is easy to do. The entire digital stack is available for all of us to exploit, and that's why delivery will become cheap, and that's why we should be able to deliver at 15%.
Thank you. Look forward to that, and I'm sure that's not very far off with all the forces aligning. Moving on to the banker to every Indian. So I consciously, kept SBI, Praveenji, for the last in the flow, because all of us can say anything and everything that we want to do. If SBI doesn't act, we all go home. No? So, Praveenji, we've spoken a lot about the asset side. You have the largest asset book, but that's true for any other business that, banking business that happens in India. So, with you, I'd like to touch more on the, let's say, liability side. We've been hearing for many years, even before PMJDY, after PMJDY, this segment, bottom of the pyramid, transactional banking is a drain on the resources. It's a cost center. And this was the submission largely during PMJDY also, while there is a social responsibility that was getting fulfilled by the PSU banks. But over the years, from very little data that we get to see, the average balances have improved. This could be largely because of DBT, but purely from the banker's lens, is this still a cost center, or you're close to breaking even, and is it leading to cross-sell and no longer bleeding?
Thank you, Amit ji, and very good afternoon to each one of you. As far as liability is concerned, that is the basic resource for any banking, because if you don't garner resources, you cannot lend. So liability is of prime concern for any banker. And as far as the smaller segment is concerned, I would say that the journey actually began since 2014, when we started opening the Jan Dhan account and in each village, and there was the government initiative taken at that time by Honorable Prime Minister. And so far, I think more than 50 crore PMJDY accounts are there existent, and State Bank is having around 14 crore PMJDY accounts. And these accounts, I'll give you a number, that it's more than 50,000 crore deposit that is lying in these accounts. But what you are saying is very true, that we should also make ourselves approachable to the lower strata of the community, where still whatever we can tell that the UPI transactions and the digital transactions are almost 70% of our GDP, but actually the cash transactions keep on taking place. And if we particularly talk about the women, in SHG also what I feel that as far as the lending is concerned, once the loan is disbursed, then the authorized signatories or the group head, they distribute cash among the members, and this cash keeps on rotating till the time it has to be repaid in the bank. So the major chunk of 10-15 members, we are unable to capture that, although they are having bank accounts. I would also give one example that 55% of PMJDY account of the women, there is very less transaction or minimal transaction. Only one DBT inflow comes and it is taken out. So that means the liability side, whatever we need to capture, it's not there. So how to do that? That's a very good question. And I would suggest that now the BC Sakhi we are having, and if they are having mobile device, and you know that in villages also the mobile network connectivity is there and everybody is having mobile. And through this mobile, if the app is there, and they can go and I think the money can be deposited there through the app and can be withdrawn there itself. So this is how the future looks like, that unless we enter in some technology partner with some technology partner, or we digitize the entire process, it's very difficult. Because if I ask one member to go to a branch or to BC point, fixed point, on a regular basis, that may not work. And what they will do, they will hold the cash in some place or with family or friend or some employer, and later on when they require, they will take it. So the process of having the cash transaction can be reduced, number one. The liability side, if they increase the transaction history, if it increases, I think the earlier members talked about the credit history and other things. So if the transaction history is available to the banker, and also the banker is able to see that how the spend is, the money is spent, then probably through the artificial intelligence, we will be able to derive and also approve certain pre-approved loans to these members. So it's very important that the training part I think some of the earlier speakers, they touched upon the training part. Training part is very, very important. And I'm thankful to NRLM that they have a 3-tier training system, and they go up to the member level, that how the training is to be imparted. But there also, what I feel that there should not be any transmission loss. What is the benefit that is accruing? Because female members, they may be privy to certain things and they will not disclose to everyone. So if the BC Sakhi is there and they can gather the information that how do they spend, or what for their money is being kept, what are the future plans for the family. So you also talked about the financial well-being of the household. That can happen only at that time. Unless we plan everything, financial planning has to be there. So the role, whoever the stakeholders we are sitting here today, our role is different now. It's not only about opening of the account or providing credit or providing access to other financial products, but it's more that the entire financial planning of the household that has to be taught. So that's the future which look like, and I would like to certainly tell that all the stakeholders have brought it to this stage, that now we are discussing about taking it to next stage. So, and in liability side, I would say that the upscaling and the cross-selling, that can also be thought of, because the deposit was the first we wanted to have a deposit account of these people. Thereafter, we moved to insurance. Now, the investment part, the pension part. Today, I was earlier in a meeting at PFRDA, and the Atal Pension Yojana, now we have 5.3 crore Atal Pension Yojana in the country. So this is how we have to think of that, how the country can economically prosper, and financially we can include everybody. So that's all my thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Praveenji. On that note, Divyaji, if I can come back to you. You just heard submission on financial well-being of the households and how digital transaction in India are growing, as we all are participating in that journey. But when it comes to rural and bottom of the pyramid, there is a crisis, not a crisis, I would say, there is a worry. What if my transaction goes wrong, right? And we see every day these frauds that we hear happening. Given the resources that government institution like SRLM has and the developmental function that you play, you think an SRLM can play a more enabling role in financial capability building, customer protection, grievance redressal? Only when we have these enablers in place, there will be more confidence, and that leap of faith to actually come whole hog and transact digitally. And I'm sure the supply side will also be more confident. Currently, that seems to be the missing link. We can't expect an SAG member or a JLG borrower or even a Kisan, farmer to put up a complaint to Banking Ombudsman or RBI's website. So we need some different architecture for that.
Actually, the NRLM system, I agree in part with what Mr. Amit, you have said now. The NRLM has actually tried to bridge the gap. There are a lot of financial literacy camps going on. In fact, we are running one currently now. We are taking the understanding of financial literacy down the line to each member, not at the SAG level. As Sir said, there'll always be pilferage of, there'll always be something that's lost in transaction. So we do not want that to happen. And NRLM has ensured that through running of these financial literacy camps, which also RBI helps us in having that very defined module, which is very nice to actually go through it. If I request each one of you to go through that module, it will actually help each one of us here. That module of RBI's, which ensures that the financial literacy campaign that's running now will actually bridge the gap that what Sir has said now. I'm just going back to 2 points that had come up from the panelists. One is what Madam had said about leveraging the reassurance. So just would like to highlight that reassurance of lending from banking financial institutions by, as you said, by government schemes or schemes where we give that reassurance to institutions to lend to entrepreneurs and enterprises is being done from one of our schemes that we're doing with the World Bank now, wherein we are giving a reassurance to the banks to lend to enterprises, especially women enterprises, and it's taking off very well. In fact, in the last almost 9 months that we have run the program, we have reassured the banks to lend more than 150 crores to enterprises. So this is actually taking off well, thanks to a lot of banks which have come across to facilitate this, including State Bank. Take this opportunity to thank each one of these banks who have done this. And also on the second point of what Mr. Subramaniam sir had just said about co-lending. Co-lending is also another part where you said that the cost of financing to the grassroots is actually very heavy. It's absolutely true. It's the banker's concern. So the cost of lending needs to be substituted. Where do we have that point where we look beyond microfinance institutions? How do we ensure that the ultimate borrower's cost of borrowing is much lesser? That's a point that you hit on the nail. You hit the nail on the head. And one of which is being done in Tamil Nadu, first of its kind in the country, is SAG Bank lending through panchayat level federations is being done. In fact, in the last 1 year, we have lent, the banks have lent to our panchayat level federations of roughly about 2,500 panchayat level federations, bulk loans ranging between 20 lakhs to 1 crore, where these panchayat level federations then act as intermediaries to lend to the ultimate beneficiaries at the grassroots. It's, in fact, I see as one changing point where the PLFs are taking upon themselves to reduce the rate of interest for the ultimate beneficiary and switching in on the shoes of what the MFIs have been playing now. Coming back to the point that Amit said now about how do we make it more easier, how do we make it more transactionable for the people ultimately at the grassroots level, even for SAG Bank linkage, I again urge the bankers here, whoever have come here, and also to SBI, even today, BC points and BC Sakis that we are talking about do not help SAG Bank linkage or SAG financing because of dual authentication. Because you need dual authentication for financing at the BC points, and that does not happen now. And thanks to the NRETP program that we are doing now with World Bank, that we are trying to facilitate in pilot districts and pilot blocks. I urge banks that enabling dual authentication is going to reinvigorate how we see financing happening at grassroots and also take it much further and reduce the cost for the banks. And how we help banks by doing this is we sponsor. Now a lot of BC Sakis that Rahul had presented here, the CEO from Jivika, a lot of the BC Sakis, a lot of the banking correspondents, corporate banking correspondents are from the SRLM networks, are from the NRLM networks. That is also helping the banks to ensure that the repayment happens, and also informally also it ensures that the NPA percentages do not go high. However, bigger or smaller the portfolio, bigger the number of NPA or smaller the portfolio, it's definitely upon the system that's running it that we ensure that we keep the NPA numbers low to ensure that the financial institutions are assured. And now the financial literacy camps that we are running and how we are facilitating will ensure that the banks are reassured, the institutions are reassured, and also ultimately benefits the beneficiary, that is the rural people. They also get benefited out of what happens. And the other thing about what sir was talking about is that frauds. Frauds of how do you educate them? It's actually a problem for a lot of us sitting in these rooms. We do not know what is phishing. How do you educate people about phishing? It's very difficult to educate rural people who are might be not graduates, might not be understanding what the e-system is, to tell them about what phishing is. And a lot more has come out beyond phishing to take it into fraudulent means. And this financial literacy camps, I know this is not the end, but it is a great beginning to ensure that it reaches everyone and will bring down a lot of these frauds down and reassure the system both for the beneficiary and for the institutions.
Thank you. You mentioned about financing at the grassroots level. So, Mr. Jiji, what has, as I see it, evolved over last 10 years? There are two broad phenomena. The SHG business has moved from, let's say, NGO SHPIs to the SRLMs. and MFIs have graduated into larger SFBs or fewer larger. Either they have got merged into banks or there are lesser number of larger MFIs. So do you see space for smaller MFIs, be it for profit, not for profit, given the economies of scale or the interest rate that accrues to larger players? Where do the smaller players fit in? Is there some other segue for them, or they will survive but will struggle to raise resources?
Thank you. It's a very, very valid and good question. In fact, if you see the current scenario, the microfinance sector, we have a total outstanding of around 3.51 lakh crores as on 31st March 2023. That is the loan outstanding. And about 10 crore, 10 crore clients are there with the microfinance institutions. But if you see the breakup of this, around 82% of the portfolio is from 10 states. 56% is from 5 states. The total top 5 states accounts for 56% of this portfolio. If I say the districts, around 200 districts accounts for around 70 to 75% of the portfolio. What does it mean? This means that there is a huge space for the microfinance sector to work on. Now what we are seeing is that the present players are mostly concentrating on a particular area because probably they get sufficient business from here. But you need to move into the interiors. You need to move into the other geographies where right now it is not there. So for doing that, you need to have the present, either the present institution should grow, expand itself, which may not be that practical. So the best thing is to do is to develop institutions. Like in the initial days, SIDBI has done a wonderful job. You all know that in the early 2000s, the NGOs were converted into MFIs, which now become the universal bank like Bandhan Bank, or it has become many of the small finance banks. The initial support was given by SIDBI. So that kind of a support system we need to develop for developing institutions across the country, where especially the space where the microfinance players are not there, or the financial inclusion is not happening, or the bankers are not there. So there is a huge space there. So I would say that there is a space for smaller MFIs to grow, smaller MFIs to be developed, and they can also grow into the newer areas. The existing ones also can grow into it. One challenging point which Amit, you rightly said, that is the raising of funds. In fact, that is one of the major challenges which we are facing. The smaller microfinance institutions really struggle to raise funds. In fact, we do not have that kind of a, first of all, both equity as well as debt. Equity support, we don't have much equity supporting institutions. SIDBI has a fund called IMEF, India Microfinance Equity Fund, where they give up to 5 crore per MFIs. That, of course, over the last 4-5 years, it was a little bit sluggish, but now after Raman Saab has taken charge, he has given a push to it. But still, that is not sufficient. Earlier, they used to have PE investors who used to come and look for microfinance institution to invest in microfinance institution. Now they are also not very active. So you don't have equity funding support in the country. That is number one. So the smaller players are finding difficult to get sufficient equity to grow themselves. Number one. Number two is the debt financing. The smaller companies, smaller MFIs find it difficult to raise funds from the banks. Banks generally do not look at institutions with less than 500 AUM, that is 500 crore AUM. So there are so many players which are having lesser than 500 crore. They struggle for getting funding. Of course, they can manage to get some funds from some NBFCs, some banks and all, but then the kind of funds they require to grow is not coming up. So here is a big challenge. And perhaps that is where the government we need to work on and see how best we can provide the funding to that. If the funding support is available, I'm sure there is a huge space for microfinance institutions, smaller ones, to grow as well as to be developed, as well as to grow and expand their operations.
Thank you. So, sir, while Mr. Jiji was looking there, part of his submission was towards you naturally. So when they say government, it actually means NABARD and or SIDBI. So 2 questions which will also spill over to you, Hema. One is, how do we ensure that more debt is available? That's not a cost question, it's availability of debt to smaller players. Second is the cost of funds. Even after so long a journey that we've had in the microfinance JLG space, you yourself mentioned the interest rates are 24, 28. Now they've been freed, so we don't know. Somebody may be charging high. We can always say, this is much better than taking from a Mahajan or the informal sector. But that's not fair, we all know in our heart, right? We can borrow a personal loan in a single digit rate, somewhere around that today. So we need to work out a mechanism where these costs can come down, not burning any holes, but still, and that has been long been the promise of technology, that technology will bring down the cost, but that doesn't seem to be panning out, which is where government probably needs to step in the interim and make it happen. So your take on these 2 parts?
So I think, let me just give a sort of counterfactual, and I'm not at all, saying that the US does its regulation very well, either on the banking side or the capital market side. But I'm just saying that they have 4,500 banks, of which 4 failed last quarter. But in a country of our size, how many lenders in the regulated space do we need is really the point I'm making, and I'm not wanting to answer that question. So what we have done, to answer the point very bluntly, is we have pushed up the number of, or the quantum of funds that we are wanting to give out to the NBFC sector. And when I say NBFC, it could be NBFC or NBFC MFI. So whether it's the IMEF or the newly constituted fund for giving support and assistance to small NBFCs. So there is obviously a space and a place in this country that is to be occupied by small lenders at the hyper-local level. So as we've said, we have not seen the banks, even though they have 130,000 branches, but they've probably not been able to address this issue. So one is the cost of credit, the other is clearly the availability of credit. And therefore, I think if there is a business model that's being followed by the NBFCs, it is the availability and the immediate availability of credit. To which I think the other very big financial service complement which we need is health insurance. So the only reason why probably loans are not repaid by people who are running very small businesses is because that fund just goes in towards a health crisis or an emergency in the family. So I would really, sort of look for all lending to necessarily happen with making sure that health insurance is available with that particular borrower. So we are talking about 6-8 crore of small businesses which are non-GST, and that is really the dividing line today. So what we have got going with the Ministry of MSME is Udyam registration certificate for these non-GST entities. So if we can probably put in 6 crore entities in the next 24 months onto the Udyam certificate system, then we are talking about details of these 6 crore borrowers being available with us, and therefore how do we target credit and non-credit facilities to these businesses. And I think that has to be done digitally. There's no other way we are going to be able to deliver credit at the kind of cost that we are intending. And till the time we do not do that from what is known as the larger banking system, we are going to have the NBFCs and the MFIs giving credit at higher rates. To my mind, it is not sustainable over the long run to be able to force credit through banks. SHG, NRLM are brilliant models, but probably there is a limiting point of 50,000 or 60,000 as credit amounts that can be given. And therefore, when we assess a business, I think the whole thing becomes slightly different. So, we need to have more banks or let me say more lending institutions in the country. So one, we are certainly pushing our money into a lot more credit institutions. And two, I think the data architecture with Udyam certificate, because that is now the basis of a PSL loan. So we need to look at a larger data architecture using, of course, the PDI plus the Udyam certificate plus whichever other useful databases we have. But that is the only way I see us as a country being able to deliver credit to the wide demand that obviously we are all seeing.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sure NRLM doesn't intend to replace the credit from the bank. That's not possible. They are only playing an enabler's role, facilitator's role. And I'm sure if Charanjit sir agree, 24 months Udyam Aadhar through their cohort, for them it is not an unsurmountable task. They can do this in much lengths. They have a captive customer base of 6 crore women SHG members. So this could be a force multiplier if you work through that channel. But Hima, again the same question, and I know, I'm sorry, there are no easy answers, but a lot of people have nudged me that you need to bring this to the forefront. There could perhaps be combination of stakeholders coming together to address this problem of cost.
Yeah, no easy answers and probably no different answers also at this point of time. I think I'll take the question in two parts. One is availability of credit, and then the second one is cost. So I think the first and foremost, I think, is availability, because if you're looking at smaller businesses, I think they are still viable at certain rate of interest, certain higher rate of interest. We've seen it in multiple small lendings, small businesses do operate with significantly higher margins, and it's not necessary that all businesses are not viable at that rate. I mean, yeah, we should definitely work towards reducing the cost, but I think availability of credit is really the bigger issue as we stand here, right? And I think, again, like Mr. Raman said, I don't think it's possible for one bank, one organization, or even the few banks to go and reach every nook and corner, because India is a large country, but it's also a very differentiated country in terms of its local geography, local politics, the local culture. And I think niche organizations will always have a upper hand in terms of understanding that culture and being able to service that loan and also collect it back. So I think that is why the BC model and the co-lending model have are picking up and really have the advantage there, right? I think in terms of availability of credit, IFC is kind of working similar to, again, what Mr. Raman said as SIDBI. We are trying to see how we can reach more NBFCs, smaller NBFCs. Again, what we are trying to do is try and see if we can build platforms which will then lend to smaller NBFCs. We are trying to mobilize more international funding in these platforms so that that international funding is available for further on lending to the smaller NBFCs, which then lend to the smaller MSMEs, right? I think that is one part. The other part is, when we're talking about availability of credit, is availability of credit to women enterprises. I think that does deserve a special mention. While technology is really improved, and on this particular aspect, I think we still have a long way to go. Like banks are a natural client for lending to women, because they have most of the, despite the low penetration, they still probably have the largest absolute amount of loans outstanding to, women-owned enterprises. But this data is not being captured. Yes, we're looking at NRLM to do the graduation of women enterprises, but we don't know how many women enterprises already do have loans. And it's not that none of them have loans, but that data is just not being captured, whether in terms of gender tagging, whether in terms of having a uniform standards as to what actually constitutes a women-owned enterprise. I think these things need to develop, and here I think some kind of a policy push by the government to probably classify gender financing, or especially the women-owned enterprise financing, as a special category in itself in the priority sector lending will go a long way to incentivize banks to do this kind of gender tagging and classification. And once this happens, I think it will open doors to a lot of financing, for the MSMEs, because you will have track records established, because if you know what is the behavior of this women-owned enterprise. Then in IFC, we have done such gender financing to women-owned enterprises across the world, and in our experience, we've seen it not only are these loans better performing than the general average, the lower NPAs are lower, but also they are very sticky liability customers. So once a woman opens a deposit account with a bank, it's going to probably be take a lot for her to move over to another bank, which is something we've seen as the stickiness index is much, much higher in women. So I think these things will actually go a long way to increase the access to finance for the women. In terms of cost, so one is, I think, the digitalization, the digital stack has definitely brought down the operating cost, right? KYC, credit bureau checks, field investigations, all that has become digital by and large now. Very little bit of actual physical work is involved. But while operating cost is down and some of it probably has been passed on to the customers, the fact of the matter, again, as Mr. Raman mentioned, even in an experimental portfolio, the NPA level was 10%. Now, if you're looking at profitably lending to a customer segment, if your NPA level is 10%, then you're going to have to factor in that cost into the lending cost. And if you take even, 7% roughly average as a funding cost, or 6% if you're looking at a bank, so you cannot think of lending below 17 to 18% at this current rate of NPAs. So for that to change, actually what needs to happen is a much larger data needs to be captured. There has to be much more lending. The sample size today is very small compared to the market that is there. And for us to be basing the entire costing on a smaller sample size probably might not be viable. So I think, and that's where the role of NRLM, World Bank, and blended finance itself comes in, is initially to kind of provide some kind of risk sharing or risk cover that will help to expand the sample size of lending that we have to the missing middle segment, right? And once there is more data and track, then automatically the credit costs will come down and it should get translated into lower costs for the ultimate customer.
So I'll just butt in and, just to make the point that the PM Swanidhi was a COVID scheme. And therefore, it is non-representative of any lending that we are doing in the country. And more importantly, these schemes are backed 100% by a guarantee scheme. So, it was pushed out in order to sort of just give the, ease the pain. And given the fact that there was 100% sovereign guarantee. But, the point being made is that credit costs, if one were to look at even the MFI sector, is about 4 to 5%. So, I'm only making the argument to buttress my point that lending costs can be at 15%.
Absolutely. No, just sorry, this is turning into a dialogue. But I think if you look generally in the private sector space and if you look at banks, their performances on portfolios which are unsecured lending, which is not MFI, has not been great. Again, we're talking with a smaller sample size compared to what really is the market the demand that exists in the country. So banks have burnt their fingers on this space, and that's also probably the reason that they are risk averse. They want a credit score which is individual driven. Otherwise, their models are not allowing them to kind of factor lower risk into that. So point taken that it might not be representative, but I was just talking to a banker yesterday and he said that the NPAs are actually 25% if you're looking at very specifically MSME unsecured segment, right? It's not a popular segment in the banks. So I think that's just to say that till we have a larger sample size which is enabled by blended finance, we will not be able to get the right numbers.
Right. So Praveenji, coming to you. Cost is not a question that I can ask you. You're the least cost lender to the largest bottom of the pyramid segment. But two quick questions, and I'll request for a quicker answer. We also have a video to play. One, Hema mentioned about the benefits of BC channel-based banking which could accrue. While SBI is obviously the largest player from the public sector side, in this, lending through the BC channel has not taken off as yet. What could be the reason and how that can happen? And second part, be it SHG or JLG or for that matter KCC, these are very standardized, templatized products which all banks deliver. But over the years, the ecosystem has moved to some more players. That may not be the best word. For example, producer groups, enterprise groups. FPOs are formal institutions, so they can get credit based on their balance sheet. Now there is guarantee also. But what about these smaller, informal, collective enterprises who are running a business, are gradually also developing their balance sheet, but are fairly small. Maybe they're having credit requirements of 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 lakhs, something in that range. So we don't have a very clear pathway for them. So is it time to go beyond the standard templates and figure out what could be the financing instruments for them or the products that need to be designed? That's something I'd like to hear from you. First is on the BC and second, the financing instruments for producer groups and the likes.
First I will come to BC channel. I think all our important products, these are all available on the BC channel, but of course this is for sourcing of the loan proposals. They are not underwriting the loan proposals there, and for that again the digital process has to be there. So I must tell you that we are going to have the end-to-end digital process up to 10 lakhs probably before the end of this month. So that is available, number one. So, and also the BCs, they are working just like our business associate who are sourcing the proposals, giving to the nearby branches, and from there the underwriting is being done. So once the digitization process takes place, then naturally that will be there. But the more important is the traditional way of lending by the bankers. We have been looking at the balance sheet, we have been looking at the collaterals, and we have been looking at the very voluminous application forms asking for so many descriptions. When so many things are available online, I think there needs to be some sort of simplification of the process of underwriting. So we have taken up and we have business rule engine for that, and that I mentioned that up to 10 lakhs it will be available. But nevertheless in physical form also I must tell you that on Jan Samarth all the important loan products are available which are guaranteed by the sovereign guarantee is available, and the credit guarantee is available like your Mudra, Stand Up India. So these are all loan products where the entrepreneur, if he wants, he or she wants, they can avail these loan products. There is no issue. But the challenge remains that accessibility, that going to the branch and submission of all the formalities to be done there. There also assisted mode of journey we have started. Second, as far as the co-lending model, because I was hearing about the MFI lending and the cost there. The co-lending model, we are going in a very aggressive way, and 80% is absorbed by the commercial banks and 20% only the MFI they are having. And the rate of interest we are charging for 80%, it is bank rate. It's not the MFI rate. So if they are not able to garner resources, they have to come on the co-lending platform. There also we are there. And they can also become partner by becoming business associates, by sourcing. We give them service fee We gave them service charges to them. So there are n number of, I think, the enablers to the NBFCs or the MFIs. We have partnered with them also. And so far I will tell you that as far as the on-lending is concerned, our bank, the portfolio will be somewhere around 3.5 to 4 trillion rupee. I think that is how we have given to the NBFCs. That is also a part of resource they are having, and then they are lending. They have to also bring down the cost, because what is happening that the 24% or 25% they charge, but the fact remains that the cost of resources for them, it is also somewhere around 10 to 11%. But the OPEX is very high because it's a very high touch activity. They have to have so many feet on the street, because if they don't go and touch the borrowers on a regular basis, probably the default will be very high. And lending is very easy, but collection, if it is not there, then probably any lender will refrain from lending. Right. So that's a very important thing that we should consider why we talk about the lending. And the BC channel, the second question was your
producer groups, enterprise groups, who are not formal entities but are still managing businesses and are earning revenue.
So
we don't. That's a vacuum currently.
So I will tell you here what initiative our bank has taken. That if you are having a current account with us, and for 6 months if the transactions are taking place, then based on your transaction history, we are giving pre-approved business loan, and it is up to 20 lakhs. Without any collateral, without anything. These are all unsecured loans, and I must tell you that here the NPA percentage is very low, and we rarely see any default, because their transaction history is there, their KYC is there, due diligence has been done. So based on that, that is the way forward that we are planning. But you have to have some banking relationship. Absolutely. Then only you can have, because if you are coming for 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs, 5 lakhs of loan, then you have to have something with it.
Absolutely. So this is very encouraging to note, and I hope more banks take up similar products and come forward. On that note, I have the sign that we have to move on. I wish one could ask some more questions, but we need to give time to the audience to ask questions also. Before that, we have a video from Bill and Gates Foundation director, which was supposed to be played before the start of this panel discussion, but I just blipped in my enthusiasm. So we'll play that video now. Gates Foundation is a big partner to NRLM, and all those questions that we have been grappling with on the MIS, creating alternate credit score, they're helping deploy this solution on ground, which will capture all of this information, transactional information. So we'll hear Greta. She's currently in Seattle, so that time zone doesn't match, so she's sent us a video.
Good morning. It's such a pleasure to be speaking with you today, and I deeply regret not being there in person, because the agenda you will be discussing is fascinating. I would love to listen in on each and every session, but alas, I'm calling in from Seattle. I'll do my best to contribute to the discussion from here. I've been asked to speak about financing for, and there's so much to unpack in that ask. Building on what India has already done through its SHG bank linkages program, the strong development of the microfinance sector, the digital public infrastructure that's put an ID, a bank account, and access to payments at every Indian's fingertips, there's a lot to build on. But rural Indians don't have full access to financial services, and this is especially true of women. So there's clearly much more work that needs to be done. And the decisions you make today will be critically important to how the sector evolves over time. Let's start by anchoring on a goal. Prime Minister Modi has declared that by 2047, for its 100th birthday, India will be a developed nation. What will be required to meet that goal? Lots of things. But for the purposes of this discussion, I would posit 2 important parts of the equation. Firstly, women will need to be fuller participants in economic life. India will not reach the kind of growth it needs to develop nation status with half its population sitting on the bench economically. Secondly, all Indians will need to have full access to a wide range of financial services, and that includes access to credit on affordable and flexible terms so that businesses can be built that provide viable livelihoods to families in the first instance, but also that grow so they can successfully generate employment beyond the household unit. We at the Gates Foundation believe that women are crucial to achieving the Prime Minister's goals. But for women to be fully empowered economic actors, they must have 3 things that go beyond just to an account, as important as that undoubtedly is. They need, first, access to income and assets. Second, control of and benefit from economic gains. And third, the power to make decisions. And this has wider benefits than just economic growth. There's strong evidence linking women's economic empowerment to better health outcomes for women and their families, including beneficial effects on nutrition, family planning, maternal mortality, and child mortality. However, women still have limited access to economic opportunities compared to men. Around the world, only 48% of women participate in the labor force, compared to 75% of men. In India, this gap is woefully high. Financial inclusion and social protection programs, which provide women with microcredit, cash transfers, and other support, are being used as a strategy to promote women's economic empowerment in low-resource settings, alongside other economic objectives. However, the effectiveness of such programs rests on assumptions around women's role in society and in the household. Just providing access to financial resources doesn't necessarily enhance women's economic empowerment due to restrictive social norms and household dynamics. So we can't just provide those services. We need at the same time to find ways to overcome restrictive social norms. And that will take time and effort. While measures like paying directly into women's accounts help, it's not enough on its own. We need much more comprehensive programming to do that. That's why we have been inspired by programs that blend financial services with other support to poor women. Programs like BRAC's Ultra Poor Graduation, which is now being replicated in other countries around the world, and of course, India's own National Rural. We at the Gates Foundation believe in the power of these collectives as they support a transformative process that move women from limited voice and choice to better access to skills, resources, and opportunities, enabling women's economic participation and improving their control over resources and decision-making. NRLM brings together more than 90 million women who meet every week to focus on savings, interloaning, and access to larger loans through group financing models available through SHG bank linkages. We're working closely with our partners at the Ministry of Rural Development to support NRLM's vision to develop at least 10,000 model cluster level federations out of more than 30,000 CLFs. Model federations are conducive spaces for women's growth journey as they are fully led and managed by women, and their benefits accrue not only to women, but also to their families. Broadly speaking, women spend a greater proportion of their income, almost 90%, and also their time on their family's well-being, whereas men reinvest about 35% of their income on the family. It's a no-brainer to invest in women because it pays dividends for society. Research done by NABARD suggests that gender-focused microfinance models target women as clients because they're better at repaying loans and they're also better savers. Over the years, women's increased access to microfinance has been shown to pull households out of poverty, improve women's role in household financial management, and their status within the household. It's helped many women to start and grow economic journeys of their own. And CLFs support an evolving set of comprehensive programming for women's empowerment, which is not limited to credit alone, but goes beyond it to build livelihoods and increase women's access to entitlements, digital financial services, and market linkages. In spite of microfinance lending in excess of $50 billion through both SHGs and MFIs, there are still huge financing gaps for women-owned businesses, and current government programs have created a pipeline of women entrepreneurs whose credit requirements are growing beyond their SHG. We have to look for ways to connect these women to financial resources in the formal banking system. Inadequate access to finance has been a primary challenge to the growth of women-owned enterprises, with an unmet credit need of about $158 billion. This gap is the largest for microenterprises owned by women, requiring loans between $5,000 and $20,000. This segment, often called the missing middle, has financial requirements that go beyond what microfinance institutions can provide, but is deemed too small for banks. The goal here should not only be getting more credit into the hands of women, but to get better credit to women, credit that appropriately meets their needs. We believe there's an opportunity for a big push on credit globally, and India is helping to lead the way on this. Female entrepreneurship is critical for India's economic growth, given that women business owners could potentially create as many as 170 million jobs by 2030, according to its 2019 report by Google and Bain. But women entrepreneurs face a rejection rate of 19% when they seek individual formal loans, double the rejection rate for men. The time has come that women entrepreneurs who want to graduate from group-based loans to individual financing are encouraged, and government programs acting as intermediaries, such as Day NRLM, could play a significant role in this graduation process by identifying such women entrepreneurs, providing hand-holding and mentorship support, enabling access to relevant market information, and providing tools to maintain formal financial records so that these women's ideas are bank ready. I'm informed that efforts have been initiated in that direction, and several public sector banks are coming forward to design tailor-made loan products for women entrepreneurs emerging out of the SHG ecosystem, which I'm really excited to learn more about. India's banking revolution, which started with the nationalization of the banks in the 1970s and its push for public digital infrastructure for the last decade, has created an enabling financial ecosystem with fintech and big tech competing with banks across the market. India has pioneered the concept of digital public infrastructure through the India Stack and Jan Dhan accounts, and this has paved the way for many innovations, with many more on the way. We're particularly excited about the possibilities of what tools like Aadhaar, UPI, and data aggregators together can do to enable fintechs, banks, and microfinance institutions to offer innovative, customized, and frictionless credit products that meet women's needs. I've worked in this business for a long time. Bangladesh and Latin America were early pioneers in the microfinance space. Kenya then came along and showed the world what digital payments could do. China showed us about the benefits of e-commerce and embedded finance. And India is showing us what public-private partnerships can do to enhance both financial inclusion and improved investment in people's livelihoods. If India can apply these tools to the wider challenges around women's empowerment, Prime Minister Modi's vision of India as a developed country by 2047. Thank you. I look forward to learning the outcomes of this important event.
Thank you, Greta. As we talk, I hope you're having a good sleep. That takes us to the Q&A session. We are almost at the closing time, and the next speakers are here. So if there are any questions, please make it crisp and identify the panelists you want to answer. Everybody wants a break. Okay, then I'll take 2 minutes to ask a question. Some of the panelists, I didn't have time for this while I had thought for this. Divyaji, now we've reached a stage where different SRLMs are toying with different ideas. We have a Srinidhi, which is lending in its own books. We have Odisha SRLM, which has become corporate VC to State Bank of India. We have Bihar and UP, which are toying with, as I said, different ideas. You have yourself added another aspect in a portfolio, whether it is lending to PLF by banks or the graduation financing. But institutionally, where do you see the SRLMs now moving forward?
Actually, it's very good times that each state is experimenting. It shows that we are not stagnating. We are not stuck with one idea. And in the last decade, we have experimented a lot and come to a current stage. So I think we have studied, every state, I think, across every SRLM has studied the Srinidhi model. We have studied Srinidhi model and found out that our cooperative system is much stronger in Tamil Nadu, and a similar Srinidhi might not be required. But there might be a need in another state where it is required and they have fielded. And we have found out another opportunity in the PLF lending. So actually, it's very nice to see the direction that the NRLM is guiding the states towards, and how states are looking forward at this entire credit portfolio of SHG lending and lending through various institutions and creating different products from institutions, not stuck up with one enterprise lending or capital financing to enterprises alone, but also looking at developing different products. We have come up with a product called a matching grant product. There are multiple products that have come across. There are multiple lending institutions that have mushroomed. RBI has paved way for smaller banks and smaller banking financial institutions to also come into the portfolio. It's very nice and very promising for how the government and the banking sector also working together to take the economy up, in fact.
Thank you. A similar question to you, Ramanji. While we've had bilateral discussions, where do you see SIDBI and NRLM partnering? It could be developmental function, or it could be facilitating credit together to crack a problem which we've been discussing. Short answer.
I think, we're already having a discussion. So I had met the secretary some time ago, and it's, process of pleasant discovery of the mutual strengths of, you know, a SIDBI program called Prayas, and what structural, you know, institutional structures that have got created under the NRLM. So I believe that the teams are working on a couple of CLFs which are in Maharashtra, and I honestly believe that if we can take that forward, as she just mentioned, I didn't even know that the Odisha SRLM is already a BC to SB. I think that's fantastic. So, you know, if we can take this forward in a meaningful way in several of the states, I think we are creating new structures of credit delivery, and that's really what we want. So, you know, low-cost bank finance with commissions paid to, you know, a BC that does the due diligence and also looks at the collections with a digital platform connecting the two. Direct payment of loan into the borrower's account, that is a, you know, absolute sort of, you know, you cannot compromise on basic risk, operational risk. So I think we really have probably a very good structure going forward.
Thank you. Praveerji, you already answered my question, which I had parked for later, perhaps the business loans and BC part also. So I'll skip, because anything we do, we'll end up doing with State Bank of India. Your quick word, Hema, where do you see an institution like yours partnering with NRLM? Because these are two very different DNAs.
Yeah, probably different DNAs, but then probably having a very similar mission in terms of development, right? I think there is a lot of potential to partner with NRM, but IFC can play a facilitating role, right? Where one is through advisory, which we are already working very closely to do capacity building for NRLM, capacity building, basically help to link them with lending institutions, help to build capacity for the lending institutions also to be able to assess these women. But I think the kind of data that NRLM has, which is really rich in terms of the number of women who are ready to be graduated from micro lending to micro enterprise lending. And to do this, what's really necessary is the balance sheet of large banks, because they will be the ones who will be able to provide the credit in a large amount, right? And so apart from the advisory, you know, IFC can add its own weight in terms of whatever risk sharing is possible. We can bring in international partners to also share in this risk sharing, so that in the end, we are able to structure a product that is efficient and that will kind of ensure that the fund reaches the micro entrepreneurs, right? So we are working on a system. It's been slow progress, but we really hope that we will reach there.
I'm sure this will give you a leg up. Thank you. It has been a very enriching discussion. Thank you to all panelists and to all the audience who've been patient. Thank you so much.
Can we have a bigger round of applause, please? Pure panel ke liye. The panel was one of the most pertinent in the entire conference. How do we enable inclusive financing for rural development? And as most panelists said, there are no easy answers on this one. However, with the variety of thoughts shared by panelists across India's largest lender, SBI, MSME-focused bank like SIDBI, international finance organization like IFC, a state government corporation, and an association of community development financing institutions, I'm sure there's a lot of food for thought for everyone on this topic. We'll again take a very quick break, and so that we can start the closing session at 3:45 p.m. sharp. Have arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. So finally, we have reached our closing session. What's next for India's rural development? In 2 days, yesterday and today, we have had extensive deliberations on almost every aspect related to rural development. Building upon the discussions under the 6 themes, the closing session will summarize the key takeaways and initiate the thought process to answer the pertinent question of what's next for India's rural development. The session will also attempt to provide indicative next steps for the Ministry of Rural Development and various partners. And for the opening remarks of the closing session, I would like to invite Mr. Nagendranath Sinha, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Shri Nagendranath Sinha ji is a Senior Indian Administrative Officer of Government of India. He has taken over as Secretary, Ministry of Steel from January 2023. Prior to this, he was holding the charge of Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. His previous assignments include Secretary, Border Management, Ministry of Home Affairs, Chairman, NHAI, Managing Director, National Highways and Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited, New Delhi, Additional Chief Secretary, Rural Development, Government of Jharkhand. He has to his credit several landmark projects in Government of India like Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, Zojila Tunnel, Dhubri-Phulvari Bridge, Universal Electronic Tolling, etc. Sir.
Good afternoon, the eminent panel consisting of Member Neeti, Professor Ramesh Chand, Mr. Bijay Mahajan, Mr. Oliver Wendt, and the eminent house. So, thank you very much for inviting me for giving some remarks on the reimagining rural development for India's shared prosperity. I think today is a day when we need to ask ourselves, how do we imagine India in 2047? Do we imagine India which still consists of binaries like rural and urban, which still thinks of income gap between rural and urban, which still thinks of the occupational profile being different for rural and urban. I think in my opinion, and that's what the ministry, while preparing its comments, while I was still there, we thought, given the technological advancements, given the way digital technologies have come, given the way decentralized manufacturing can take place, given the way ONDC, etc. have come, there need not be a difference. We need to think of location independent level of services, location independent occupational profile. That's what, in my opinion, we need to create. And that would mean advancing in several fronts. So, the cluster of services that are present in the urban areas in terms of finances, in terms of logistics, in terms of business services, also being available in the rural areas. In terms of people being able to work from home in the rural areas, in the service economy, and participate in the service economy without the location being a kind of retarding or constraining factor. That is what we should try to achieve. We should, given the way we are moving toward decarbonization, can India think of producing energy for itself, rural India particularly, solar, bio-based energy production, We will also need to advance the connectivity of the rural areas, not of the kind that we have today. Also, ownership of the devices, etc. The technology is advancing like anything. So how do we ensure that the technology which is available to a urbanite is also available to a rural resident? So those are the issues that we need to think. In my opinion, also we need to, at the time in 2047, we also need to think as to how we are going to see the kind of inequality. I was looking at the World Bank database of the rural poverty, the kind of projection that it makes, and the kind of economy that we are in currently in terms of the purchasing power parity. For us, the defining line for poverty, measuring poverty is what is currently the level of, just take a minute. It's about US dollar 6.85 per capita per day kind of a thing that we need to have. So if these are the numbers, then we should see where we currently are. And I'm sorry to say, very unflattering numbers. Currently, over 80% people, if we take that number, are below that line. So we need to actually work a lot in order to improve that. How will we do that is an issue that we need to handle. I'm very thankful to the organizers that they not only kept the issue of what we need to achieve by 2047, but what we also need to achieve by medium term. So I would like to mention 3-4 things which to my mind is very important. If we, the first issue that I will take up is the issue of the primary asset, which is being land. Land degradation is a major issue, and that is bringing down the productivity very severely. Currently, if you see the numbers in terms of land productivity, it's something like 90 million hectares. What's being done by programs like watershed development, there are different names, they are likely to take care of about 26 million hectares. What do we do for the next? That's an issue that we need to address. For me, if you ask me, I have an answer. We need to utilize NREGA for this purpose, and we did a very simple calculation, and we thought if we utilize NREGA with other sources of funding, this is not more than 5 to 7 years' time when we could do the entire treatment, given the fact that you need to spend 60% of the funds in the agriculture and allied sectors, etc., etc. So that's an issue that we need to handle. The other area which to my mind is important is the issue of livelihood. And our minister has been talking of the need to improve livelihoods. So we did a very simple calculation. How much resources that it needs for us to do that? That's an issue of resources. And if you see, let's take that they are currently at an income level of 50,000. So in order to reach additional 50,000, you and take the incremental capital output ratio of about 3. So that and you take about 8 crore women which are part of the NRLM now, and say they will reach 10 crores, but 2 crore may not need, so 8 crore. So the total amount of capital that you need is about 12 lakh crore, out of which the level of credit that has been able to reach is something like 6 lakh crores or so. So the additional needed to be raised is something like 6 lakh crore additional or maybe 10 lakh crores additional. NREGS could maybe contribute about 2 to 3 lakh crores. So another 3 to 4 lakh crores is what you will need to bridge in terms of additional funding through bank loans, and that is a critical thing that you will need. You also need to work a lot in terms of ensuring that the economic interests and economic functioning of the SHGs have been formulated in terms of institutions. So farmer producer organizations, producer groups. So these are the institutions that need to be promoted. And currently the numbers that the Ministry of Rural Development is working is something like 10 lakhs or so. So a large number need to be brought within the net of these economic entities. And how do you do that is something of a issue that you need to handle. Similarly, you need to create the capacity of the community level functionaries who will handle that. We all are aware that the community level functionaries like the Krishi Sakhi, Pasu Sakhi, now we are also talking in terms of Mat Sakhi, Madhu Sakhi, etc. They have been able to do a lot in terms of advancing the economic activities in the rural areas. So therefore, we need to create these kind of capacities in very large number and continue to build up their capacities, and that will only help us. I now come to the issue of housing, and again the number that we come to is that comes to us from the way the program has been implemented. We started out with a number like 2.95 lakh crore, 2.95 crore houses additionally being built under the Prime Minister Awas Yojana Gramin. And since the initial SECC database didn't have those many numbers, so another survey called Awas Plus was done. And there the number after filtering reached to be about 2.75 lakh crores, 2.75 crores, I'm sorry. And out of which about 85 lakhs have been financed under the existing PMAYG. Now it's a moot question whether we want to provide houses to the people who on verification from the different state departments look to be people who are deserving of housing, whether we need to give to them or not. But if we need to give to them, then there are about 2 crore additional houses that need to be provided, and that would again provide a lot of boost to the rural economy. And whether or not we need to provide entirely in form of grants or a mix of grants and credit, that is another issue that we need to debate. I also feel that the issue of social protection is an issue that we need to handle nevertheless. We were looking at the NSAP data, and we found that the current level of coverage is about 2.98 crores. But if we base it on the socio-economic caste census and choose automatic inclusion or two deprivations, then the number is something like 4.85 crores. And there are several other legislations like PWD Act of 2016, etc. And if we take all that into account, then the cost and the amount of pensions being paid from 200 at this moment till the age of 80 to the old age pensioners is raised to something like 800, etc. And then additionally, you may need to pay about 24,000 crores extra for this purpose. So, but this is a necessity because numbers were fixed sometime in say around 2000 or so, and these are grossly inadequate to the need of the poor people. We also need to probably consider if we can make it as a centrally sponsored scheme rather than the central sector scheme which it is at this moment currently. I also speak of the rural roads, and we have done an analysis based on several pieces of data. For example, the incidence of toilets, the GIS survey which has been done for the PMGSY phase 3, etc. And if you analyze all these pieces of data together, you find that about 9 lakh habitations are currently bereft of connectivity. Whether or not we will provide them black tar road kind of connectivity or not, but some of them need to be provided with connectivity, and this is also a part of the agenda that we need to handle. I will also address some more challenges and then stop. There is a class of poor which we all know. This is a class which we call them ultra poor. And simple poverty reduction strategies don't work here. What do we do in this respect is something which needs to be considered by the rural development ministries. We can't let them suffer. I mean, the number, this number we can differ, but it stands at a certain percentage point of the population. And so the number is a very substantial number, and we need to handle that. The climate is changing and it's bringing in its train a lot of distress. I mentioned about the soil and water conservation and land degradation task being mitigated by the through the use of NREGA, but this will need costs other than that also, and a very significant cost. How do we do that is something which we need to handle. The clusters many clusters are urbanizing, and there was a program of the Ministry of Rural Development called Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Urban Mission. Now this program has ended, so but the need remains. I'm sure we can find a lot of creative solutions to the needs of these urban areas by pulling together funds from different programs. But you also need to have some untied funding for this purpose. I'm not sure if you can persuade panchayats immediately to pool their funds, and whether those amount of funds will be sufficient. So I call upon the Rural Development Ministry to also think and request Professor Chand on behalf of NITI to also consider if we could think of a component for taking care of the necessities of the areas which are urbanizing, because once slums have developed, once disorganized, haphazard habitations have taken place, the task of its remediation is extremely complex and the costs are very high. So these were some of the thoughts which I thought are important if we are looking both in the medium term and the long term, the task of envisioning India in 2047 and in 2030. And I'm sure this will spark a lot of debate, and I'm happy to be participating in those debates. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now, to give a presentation on this theme, I would like to invite Mr. Vijay Mahajan, Secretary and Chief Executive Officer, Rajiv Gandhi Foundation. Mr. Vijay Mahajan is an internationally known Indian rural development professional, social entrepreneur, and a policy analyst. He is the founder of reputed organizations such as Pradhan NGO and the Basic Social Enterprise Group. He has also served on the Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India, Rangarajan Committee on Financial Inclusion, and the Raghuram Rajan Committee on Financial Sector Reforms. He has published over 20 papers in prestigious Indian and international journals, contributed chapters in 15 academic books, and has authored over 70 papers, articles in the area of rural development, livelihood promotion and employment, microfinance, financial inclusion, social innovations, and entrepreneurship. Please welcome Mr. Vijay Mahajan with a big round of applause.
May I just speak from here? Yeah, I can see it. Thank you. So, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me here, and I realize that I'm in such company that it'll be very hard for me to add value, apart from all these speakers who've spoken over the last 2 days. I did attend some sessions on YouTube. I couldn't be physically here, but Amarjeet, Mr. Vijayanand, and so forth. So, it's obviously been very well designed in terms of thinking about the future, many new aspects, and the depth with which Mr. Sinha can speak on any of the subtopics that I will is not comparable. And Mr. Chand, of course, from Niti Aayog, he's been guiding the nation's agriculture and rural development policy. But I'm nevertheless privileged to be in your presence. And Oliver, I've just got to know you, so I'll hopefully get to know more about you. I'm really here to put new wine in an old bottle. Normally, it's old wine in a new bottle, but the framework I'm going to use, you'll find it boringly familiar. But I hope what I'm putting in that framework is of some value in thinking about the future. So, how do I move to the, yeah. So the framework I'm going to use is this well-known one about the 5 types of capital. And while unfortunately in the early days of development, there was a lot of emphasis on basically starting from the Harrod Domar model that growth is a function of investment. So whatever the savings in the economy, if they invested, that leads to growth. And it took over 25, 30 years before economists started saying, well, there have to be other dimensions. So Theodor Schultz came up with the idea of human capital, and eventually as the environment got more and more degraded, the value of natural capital was discovered. In between, work of people like Robert Putnam gave us insights into things like social capital. And of course, physical capital is something that we are all obsessed with. Unfortunately, institution building in most situations seems to be building of the institution, the physical building. Nevertheless, this is the framework I think I should use. But one statement I do want to make is that my belief is that we need a balanced development of all these 5 types of capital. And one of the major reasons for the ills of the late 20th and the early 21st century economy is an excessive focus on financial and physical capital, and much to the detriment of natural capital, in some cases also human capital. And because of certain forces of modernization and so forth and technology, a lot of the earlier social capital has got eroded, although it's getting replaced with new types of social capital. But we are living in a very transitional zone. But if you see, unfortunately, financial capital seems to grow exponentially because it has a way of reproducing itself. And physical capital is the easiest manifestation, so it takes over. But the other 3, at least, they are not only not growing, but they are actually getting degraded. So I'll use this framework to, so as applied to rural development, just to specify, In natural capital, Jal, Jangal, Zameen, also some people add Janvar and Jalvayu, these 5 Js, water, forest, land, including soil, livestock, and the environment. So, human capital starts as early as actually prenatal nutrition for mothers, but also infant nutrition and child nutrition, healthcare all the way throughout the life cycle, but particular emphasis on preventive and primary health. Likewise, education, all levels, but particular emphasis on primary and secondary, and skills to make the human capital participate in the economy. Social capital is the very basis of interaction, and so there we need trust, collaboration, cooperation, and an advanced form of social capital is institutions. I'll talk a bit about that. Physical capital is well known to all of you, I don't need to. And likewise, financial capital. The previous session was dealing a lot with things like access to credit, but there are many other aspects of finance that I'd like to talk about. So, so natural capital first. We have to recognize that, over the last 100 years, we followed a developmental model where we, meaning not just India, the whole world, where our natural resource base has got severely degraded. And nowhere is this more deeply felt than in agriculture, sir. Whether it is groundwater, whether it is surface water, whether it is now due to climate change, changing pattern of rainfall, eroding soil quality, overuse of chemical fertilizers, all of that together has affected productivity and possibilities of further productivity enhancement in agriculture. The answers are well known. There are thousands of small projects around the country, around the world, where we know that we just have to give nature a little rest. All of us saw it during COVID. There was people were able to see, the Himalayan snow mountains from cities like Jalandhar and Saharanpur, which they hadn't seen for 30, 40 years. Rivers got cleaner, the air quality improved, etc., etc. So, that was an immediate reminder that all we have to do is remove the Anthropocene heavy hand, of interference with the environment. It'll bounce back, but it does require some help, and we need to therefore invest in the all-round regeneration of, particularly Jal, Jangal, Zameen, and I agree with Mr. Sinha when he said that Narega is a very well-honed instrument to do that. I had actually, in a separate paper, which I'll talk about right at the end, done some computations as to how much money is really needed to restore India's degraded natural resources, and adding the 3 components. And it comes to about 3 lakh crore per annum, which is in the range of 1% of the GDP, and for about 7 years, so we agree on that. So we need about 20 lakh crore, which for us, where the Indian economy today is, lakh crore is a trillion, by the way. So, given the size of the Indian economy, I think we can afford this, provided there's a national sort of recognition of this, then translated into a political mandate. And then I think we are well endowed with a civil service, and both in the center and the states, coupled with technical institutions, civil society institutions, and community-based institutions, which, thanks to all the work that has been done, the SHG movement, the NRLM, and also some watershed and other projects. We have today the institutional basis, the experiential basis, the technical basis to take up a sustained 7-year-long nationwide program to spend 3 lakh crores a year and truly turn around India's Jal, Jangal, Zameen. And it has 2 benefits. In the short run, it will generate a large amount of rural employment for unskilled and semi-skilled workers, which is the immediate need. At the same time, we don't want to condemn our population to just doing, earth digging and stuff like that. But over a period of time, as we have seen in lots of watershed projects, as soon as the land and water resources get restored, the productivity that gets unlocked is just amazing. Often there's a doubling, sometimes tripling of the gross output, both in terms of yield, in terms of area under cultivation, in terms of number of crops that can be, the second crop can certainly be taken, sometimes the third crop, and reduction in risk. All these combine together to significantly enhance the output, the rural output, and therefore then incomes and so forth. So, and then that will create the basis for a value-added processing, agro-processing economy. And of course, it should be diversified. We should not make the mistake of the green revolution. It was necessary at that time, but it's problematic. We have to learn to go away from at least these 3 crops: wheat, rice, and sugarcane, which are exceptionally emphasized in the old package. So, likewise, we need to make these investments in degraded forests, because that is the real basis for the ecosystem. We need to, recently there have been, Sinha sir, since you were also in the water resources department, you would certainly know, maybe it was initiated when you were secretary, but 2 amazing documents have come out in the last 6 months. One is a national plan for groundwater recharge, aquifer by aquifer. It is really a detailed document. It's a plan, but it's really quite amazing that CW, Central Groundwater Board, has done that. And about a month ago, I saw that there's been a census of water bodies, and about 2.5 million water bodies have been identified. That census is the first of its kind, so more data of various kinds will be required. But I was just trying to do a thought exercise where if we overlaid these 2 using GIS tools and so forth, we could actually do surface water conservation structure, locational planning, so that it maximizes groundwater recharge. And I've seen examples of both kinds, where surface water structures were made where it was most appropriate for surface water, but it does nothing for aquifers which are just half a kilometer away, because no channel was built. And I've seen conjunctive planning where it makes a huge difference. So, Chand Sahab, in case this is an idea that you could look at, it would be very useful. Soil, particularly, requires a lot more attention because of its reduction, its emphasis on agriculture production. Livestock and environment, I mean, it's kind of self-evident points, but I'll move on. Human capital, I know Mr. Amarjit Sinha spoke a lot about it. He's had an amazing career. He was Joint Secretary Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, then he was Joint Secretary National Rural Health Mission, and before he retired, he was Secretary Rural Development. So every time I meet Amarjit, I say, what a career, health, education, and rural development, all at the at the cutting edge, and that's why I logged into his presentation, and I know he presented a lot more data, but I just want to emphasize that, you know, it's not as if the nation is not aware of this, or that we've not done anything about it. In fact, we have very large programs for all these things, with very large public expenditure. But one very critical assumption has gone wrong. Because something requires public expenditure, should it be implemented entirely by the public bureaucracy? Right down to a school teacher, right down to an Anganwadi worker, right down to a, you know, that is where I think we've gone wrong. You know the ethos, unfortunately, of public service workers, particularly at the lower level, particularly in the poorer states. And while there are some stars, some of my most favorite people are school teachers, government school teachers, Anganwadi workers who during COVID they did so much. But on the whole, the return to the nation in investment in these programs is less than commensurate to the investments. And the primary reason is the public service ethos has not got built, and that's partly because we have kept one system too long, which is, despite having some of the greatest people as civil servants in our country, really dedicated, brilliant, everything, but we have, as a result, not built adequate capacity, nor given adequate roles to the panchayats and the Zilla Parishads. And as a result of which, the whole system is still, I mean, the village level workers of all these programs still look up to their departmental heads and the departmental secretary as their boss, and don't particularly care about the sarpanch or even the Zilla Parishad chairman. I mean, there are some local political heavyweights, but generally speaking, systemically, this is a flaw that really needs to be corrected before we can put more money. Otherwise, I would say we should not put more money. As citizens, we should demand higher returns on public expenditure, and the reasons why it has not so happened, and the reasons that I've given are some of those. Coming to social capital, we really need to not just invest, but unfortunately, for various reasons, there's been a decline actually in the Hindi word for it is sadbhavna, mutuality, sense of goodwill for each other. We need to rebuild that. We need to rebuild trust. All literature in institutional development anywhere tells you that unless these building blocks are there, you can have any quality of human capital, you can dump any amount of financial capital, but you will not have developmental outcomes commensurate with that unless the people learn to work together. And for that, a sense of mutuality, trust, ability to collaborate, and eventually engage in community or collective action, and eventually to manage permanent local institutions like panchayats, Zilla Parishads, self-help group federations, primary agriculture cooperative societies. All of that depends on, that's all part of social capital. So we unfortunately have had a lot of difficult setbacks, and the cooperative sector of the country, which is over 100 years old, the first co-ops were in 1904, is a case history of how the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and there has been extreme in the name of giving it greater strength, there's been extreme interference both by the bureaucracy and by the political executive in the nation's cooperative sector. And this is in spite of the fact that the 95th or 97th Amendment has actually enshrined autonomy of cooperatives into the Constitution. But despite that, but we have a contrary and an outstanding example. All of you are very familiar with it, the self-help group movement. Parmesh and I were lucky enough, C.S. Reddy just left. Some of us have seen it literally from the first day to where it is today. It's unbelievable that we have over maybe some 1.2 crore self-help groups in the country. You know all the numbers, and they keep growing, so there's no point repeating them. But it's something we can be proud of. It's absolutely world-class. But once again, we're beginning to see the self-help group movement, instead of being seen as the first step in the ladder of people's participation or women's empowerment, it's beginning to be seen as the last link in the chain of distribution of government benefits and schemes. And it's the same, but it's how you see it. And the more you use it as a distribution chain last link, the more it will get degraded, and I don't want that one day all the great work that has been done should then go the way the cooperative sector went. Although there are, even again in the cooperative sector, there are some outstanding examples. We all know about the Amul chain and all of that, but by and large, it's not been a happy experience. Likewise, this is the 30th year of the 73rd Amendment, which brought in, the Panchayati Raj institutions, the Zilla Parishads. Last year, we did a full nationwide review of what is the status. And, like so many other things in India, you can be proud of a lot that has happened compared to 30 years ago. And yet, we have such a long way to go compared to what were the stated objectives, that, you feel that this still needs to be fixed. And one thing I do want to appeal, although there's no political people here, but maybe in whatever way, we have to look at these as national problems. It's not a problem of the BJP today because it's in power, or another party tomorrow because that will come in power. These issues of unemployment, of livelihoods, environmental degradation, institutional dysfunction are national problems. We have to get together as Indians to crack these. And I guarantee you that we have the experience, the technical capabilities, the institutions, and now also finally the size of the economy to be able to crack these. We just need to get that political consensus to crack these as a national problem and not as this or that one's problem. Physical capital, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but the main thing that I want to emphasize is in the second bullet point, which is, when we list, ye bhi chahiye, we need this, we need this, we need this, and then who will finance it? Oh, the government should finance it. It's time we went away from this last sentence in our wish list. The government, all said and done, for all its size and power in India, is only 15% of the GDP. And of that, the committed budget, depending on which state you're talking about, can be 70, 80%. So the developmental options of the government are 3 or 4% of the GDP, totally. The real wealth of India is not with the government. But we citizens and we policy wonks need to actually wake up to that and start, thinking in terms of that. And in my next slide, I'll talk more about that. But before I move away from this point, I want to mention that when Mr. K. Raju was still in Andhra Pradesh, he was the district collector of Mahbub Nagar for a while, and I used to work around the corner. We conducted a census of defunct infrastructure. I think it's the only census of defunct infrastructure. And we found to our horror that, sorry, it was Karnool, not Mahbub Nagar. We found to our horror that there were many, many places where the same thing had been built twice or sometimes 3 times, and even the third version was lying defunct. Lift irrigation schemes, community centers, all kinds of things. So we need a national mission to revive the defunct infrastructure. You know, if this is Amrit Kal, then first thing on which we should sprinkle Amrit is the defunct infrastructure, and it's a significant part of the GDP, I can assure you. So much of infrastructure is just lying defunct. We need to, and it will yield the most fantastic incremental capital output ratio, because 90% of the capital is already invested. When at the end of that project, we revived some 90 defunct lift irrigation schemes on the banks of the Krishna River. You know, with investments as small as 2 lakhs, this is in the late 90s, as small as 2 lakhs for lift irrigation schemes which had originally cost at that time 1.5 crores. With 2 lakh rupee investment, it got revived, and the returns were just fantastic. You know, and we as an MFI gave loans for that 2 lakhs, so it was not government budget. You know, so it's possible to do this. But let me just come to my last point about financial capital. So the point I was making was that this line item called government expenditure is very small part of the GDP, and it's overburdened. We don't want to raise the tax to GDP ratio for whatever reasons, but at the same time, we want to keep taxing the government. Ki ye bhi kar do, do this, do this, do this. You know, it's not right. The real wealth of the nation is not in the government treasury, it's in the bank accounts. And increasingly also in insurance and pension savings, mutual funds, the share market, and so forth. But basically, a lot of the wealth of the nation is in the hands of private citizens. And we need to figure out an efficient and effective way to put that at the service of the nation. One can say, you're not saying anything new. Indira Gandhi nationalized banks in 1970 with this objective. Yes, it's true, and you know, our insurance sector was nationalized even earlier and has been so for a long time. But the fact is that despite 70% of financial sector assets being in the private sector, sorry, in the public sector, the Indian financial sector has become basically a big machine to draw small savings from economically backward regions and funnel it as large credit and investments to the economically forward areas. Bihar has had, and North Bihar has had a CD, credit deposit ratio, in the low 30s since one ever looked at those numbers. Even today, it's rarely above 40%. You go to Tamil Nadu or Western Maharashtra, you'll find districts where the CD ratio is 110%. Now, one can say, hey, be thankful. If Bihar can't create the environment to absorb its own surpluses, at least people have the ability to put it in state bank branch and the money remains safe and they get some return. I would buy this argument if it was given to me in 1972, maybe even 1982, maybe till 1992. It's been 50 years since we nationalized our banking system. It's been 65 years since we nationalized our insurance system. And we are claiming that our financial sector still, I mean, you heard the discussion in the previous session. We're still talking about the fact that our banks are not ready to really serve the vast majority of 6.3 crore MSMEs and other things. And yet, we've seen a success in that. the self-help group movement, starting from women's own savings and then the bank linkage program, has been a grand success. Mr. Sinha yesterday quoted the number of some 6.3 lakh crores. This cumulative lending last year, and microfinances somewhere nearby also. These two examples show you that there is tremendous ability and appetite for use of financial capital at the base of the pyramid. And that is the way by which people become self-reliant, autonomous, and don't make a big hole in the fiscal deficit of the state or the nation. So we need to therefore go away from government expenditure to increasingly bank credit. There are reasons where, where banks loans maybe initially have to be provided some guarantee and maybe some interest subvention, but we got to have a movement, a national movement by citizens to say, hey, Mr. Financial Sector, you have to serve everybody in India, not just South Bombay. People of Bihar or the Northeast or Madhya Pradesh are not saving in the Indian banking system just so that all the money can go to Bombay and be used by just the top 2, 3, 5% of the economy. So we've got to, but apart from that, there are certain new uses, particularly when I talked about Jal Jangal Zameen. Unfortunately, those things require investments, but they can't be financed through normal bank credit because the durations are long, there's no natural thing called an enterprise, there's no, it's very hard to figure out how to get a repayment. So there we need other types of finance, and new types of finance have started coming up. Climate and carbon finance. India is beginning to get something from GEF, but we need to really build this. I'm very glad to know that the RBI has now got a working group on green finance. But we also need to blend in some social capital. There has been the establishment of the social stock exchange, which brings some of the impact financing closer to the financial sector. So, and then eventually, of course, private investments. And one sector where we saw that transition was infrastructure. 30 years ago, if I had told you a road should be built with private finance, people would laugh or look at me as if I'm from Mars. But it started, starting with the Indore-Devas road or the Jaipur-Kishangarh road and so forth, small things. From there all the way to, infrastructure financing. There are two people here who headed large infrastructure companies, It's unbelievable the institutional innovation that has been made in the infrastructure sector so that today a significant single-digit percentage of the GDP is available as infrastructure finance. We need to do the same for natural capital finance. The same amount of intellectual and institutional development work needs to be done so that no questions asked, 1 lakh crore a year would be available for private investments in natural capital regeneration. Coupled with, of course, some social capital and some community capital. So, these together, according to me, form the agenda of the future of rural development. This sounds awfully capitalistic, but as you can see, it's not only financial capital. And the fact that I'm emphasizing human capital and social capital and saying that those are the building blocks of true all-round balanced development indicates that I'm not talking about a neoliberal model. Please don't just go away with the fact that I've used the word capital 20 times. It is being used in a generic sense, and we need to start thinking in a manner where the first law is, just as the Hippocratic oath is for doctors, thou shalt do no harm, we should have a pledge, thou shalt not suggest a program which does not generate an economic surplus and does not build social capital, and does not destroy natural capital. If these three are fulfilled as our oath, then we policy wonks would have made a contribution to India 2047. Thank you very much. By the way, that last slide was reference to a book called, published by Springer Verlag, where there's a article that I wrote with a lot of numbers and so forth. So if you were interested in pursuing this, some of these arguments to the next level of detail, it's there. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahajan, for sharing your insights and experiences with all of us. And now, for some very special remarks from our guest of honor, Professor Ramesh Chand, member Niti Aayog. Professor Ramesh Chand is currently member of Niti Aayog in the rank of Union Minister of State and chairman of the Institute of Economic Growth, New Delhi. In the past, he was also member of the 15th Finance Commission. Professor Chand has authored 7 books and published more than 150 research papers in reputed national and international journals in the areas of agriculture, growth, food policy, farmers' issues, market and trade. In recognition of his contributions, Professor Ramesh Chand has received several national and international awards. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon to all. Friends, we have heard two stalwarts in the area of rural development. Mr. Nagendranath Sinha ji, he worked in that ministry and he understands ins and out of public policy on rural development. He has shared with us the specificity and also nuances of how various schemes for rural development are designed and are working in this country. Then we heard Professor Vijay Mahajan ji. So as usual, he has philosophized very nicely the theme of reimagining rural development and presented a larger framework which I think fits not only for rural development, even for attaining SDG agenda. And if we move toward SDG agenda, that take us toward Viksit Bharat also. So like that, we got it. I don't know where I figure in that, between that specificity and that larger picture, but I feel that I will share with you something which I would like to call a middle ground or middle path between that specificity and the larger picture. I feel that if we have to reimagine for something, we need to look at two things. What is that what we have done in the past, what has worked in the past, what has not worked in the past, and in a large country like India, what has worked where and what has not worked at some places. So looking at those kind of things, drawing some lessons from that to shape the future. The second is that we have some goal toward future, which are national goal decided by nation or society, are the goals perceived by experts, scholars, that these are the goals toward future. So if we look at these two, I think that is another way or another method of reimagining rural development. So briefly, if we look at what kind of strategy, what kind of development model India has followed, we started paying special attention to rural development with the first 5-year plan. We started in 1951. We started with community development, then we moved to IRDP, then to area-specific program. After that, when Janata Party came to power, they also went for, I think, that focal point approach. I'm mentioning it specifically because Raj Krishna ji was very fond of it. So was I, but then that political party could stay in power only for a brief period. So as they went out of power, that focal point also moved from the focus, and nobody paid attention to that. I think in early 90s, but Vijayji mentioned that 73rd Amendment of Constitution, that we adopted decentralized planning, decentralized governance. We plan to give power to panchayat to make decision, allocate resources. That is how what was expected from that 73rd Amendment in case of rural area. 74th was for urban areas. If we look at last 15 years, I think again last 15 years, whatever we have been doing in case of rural development, it involved our learning from the past, our failures, our successes, those kind of things. But one trend which become clearly visible to me is that there is a clear shift in balance. I'm not saying whether it is good or bad. From development approach to approach which involves enabling particular set of constituency or particular set of, let us say, targeted group, or using social safety or social protection kind of groups. So MG Narega was part of it. Then we have this NRLM. If we look at in terms of total resources spent by Ministry of Rural Development, latest year 2022-23, the budget of ministry was 1.8 trillion for central scheme and centrally sponsored scheme. Out of that, 1.6 trillion has gone for NRLM and MG Narega. Somehow I feel that the approach shifted to uplifting the individual rather than uplifting the entire rural area. That I think affected that rather than putting or supporting economic activities which will benefit everyone, which will lay the ground for people to get employment, opportunity for growth, the focus shifted that bottom 25% or bottom 30%. I'm talking of balance, I'm not against that why we need to. That if out of total resources, we are spending 83% on target oriented, and capital is always limited, resources are always limited, then I think the overall strategy of rural development got a hit. This is my feeling that you have very little for rural roads, you have very little for promoting rural growth centers, or other kind of economic activities, which should have, rather than people coming to Sarkar, government as a Mai-Baap to get employment, the economic activity giving employment. So very little. Maybe we left that to private people, but we know that public capital has its own role in even attracting private capital into making investment. So, in fact, after 12, we do not have much of the data on rural economy to look at how rural industry, how the structure of rural economy has changed, how the rural MSME has behaved. They are important. The only data updated which we have is from PLFS up to 21-22 on employment, but on economic activity that data is not there. In fact, the 11-12 data which I used, I wrote only 2 papers on rural. One was on rural employment, another on rural economy. I got some very fascinating results, and I thought that if we could build on the messages which followed from that analysis, then we could really do something to change the face and fate of rural India. In 11-12, what I observed was that manufacturing was shifting from urban area to rural area. Obviously, because we were decongesting, were moving polluting industry from Delhi to other places. For new industries, you require land, and land is available in outside, which by default is a rural area. So all those things were happening, and that shift resulted in considerable diversification of rural economy from a agrarian economy to a very diversified economy. And in 11-12, share of agriculture in rural economy was only 39%. So then I projected that in the way the rate of growth of agriculture and non-agriculture has gone in the past, that by 2020, rural economy, agriculture will be less than 1/3 of rural economy, and more than 2/3 will be manufacturing. And another thing which I found in 11-12 was that more manufacturing was happening in rural area than in urban areas, more than 50%. That figure is there, it was 51 point something % of total manufacturing was happening in the rural area, and only 49% was happening in urban area. But in terms of tax resources, revenue that you get from manufacturing, nobody looked at how much of it goes back to rural, how much of it goes back to urban. Nobody has looked at that, but it is, I think, some relationship between those should be there. Well, I now come to what are our future goals and how it is related to rural. I feel that if India is to achieve its goal of making India Viksit Bharat by 2047, about which I think there is now main focus, that everything else is now working around this goal of making India a Viksit Bharat, a very ambitious and challenging goal, which requires that our economy must grow at 7.7% for 25 years, and initial 10-15 years in double digit like that. If we have to achieve this growth, or if we have to be even nearer to this growth, I think manufacturing has to play a very important role. But so far, if you look at the past, we all know that India leapfrogged through services, but performance of manufacturing has been much, much lower than what was expected. And in many of the year, it has been disappointing. And it is very disappointing in the sense that development economists tell us that when economy develops, grows, share of agriculture decline, share of manufacturing increase. But you find in many sub-periods in India and in many states, share of agriculture in the economy is increasing, share of manufacturing is falling. So that, I think, is a very disturbing trend. If we have to move toward goal of Viksit Bharat, we have to pay attention to manufacturing. So when we pay attention to manufacturing, that means almost entire, not 100%, but almost entire manufacturing growth in future, you will find that new investment in manufacturing will happen in rural areas. Urban area as a policy, and also land and other kind of constraints, you will not see much industry, manufacturing coming in the urban area. So most of it will come in rural area. So can we then relate the future of rural India, the kind of rural India we want to see, with the growth and development of manufacturing in in rural India, which in any case is going to happen. It may not happen at the rate of 12% or 10%. It may happen at the rate of 7 or 8%, but it will happen in rural India. So how we can make rural India to gain from this? That is the, I think, main point or moot points. Is it that we are taking industry to rural India only to create pollution there? I know that once, by the way, I come from a rural area and I visit my village like Banbala Sahab every 2 months. I get good sleep in my house. Next door there is a dairy by my cousin. The urine and dung of cattle doesn't disturb me. I get good sleep. Many people don't get good sleep. My son doesn't get good sleep. He is disturbed by that stink. So if this industry is going there, is it that we have urban ghettos, we will have rural ghettos? We need to plan for it, that how rural India can benefit from it. The disturbing statistics in my paper of 11-12, that in the past 7 or 10 years for which I looked at that data, the manufacturing net domestic product in rural India increased annually in that period before 12 by 14%, but employment in rural India in manufacturing increased only by 0.5%. So if we are taking industry to rural India, it is causing all sort of pollution. If there is a factory which manufacture medicine up to 10 kilometers depending upon wind direction, you will find it is so stinking, so unpleasant, unable to wear. It happened in my village. There is a place near Roopnagar where there is industry which make these medicines, and when there is a southern wind, in my village people find it is so difficult, and aerial distance is 10 kilometers. So wherever we set up that industry, it has to happen. But are we having some way to benefit people who are in that area, at least giving them employment in that industry? So how it will happen? We need to create skill with those people so that they can get the employment in industry. It should not happen that output is growing in rural area, but employment is happening in urban area, that people go from urban area, work in the factory and come back. Mostly this is what is happening. That is evident from employment data, that with the manufacturing moving to rural India, jobs are not moving to rural India. So how we can create jobs in rural India for working, at least in the manufacturing, and also this not getting right kind of job is the main problem of rural India today. So this is, I think, in terms of economic activity, a major opportunity with us. Then I come to some other aspect like MG Narega. I feel that in some sense this scheme is unique, that you will not get resources to undertake many of the activities, particularly related to sustainability, etc. But most of the work involves human labor, so you have this resource available to you and you can do it. But I feel we need to do a study that do panchayat have this vision or this capacity that we have to address groundwater depletion, we have to address deforestation, we have to address soil conservation, we have to address soil erosion. Do they have that capacity or vision? Unfortunately, panchayat in today, that decentralization of power and funding has worked both ways. Decision making went to people, but also since resources were available, you know that once you have resources, other kind of tendency also developed. So panchayats have become another political power center, and not only for getting that recognition that I am a panchayat pradhan, it has become a big source of leakages of money that is available in development activities. We must speak some truth about it. So what we can do, maybe we have philosophers like Bijayji to give us some guidance that how we can make this MG Narega on which we are spending 80-90,000 crores of rupees, that how we can make use of those funds for sustainability purpose, for promoting natural capital. As such, I don't see that kind of vision in villages, and I visit quite a number of villages every year, but I don't see Narega fund doing great service to that. So we need to see to that. And second is that this state-wise working of Narega, it is very important. It is an important safety net when unemployment, seasonal employment, underemployment are there. We need these kind of schemes. And when we started Narega, I prepared some data, and Amarjit Sinha ji used to use that in his slide, that one big advantage of Narega is that earlier the gap between urban bases and rural bases was very large. With Narega, you find that that gap got considerably narrowed down. So that was contribution of Narega. That way, I think we need to see that many states, particularly states where there are pockets of poverty, why they are not able to make use of Narega. Very little use. In fact, if you look at state-wise data, I shared some of it with Nagenderji, that you find that the states which are smart in terms of administration, governance, with very little poverty, they are making much more use of Narega than states like Bihar, Jharkhand, where we have a lot of poverty. So how we can make those states take advantage of that we need to think over that. Then another is what our former president, late Shri Abdul Kalam ji used to say, Pura, providing urban amenities in rural area, Pura model. We are always talking of planned urbanization. I think today there is a dire need for planned rural development also. Otherwise, you go to rural area, some villages may be exception. When I go to my own home in my village, from the main road, I travel to my house, everywhere there is a cow dung lying. But nobody stops those people that you are not supposed to throw cow dung. ये ढेर लगाने के लिए आपको गांव का तालाब नहीं इस्तेमाल करना, common land नहीं use करना. You should keep it on your own land. Nobody is bothered about those kind of things. So hygiene, sanitation, these are so bad. Garbage disposal, so bad, that you find plastic everywhere, nobody knows what to do with it. I think the way we are paying attention to these aspects in urban area, at least some attention, not as much as in urban area, we need to pay to rural area. And with the har ghar mein nal aur har ghar mein jal, drainage system. Now, the streets, you just find that standing water, stinking water, mosquito. So this is what has become now very, very common. So if we are moving toward Viksit Bharat, that should not be only urban India becoming Viksit. We have to see that in terms of amenities, rural India also has these kind of things, proper drainage, garbage disposal, and I don't know how many villages have park where aged people can go for a walk. So how many villages have other kind of source of entertainment facility for those kind of things. So I think we should pay attention to these kind of aspects. Then we will be able to address many of the problems of urban area also, the pressure on urban area also. I find many people now talking, especially those who have root in rural area, that they will go back to their area. 15, 20 years back, people were not talking of going back from urban area to rural area, but now people are talking because urban area have their own problem. But that requires that rural area becomes little attractive for them, and that is possible only if we pay attention to what Kalamji used to say, Pura model. We promote Pura model, providing urban amenities in rural area, including health service and those kind of things. So these are some thought which come to my mind. And lastly, given the diversity of India, a larger framework like what provided by Mahajanji is okay. That give you broad guideline in which direction we should go. But when we come to plans and program, it has to be state specific, it has to be regional specific. But work in Kerala may not work in many other states, but work in Odisha may not work in Uttar Pradesh. So we have to have this regionally differentiated strategy for rural development. So thank you very much for making me part of this important event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So in these 2 days, we've discussed and deliberated on so many issues and heard so many experts. But what are the key takeaways from the conference? I would invite Mr. Oliver Brett to share this with us. Mr. Oliver is Practice Manager, Food and Agriculture Global Practice, the World Bank. He is responsible for providing strategic leadership to the practice, which focuses on improving food security, increasing agricultural productivity, and promoting sustainable agriculture in developing countries. Mr. Brett has over 2 decades of experience working in international development with a focus on agricultural and rural development. Prior to joining the World Bank, he worked at the International Fund for Agricultural Development. Mr. Brett has also worked for the European Commission, the German Agency for Technical Cooperation, where he worked on projects related to rural development, agriculture, and environmental management. Mr. Oliver Brett.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. And I must say, it's very humbling to have to speak after 3 such experienced and renowned speakers. So I'll just really try to summarize some of the main points, because I wouldn't even try to get close to some of the recommendations that we have heard today. I would like to start with remembering the beginning of the workshop by what the objective was. And it was basically to help the Ministry of Rural Development to think through, to strategize how the rural development agenda could be brought forward. And I would like to congratulate the organizers, led by the MRD, for selecting the 3 key agenda points, basically. Celebrate, reflect, and inspire. Because I think it's a nice way on how to look at what happened in the last 2 days, and what was discussed in the last 2 days was what has happened for several decades now. So I think on the celebration, I think we heard very much that there has been good successes. I mean, India has gone a long way. We heard obviously that there were some issues, but I think in general, I mean, India is now the 5th biggest economy. That doesn't come from nothing. And there's a lot of effort that has happened there. We always have to repeat that. And I think another point I wanted to stress is that our 2 distinguished ministers that came yesterday and opened the conference basically highlighted that without a focus on rural development, the goals that India has set itself for its 100 years celebration will not be achieved. And I think this is something why we are actually together, right? Because this is one area we should continue focusing on. We also heard from the 2 country directors, one from the World Bank and from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, that we have been speaking a bit for the bank as well, appreciating a lot the partnership we have with the NRLM. I think it's an area where we think and want to be engaged going forward. That's also what both directors of both institutions stressed. One area that they underlined is the urban-rural divide. I think both of them stressed that, and that's one area that I think is crystallizing, right? We have the workshop, the conference on rural, but there are interlinkages that we shouldn't forget. And the other point that they obviously stressed is that there needs to be a focus on youth. I think that's one area that they highlighted particularly. I didn't hear it that much in the discussions, but then again, I didn't participate in all. On the second point, I think that was the core of the conference, the reflection. I think we had a lot of very good distinguished speakers, very good panel discussions, and even today, part of it was a lot on reflection. What has worked, what has not worked. I think the latter part is one area that I always like focusing on. What has not worked, because that's the area where we can improve. Things that work is like a bushfire. It will go ahead, right? It has enough food to grow and to go, but areas that haven't worked, that need improvement, is where we should focus on. And then we also heard a little bit from some international experiences, but I must say, this is area, the whole topic of rural transformation, rural development, India is on the forefront, so there is obviously not that much where we can learn from outside. So it's a lot that we have to do internally, and I think all three speakers before me referred to that in a certain way. Maybe just some areas on this reflection. The importance of democratizing data, you know, accessibility of data, of information. I think there is what came through an additional step that needs to be done. India is in the forefront of everything that has to do with IT, technology, but the access of the last mile, even though, yes, there is access to phone impressively as compared to many other countries, the knowledge, the information sharing, I think you referred to it in other words, that is an area to focus on. You know, this last mile digital literacy was referred to yesterday in a session. A bit that came through, which I found very interesting, is the behavior change in communication. How to involve men in when we talk, for example, about gender parity and issues like that. I mean, when we think about gender, most people focus about women. But if you want to have change, I think it's important that this came up in the discussions, that it's not only women when we talk about gender, men is also a focus. And I think another area that came through very clearly is that when we talk about women empowerment, one area to start with is with girls' education. Remember, at the beginning of the conference, there was quite some emphasis on that. Some other areas, I think, I was part of the last session, so a lot of focus, obviously, on investment, financing, availability of money. So I don't really want to go into too much detail. I'm sure that, you know, I don't know whether there will be proceedings as such, but summaries of the conference will be much more detailed to what I can sort of try to summarize in the 10 minutes I was given. And on the third point, I think the inspiring part, this glass is more than half full. I think while we heard very good suggestions and some difficult areas to tackle, we were given some areas on the, let's say, operational side to work with MORD, with implementers on where to focus on. running the danger that I will miss several, but focus on community organizations, and excuse me for the pronunciation, panchayats, was brought up throughout, not only today. I think investing in all different types of infrastructure, and the lesson you mentioned was very interesting also, maybe look at which infrastructure is idle and could be refurbished, obviously. This rural-urban continuum, I think that's one thing that comes through more and more as an area to pay attention to. People going back into the rural area, people still out migrating, etc. We've heard some very good discussions on that. I don't want to go into the private sector discussion. I mean, I think that's a given, right? We had very good representation as well. The financing side with the private sector is one thing that comes through very prominent. Land, soil, all areas that came through. I think just to finish on this side, one area that I wanted to stress is climate. It is an area that, when we looked at rural development for the past decades, it has always been there. We all discussed it, but I think increasingly now the impact that climate change has to be brought into every discussion that we have in this area. Costs are going up due to it, health implications, etc., etc. We just heard at the end the problems in your village, Professor Chan. So, these are all aspects as well. So let me really leave it there, and just 2-3 quick points. I just wanted to inform the participants that we just extended the National Rural Economic Transformation Project, which is basically our financing arm to support MORD in the NRLM agenda. So we managed to extend it for another year. So we are hoping that we can support for the next 12.5 months at least, and build in some of the findings of the recommendations as much as that can be done through that. And I really want to stress that we at the World Bank really stand here to support where needed, right? I mean, we don't come with a recipe book or anything. It doesn't exist, as we heard, I think, throughout. But we are here to support on knowledge exchange, on financing, obviously, but also on convening, if that would be necessary. So I just wanted to extend that very clearly. And then also, just to finalize that, we see India as a lighthouse on several topics, and this one is one of them. So it's a bit also that we like being engaged in this discussion because we can help many other countries that still have a long path to even get where India is on many areas. Obviously, state by state different. Some states, we probably couldn't take some examples to other places, but we see India really as a place that people can learn and exchange from, and that is very important for us. And with that, I really would like to thank everyone that participated and extend our gratitude to our co-hosts at the Ministry of Rural Development, obviously our partners with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, all of the panelists, speakers. I see that there are nice posters also in the back. It's often one thing that takes a lot of time and is forgotten. And obviously all of our knowledge partners, GDI, etc., that participated, for your lively participation. It's 2 days, and I hope soon you can get back to your families, friends, and many of us to our emails, I guess. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. May I request all of you to please take your seats in the front row. And finally, to deliver the vote of thanks, I would like to invite Mr. Raghavendra Pratap Singh. He's an officer of the Indian Ordnance Factory Services and has been a key office bearer at the Ministry of Rural Development. In the year 2017, he joined as Director Manrega. He is presently Director DAY NRLM, leading financial inclusion, non-farm livelihoods and marketing initiatives for strengthening community institutions. In his more than 2 years' work at DAY NRLM, he has successfully taken care of implementation of PFMS and has worked with full vigor for promotion and marketing of SHG products by not only organizing nationwide Saras Melas, but also by building partnerships with various e-commerce platforms. I would like to invite him to deliver his vote of thanks for the conference and his thoughts on how the conference will help Ministry of Rural Development in charting out the what's next for India's rural development.
A very good evening to all of you. Yesterday, our energy was very high because we thought that the day has come which we have planned for maybe for last 3 months, and the preparations were on. And my task important because our additional secretary sir make me nodal, that you will be the nodal point. So we started. I think we could make some justice, and what we plan in the day before they start, let the session should not be so heavy, and also try to stick in the time. So we make the justice that all the sessions have been started in time and completed in time, including this session. So that shows how. And the speaker, we saw that Jal Jameen. So same way you have listened that bell is ringing. So we thought that initial days when we were in the school, the bell, how the bell is important. Same bell has done the wonder here that we are able to start every session in the time. As far as that, the takeaways, because a lot of even the speaker, which in the last hour, Nagendra Sinha sir, that secretary in the rural development when he was there, and now in steel, sir has summarized in a very good way that how we can take away. So I will thank you, sir, for sparing time and sharing the experience with us. I will also like to thank the speaker here that in the last session, Ramesh Chandra ji, member Niti Aayog, Mr. Vijayanand, and of course Oliver for, in fact in India if we do the work in celebration mode, so the more progress is because when we celebrate the people are motivated, and to do the work to do in the rural area, if the people are motivated, then they can do the wonders. In fact, they can do the wonders, what I can say. So we'll try to make some takeaway with the help of World Bank and Bill Gates, and in fact our team in all the themes which we have discussed. So that's part. So I will also like to thank our Secretary Sri Shailesh Kumar Singh for in fact guiding and in fact giving us full freedom to conduct this. Nevertheless, I would also like to thank our Additional Secretary Sri Charanjit Singh for guiding at all the level, and he has spared both the 2 days, and he make also point that we should hear and listen. So thank you very much, sir. I will also like to thank all the state, all the SMDs who have participated in this workshop, and nevertheless the panelists, even they are very, even their thoughts has come out, and even we have also learned so many things from there in the 2 days. In fact, I will also like to thank World Bank and BMGF for supporting and holding this conference. Even the partner GDI partners who have worked with me and for designing and all, even the themes. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the participants, all the stakeholders who come here, spare their time. Our ministry is an RLM division, all the participants, all the stakeholders. And last but not the least, I would like to thank the Hotel Shangri-La for supporting all the things. Thank you very much.